Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. The occupants of the hut were a man and woman who lived there rent-free. Like the eagle, they had fixed their habitation where they were not likely to be disturbed. While the men were unloading, Juan, as an invalid, asked permission to stretch his huge body before the fire, but the woman told him there was more room out of doors. I succeeded, however, in securing him a place inside. We had an hour to wander over the top of the sierra. It belonged to our friend Don Joaquim Monte, and was what would be called at home a pretty substantial piece of vast property. At every step there was some new opening, which presented a new view of the grand and magnificent in nature. In many places, between cliffs and under certain exposures, were fine pieces of ground, and about a half a mile distant, a potrero, or pasture ground for brood mares, which we visited to buy some corn for our mules. A vicious jack reigned lord of the sierra. Adjoining the occupied hut was another, about 10 feet square, made of small upright poles thatched with branches of cypress, and open on all sides to the wind. We collected a quantity of wood, made a fire in the centre, had supper, and passed a social evening. The muleteers had a large fire outside, and with their pack saddles and cargoes built a breastwork to shelter themselves against the wind. Fancy called up a picture of far distant scenes, a small circle of friends, perhaps at that moment thinking of us. Perhaps, to tell the truth, we wished to be with them, and above all, as we looked to our sleeping places, thought of the comforts of home. Nevertheless, we soon fell asleep. Toward morning, however, we were reminded of our elevated region. The ground was covered with a hoarfrost, and water was frozen a quarter of an inch thick. Our guide said that this happened regularly every night in the year when the atmosphere was clear. It was the first ice we had seen in the country. The men were shivering around a large fire, and as soon as they could see, went out to look for the mules. One of them had strayed, and while the men were looking for her, we had breakfast, and did not get off till a quarter before 8. Our road traversed the ridge of the sierra, which for 2 leagues was a level table, a great part composed of immense beds of red slate and blue limestone, or chalk rock, lying in vertical strata. At 10 o'clock we began to descend, the cold being still severe. The descent surpassed in grandeur and magnificence all that we had yet encountered. It was by a broad passage with perpendicular mountain walls, rising in rugged and terrific peaks, higher and higher as we descended, out of which gigantic cypress trees were growing, their trunks and all their branches dead. Before us, between these immense walls, was a vista reaching beyond the village of San Andres, 24 miles distant. A stream of water was dashing down over rocks and stones, hurrying on to the Atlantic. We crossed it perhaps 50 times on bridges wild and rude as the stream itself and the mountains between which it rolled. As we descended, the temperature became milder. At 12 o'clock, the immense ravine opened into a rich valley a mile in width, and in half an hour we reached the village of Todos Santos. On the right, far below us, was a magnificent table, cultivated with corn, and bounded by the side of the great sierra, and in the suburbs of the village were apple and peach trees, covered with blossoms and young fruit. We had again reached the tierras templadas, and in Europe or North America the beauty of this miserable unknown village would be a theme for poetry. As we rode through it, at the head of the street, we were stopped by a drunken Indian, supported by two men hardly able to stand themselves, who we thought were taking him to prison, but staggering before us, they blocked up the passage and shouted "Passaporte," Pawling, in anticipation, and to assume his new character, had tied his jacket around his waist by the sleeves, and was dragging one of the mules by its halter. Not one of the three could read the passport, and they sent for the secretary, a bareheaded Indian, habited in nothing but a ragged cotton shirt, who examined it very carefully, and read aloud the name of Rafael Carrera, which I think was all that he attempted to make out. We were neither sentimental, nor philosophical, nor moralizing travellers, but it gave us pangs to think that such a magnificent country was in the possession of such men. Passing the church and convent, we ascended a ridge, then descended an immense ravine, crossed another magnificent valley, and at length reached the Indian village of San Martin, which, with loveliness and grandeur all around us, might have been selected for its surpassing beauty of position. We rode to the cabildo, and then to the hut of the alcalde. The people were all Indians. The secretary was a bare-legged boy, who spelled out every word in the passport except our names, but his reading sufficed to procure supper for us and provender for the mules, and early in the morning we pushed on again. For some distance we rode on a lofty ridge, with a precipitous ravine on each side, in one place so narrow that our arriero told us, when the wind is high, there is danger of being blown off. We continued descending, and at 12:15 reached San Andres Petapan, 15 miles distant, blooming with oranges, sapotes, and other fruit trees. Passing through the village, at a short distance beyond, we were stopped by a fire in the woods. We turned back and attempted to pass by another road, but were unable. Before we returned, the fire had reached the place we left, and increased so fast that we had apprehensions for the luggage mules, and hurried them back with the men toward the village. The flames were creeping and crackling toward us, shooting up and whirled by currents of wind, and occasionally, when fed with dry and combustible materials, flashing and darting along like a train of gunpowder. We fell back, keeping as near as we could to the line of fire, the road lying along the side of a mountain, while the fire came from the ravine below, crossing the road and moving upward. The clouds of smoke and ashes, the rushing of currents of wind and flames, the crackling of burning branches and trees wrapped in flames, and the rapid progress of the destroying element, made such a wild and fearful scene that we could not tear ourselves away. At length we saw the flames rush up the side of the ravine, intercepting the path before us. We spurred our horses, shot by, and in a moment the whole was a sheet of flame. The fire was now spreading so rapidly that we became alarmed, and hurried back to the church, which, on an elevation strongly defined against the immense mountain in the background, stood before us as a place of refuge. By this time the villagers had become alarmed, and men and women were hurrying to the height to watch the progress of the flames. The village was in danger of conflagration. It would be impossible to urge the loaded mules up the hill we had descended, and we resolved to deposit the luggage in the church and save the mules by driving them up unburdened. It was another of those wild scenes to which no effect can be given in words. We stopped on the brow of the hill before the square of the church, and while we were watching the fire, the black clouds and sheets of flame rolled up the side of the mountain and spared the village. Relieved from apprehension, we sat down under a tree in front of the church, to the calm enjoyment of the terrific spectacle and a cold fowl. The cinders and ashes fell around, and the destructive element rushed on, sparing the village before us, perhaps to lay some other in ruins. We were obliged to wait 2 hours. From the foot of the hill on which the village stood, the ground was hot and covered with a light coat of ashes. The brush and underwood were burned away. In some places were lying trees reduced to masses of live coal, and others were standing with their trunks and branches all on fire. In one place we passed a square of white ashes, the remains of some miserable Indian hut. Our faces and hands were scorched, and our whole bodies heated when we emerged from the fiery forest. For a few moments the open air was delightful, but we were hardly out of one trouble before we had another. Swarms of enormous flies, perhaps driven out by the fire, and hovering on the borders of the burned district, fell upon the mules. Every bite drew blood, and the tormentors clung to the suffering animals until brushed off by a stick. For an hour we labored hard, but could not keep their heads and necks free. The poor beasts were almost frantic, and in spite of all we could do, their necks, the inside of their legs, mouths, ears, nostrils, and every tender part of their skin were trickling with blood. Hurrying on, in 3 hours we saw the church of San Antonio de Guista, and in a few minutes entered the village, beautifully situated on a tableland projecting from the slope of a mountain, looking upon an immense opening, and commanding on all sides a magnificent view. At this time we were beyond the reach of war, and free from all apprehensions. With the addition of Pawling's pistols and double-barreled gun, a faithful muleteer, Santiago, and Juan on his legs again, we could have stormed an Indian village and locked up a refractory alcalde in his own cabildo. We took possession of San Antonio de Guista, dividing ourselves between the cabildo and the convent, sent for the alcalde. Even on the borders of Central America the name of Carrera was omnipotent, and told him to stay there and wait upon us, or send an alguazil. The convent stood adjoining the church, on an open table of land, commanding a view of a magnificent valley surrounded by immense mountains, and on the left was a vista between two mountain ranges, wild, rugged, and lofty, losing their tops in clouds. Before the door of the convent was a large cross on a high pedestal of stone, with the coating decayed and covered with wildflowers. The convent was enclosed by a brush fence without any opening until we made one. The padre was not at home, which was very fortunate for him, as there would not have been room enough for us all. In fact, everything seemed exactly intended for our party. There were 3 beds, just as many as we could conveniently occupy, and the style of them was new. They were made of long sticks about an inch thick, tied with bark strings at top and bottom, and resting on crotches about 2 feet high, driven into the dirt floor. The alcalde and his major had roused the village. In a few moments, instead of the mortifying answer, "No hay," there is none, the provision made for us was almost equal to the offers of the Turkish paradise. 20 or 30 women were in the convent at one time, with baskets of corn, tortillas, dulces, plantains, jocotes, zapotes, and a variety of other fruits, each one's stock in trade being of the value of 3 cents, and among them was a species of tortillas, thin and baked hard, about 12 inches in diameter, 120 for 6 cents, of which, as they were not expensive, we laid in a large supply. At this place our muleteer was to leave us. We had but one cargo mule fit for service, and applied to the alcalde for 2 carriers to go with us across the frontier to Comitan. He went out, as he said, to consult with the mozos, and told us that they asked $6 apiece. We spoke to him of our friend Carrera, and on a second consultation the demand was reduced by 2/3. We were obliged to make provision for 3 days, and even to carry corn for the mules, and Juan and Santiago had a busy night boiling fowls and eggs. Chapter 14. Comfortable lodgings. Journey continued. Stony road. Beautiful river. Suspension bridge. The Dolores. Rio Laguetero. Enthusiasm brought down. Another bridge. Entry into Mexico. A bath. A solitary church. A scene of barrenness. Zapolutla. Comitan. Another countryman. More perplexities. Official courtesy. Trade of Comitan. Smuggling. Scarcity of soap. The next morning we found the convent was so comfortable, we were so abundantly served, the alcalde or his major, staff in hand, being in constant attendance, and the situation so beautiful, that we were in no hurry to go, but the alcalde told us that all was ready. We did not see our carriers, and found that he and his major were the mozos whom he had consulted. They would not let slip $2 apiece, and, laying down their staves and dignity, bared their backs, placed the straps across their foreheads, took up the loads, and trotted off. We started at 5 minutes before 8. The weather was fine, but hazy. From the village we descended a hill to an extensive stony plain, and at about a league's distance reached the brink of a precipice, from which we looked down into a rich oblong valley 2,000 or 3,000 feet deep, shut in all around by a mountain wall, and seeming an immense excavation. Toward the other end of the valley was a village with a ruined church, and the road led up a precipitous ascent to a plain on the same level with that on which we stood, undulating and boundless as the sea. Below us it seemed as if we could drop a stone to the bottom. We descended by one of the steepest and most stony paths we had yet encountered in the country, crossing and recrossing in a zigzag course along the side of the height, perhaps making the descent 1.5 miles long. Very soon we reached the bank of a beautiful river, running lengthwise through the valley, bordered on each side by immense trees, throwing their branches clear across, and their roots washed by the stream. And while the plain beyond was dry and parched, they were green and luxuriant. Riding along it, we reached a suspension bridge of most primitive appearance and construction, called by the natives La Hamaca, which had existed there from time immemorial. It was made of osiers twisted into cords about 3 feet apart, and stretched across the river with a hanging network of vines, the ends fastened to the trunks of 2 opposite trees. It hung about 25 feet above the river, which was here some 80 feet wide, and was supported in different places by vines tied to the branches. The access was by a rude ladder to a platform in the crotch of a tree. In the bottom of the hamaca were 2 or 3 poles to walk on. It waved in the wind, and was an unsteady and rather insecure means of transportation. From the centre the vista of the river both ways under the arches of the trees was beautiful, and in every direction the hamaca was a most picturesque looking object. We continued on to the village, and after a short halt and a smoke with the alcalde, rode on to the extreme end of the valley, and by a steep and stony ascent, at 20 minutes past 12, reached the level ground above. Here we dismounted, slipped the bridles of our mules, and seated ourselves to wait for our Indians, looking down into the deep embosomed valley and back at the great range of Cordilleras, crowned by the Sierra Madre, seeming a barrier fit to separate worlds. Free from all apprehensions, we were now in the full enjoyment of the wild country and wild mode of travelling. But our poor Indians, perhaps, did not enjoy it so much. The usual load was from 3 to 4 arrobas, 75 to 100 pounds. Ours were not more than 50, but the sweat rolled in streams down their naked bodies, and every limb trembled. After a short rest they started again. The day was hot and sultry, the ground dry, parched, and stony. We had 2 sharp descents, and reached the river Dolores. On both sides were large trees, furnishing a beautiful shade, which after our scorching ride we found delightful. The river was about 300 feet broad. In the rainy season it is impassable, but in the dry season not more than 3 or 4 feet deep, very clear, and the color a grayish green, probably from the reflection of the trees. We had had no water since we left the suspension bridge, and both our mules and we were intemperate. We remained here half an hour, and now apprehensions, which had been operating more or less all the time, made us feel very uncomfortable. We were approaching, and very near, the frontier of Mexico. This road was so little traveled that, as we were advised, there was no regular guard, but piquets of soldiers were scouring the whole line of frontier to prevent smuggling who might consider us contraband. Our passports were good for going out of Central America, but to go into Mexico, the passport of the Mexican authorities at Ciudad Real, 4 days' journey, was necessary. Turning back was not in our vocabulary. Perhaps we should be obliged to wait in the wilderness till we could send for one. In half an hour we reached the Rio Laguitero, the boundary line between Guatimala and Mexico, a scene of wild and surpassing beauty, with banks shaded by some of the noblest trees of the tropical forests, water as clear as crystal, and fish a foot long playing in it as gently as if there were no fish hooks. No soldiers were visible. All was as desolate as if no human being had ever crossed the boundary before. We had a moment's consultation on which side to encamp, and determined to make a lodgment in Mexico. I was riding Pauling's horse, and spurred him into the water, to be the first to touch the soil. With one plunge his 4 feet were off the bottom, and my legs under water. For an instant I hesitated, but as the water rose to my holsters my enthusiasm gave way, and I wheeled back into Central America. As we afterward found, the water was 10 or 12 feet deep. We waited for the Indians, in some doubt whether it would be possible to cross at all with the luggage. At a short distance above was a ledge of rocks, forming rapids, over which there had been a bridge with a wooden arch and stone abutments, the latter of which were still standing, the bridge having been carried away by the rising of the waters 7 years before. It was the last of the dry season. The rocks were in some places dry, the body of the river running in channels on each side, and a log was laid to them from the abutments of the bridge. We took off the saddles and bridles of the mules, and cautiously, with water breaking rapidly up to the knees, carried everything across by hand, an operation in which an hour was consumed. One night's rain on the mountains would have made it impassable. The mules were then swum across, and we were all landed safely in Mexico. On the bank opposite the place where I attempted to cross was a semicircular clearing, from which the only opening was the path leading into the Mexican provinces. We closed this up, and turned the mules loose, hung our traps on the trees, and bivouacked in the centre. The men built a fire, and while they were preparing supper, we went down to the river to bathe. The rapids were breaking above us. The wildness of the scene, its seclusion and remoteness, the clearness of the water, the sense of having accomplished an important part of our journey, all revived our physical and moral being. Clean apparel consummated the glory of the bath. For several days our digestive organs had been out of order, but when we sat down to supper they could have undertaken the bridles of the mules, and my brave macho, it was a pleasure to hear him crunch his corn. We were out of Central America, safe from the dangers of revolution, and stood on the wild borders of Mexico, in good health, with good appetites, and something to eat. We had still a tremendous journey before us, but it seemed nothing. We strode the little clearing as proudly as the conquerors of Mexico, and in our extravagance resolved to have fish for breakfast. We had no hooks, and there was not even a pin in our travelling equipage, but we had needles and thread. Pawling, with the experience of 7 years' roughing, had expedients, and put a needle in the fire, which softened its temper so that he bent it into a hook. A pole was on every tree, and we could see the fish in the water. All that we wanted was for them to open their mouths and hook themselves to the needle. But this they would not do, and for this reason alone we did not catch any. We returned. Our men cut some poles, and resting them in the crotch of a tree, covered them with branches. We spread our mats under, and our roof and beds were ready. The men piled logs of wood on the fire, and our sleep was sound and glorious. At daylight the next morning we were again in the water. Our bath was even better than that of the night before, and when I mounted I felt able to ride through Mexico and Texas to my own door at home. Returned once more to steamboats and railroads. How flat, tame, and insipid all their comforts seem. We started at 7:30. At a very short distance 3 wild boars crossed our path, all within gunshot, but our men carried the guns, and in an instant it was too late. Very soon we emerged from the woods that bordered the river, and came out into an open plain. At 8:30 we crossed a low stony hill, and came to the dry bed of a river. The bottom was flat and baked hard, and the sides smooth and regular as those of a canal. At the distance of half a league water appeared, and at 9:30 it became a considerable stream. We again entered a forest, and riding by a narrow path, saw directly before us, closing the passage, the side of a large church. We came out and saw the whole gigantic building, without a single habitation or the vestige of one in sight. The path led across the broken wall of the courtyard. We dismounted in the deep shade of the front. The facade was rich and perfect. It was 60 feet front and 250 feet deep, but roofless, with trees growing out of the area above the walls. Nothing could exceed the quiet and desolation of the scene. But there was something strangely interesting in these roofless churches, standing in places entirely unknown. Santiago told us that this was called Conata, and the tradition is that it was once so rich that the inhabitants carried their water jars by silken cords. Giving our mules to Santiago, we entered the open door of the church. The altar was thrown down. The roof lay in broken masses on the ground. and the whole area was a forest of trees. At the foot of the church, and connected with it, was a convent. There was no roof, but the apartments were entire as when a good padre stood to welcome a traveller. In front of the church, on each side, was a staircase leading up to a belfry in the centre of the facade. We ascended to the top. The bells which had called to matin and vesper prayers were gone. The crosspiece was broken from the cross. The stone of the belfry was solid masses of petrified shells, worms, leaves, and insects. On one side we looked down into the roofless area, and on the other over a region of waste. One man had written his name there, Joaquim Ruderigos, Conata, May 1st, 1836. We wrote our names under his and descended, mounted, rode over a stony and desolate country, crossed a river, and saw before us a range of hills, and beyond a range of mountains. Then we came upon a bleak, stony table, and after riding 4 hours and a half, saw the road leading across a barren mountain on our right, and, afraid we had missed our way, halted under a low spreading tree to wait for our men. We turned the mules loose, and after waiting some time sent Santiago back to look for them. The wind was sweeping over the plain, and while Mr. Catherwood was cutting wood, Pawling and I descended to a ravine to look for water. The bed was entirely dry, and one took his course up and the other down. Pawling found a muddy hole in a rock, which even to thirsty men was not tempting. We returned and found Mr. Catherwood warming himself by the blaze of 3 or 4 young trees, which he had piled one upon another. The wind was at this time sweeping furiously over the plain. Night was approaching. We had not eaten anything since morning. Our small stock of provisions was in unsafe hands, and we began to fear that none would be forthcoming. Our mules were as badly off. The pasture was so poor that they required a wide range, and we let all go loose except my poor macho, which, from certain roving propensities acquired before he came into my possession, we were obliged to fasten to a tree. It was some time after dark when Santiago appeared with the alforgas of provisions on his back. He had gone back 6 miles when he found the track of Juan's foot, one of the squarest ever planted, and followed it to a wretched hut in the woods, at which we had expected to stop. We had lost nothing by not stopping. All they could get to bring away was 4 eggs. We supped, piled up our trunks to windward, spread our mats, lay down, gazed for a few moments at the stars, and fell asleep. During the night the wind changed, and we were almost blown away. End of section 16. Section 17 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. The next morning, preparatory to entering once more upon habitable regions, we made our toilet. That is, we hung a looking-glass on the branch of a tree, and shaved the upper lip and a small part of the chin. At 7:15 we started, having eaten up our last fragment. Since we left Guista we had not seen a human being. The country was still desolate and dreary. There was not a breath of air. Hills, mountains, and plains were all barren and stony. But as the sun peeped above the horizon, its beams gladdened the scene of barrenness. For 2 hours we ascended a barren, stony mountain. Even before this, the desolate frontier had seemed almost an impregnable barrier. But Alvarado had crossed it to penetrate an unknown country teeming with enemies, and twice a Mexican army has invaded Central America. At 10:30 we reached the top of the mountain, and on a line before us saw the church of Zapolutla, the first village in Mexico. Here our apprehensions revived from want of a passport. Our great object was to reach Comitan and there bide the brunt. Approaching the village, we avoided the road that led through the plaza, and, leaving the luggage to get along as it could, hurried through the suburbs, startled some women and children, and before our entry was known at the cabildo we were beyond the village. We rode briskly for about a mile, and then stopped to breathe. An immense weight was removed from our minds, and we welcomed each other to Mexico. Coming in from the desolate frontier, it opened upon us like an old, long-settled, civilized, quiet, and well-governed country. 4 hours' ride over an arid and sandy plain brought us to Comitan. Santiago, being a deserter from the Mexican army, afraid of being caught, left us in the suburbs to return alone across the desert we had passed, and we rode into the plaza. In one of the largest houses fronting it lived an American. Part of the front was occupied as a shop, and behind the counter was a man whose face called up the memory of home. I asked him in English if his name was McKinney, and he answered, "Si, senor." I put several other questions in English, which he answered in Spanish. The sounds were familiar to him, yet it was some time before he could fully comprehend that he was listening to his native tongue. But when he did, and understood that I was a countryman, it awakened feelings to which he had long been a stranger, and he received us as one in whom absence had only strengthened the links that bound him to his country. Dr. James McKinney, whose unpretending name is in Comitan transformed to the imposing one of Don Santiago Maquene, was a native of Westmoreland County, Virginia, and went out to Tabasco to pass a winter for the benefit of his health and the practice of his profession. Circumstances induced him to make a journey into the interior, and he established himself at Ciudad Real. At the time of the cholera in Central America he went to Quetzaltenango, where he was employed by the government, and lived 2 years on intimate terms with the unfortunate General Guzman, whom he described as one of the most gentlemanly, amiable, intelligent, and best men in the country. He afterward returned to Comitan, and married a lady of a once rich and powerful family, but stripped of a portion of its wealth by a revolution only 2 years before. In the division of what was left, the house on the plaza fell to his share, and, disliking the practice of his profession, he abandoned it and took to selling goods. Like every other stranger in the country, by reason of constant wars and revolutions, he had become nervous. He had none of this feeling when he first arrived, and at the time of the first revolution in Ciudad Real he stood in the plaza looking on, when 2 men were shot down by his side. Fortunately he took them into a house to dress their wounds, and during this time the attacking party forced their way into the plaza and cut down every man in it. Up to this place we had traveled on the road to Mexico. Here Pawling was to leave us and go to the capital. Palenque lay on our right, toward the coast of the Atlantic. The road Dr. McKinney described as more frightful than any we had yet traveled, and there were other difficulties. War was again in our way, and while all the rest of Mexico was quiet, Tabasco and Yucatan, the 2 points in our journey, were in a state of revolution. This might have disturbed us greatly, but for another difficulty. It was necessary to present ourselves at Ciudad Real, 3 days' journey directly out of our road, to procure a passport, without which we could not travel in any part of the Mexican Republic. And serious as these things were, they merged in a third, that is, the government of Mexico had issued a peremptory order to prevent all strangers visiting the ruins of Palenque. Dr. McKinney told us of his own knowledge that 3 Belgians, sent out on a scientific expedition by the Belgian government, had gone to Ciudad Real expressly to ask permission to visit them, and had been refused. These communications damped somewhat the satisfaction of our arrival in Comitan. By Dr. McKinney's advice, we presented ourselves immediately to the commandant, who had a small garrison of about 30 men, well uniformed and equipped, and, compared with the soldiers of Central America, giving me a high opinion of the Mexican army. I showed him my passport and a copy of the government paper of Guatemala, which fortunately stated that I intended going to Campeche to embark for the United States. With great courtesy he immediately undertook to relieve us from the necessity of presenting ourselves in person at Ciudad Real, and offered to send a courier to the governor for a passport. This was a great point, but still there would be detention, and by his advice we called upon the prefeto, who received us with the same courtesy, regretted the necessity of embarrassing my movements, showed us a copy of the order of the government, which was imperative, and made no exceptions in favor of special confidential agents. He was really anxious, however, to serve us, said he was willing to incur some responsibility, and would consult with the commandant. We left him with a warm appreciation of the civility and good feeling of the Mexican officials, and satisfied that, whatever might be the result, they were disposed to pay great respect to their neighbors of the north. The next morning the prefeto sent back the passport with a courteous message that considered me in the same light as if I had come accredited to their own government, would be happy to render me every facility in their power, and that Mexico was open to me to travel which way I pleased. Thus one great difficulty was removed. I recommend all who wish to travel to get an appointment from Washington. As to the revolutions, after having gone through the crash of a Central American, we were not to be put back by a Mexican, but the preventive order against visiting the ruins of Palenque was not so easily disposed of. If we made an application for permission, we felt sure of the good disposition of the local authorities, but if they had no discretion, were bound by imperative orders and obliged to refuse, it would be uncourteous and improper to make the attempt. At the same time, it was discouraging, in the teeth of Dr. McKinney's information, to undertake the journey without. To be obliged to retrace our steps and make the long journey to the capital to ask permission would be terrible. But we learned that the ruins were removed some distance from any habitation. We did not believe that in the midst of a formidable revolution the government had any spare soldiers to station there as a guard. From what we knew of other ruins, we had reason to believe that the place was entirely desolate. We might be on the ground before anyone knew we were in the neighborhood, and then make terms either to remain or evacuate, as the case might require. And it was worth the risk if we got 1 day's quiet possession. With this uncertain prospect, we immediately commenced repairing and making preparations for our journey. The comfort of finding ourselves at this distant place in the house of a countryman can hardly be appreciated. In dress, manner, appearance, habits, and feelings, the doctor was as natural as if we had met him at home. The only difference was his language, which he could not speak connectedly, but interlarded it with Spanish expressions. He moved among the people, but he was not of them, and the only tie that bound him was a dark-eyed Spanish beauty, one of the few that I saw in that country for whom a man might forget kindred and home. He was anxious to leave the country, but was trammelled by a promise made his mother-in-law not to do so during her life. He lived, however, in such constant anxiety that he hoped she would release him. Comitan, the frontier town of Chiapas, contains a population of about 10,000. It has a superb church and well-filled convent of Dominican friars. The better classes, as in Central America, have dwelling houses in the town, and derive their subsistence from the products of their haciendas, which they visit from time to time. It is a place of considerable trade, and has become so by the effect of bad laws; for, in consequence of the heavy duties on regular importations at the Mexican ports of entry, most of the European goods consumed in this region are smuggled in from Belize and Guatimala. The proceeds of confiscations and the perquisites of officers are such an important item of revenue that the officers are vigilant, and the day before we arrived, 20 or 30 mule loads that had been seized were brought into Comitan. But the profits are so large that smuggling is a regular business, and the risk of seizure being considered one of the expenses of carrying it on. The whole community, not excepting the revenue officers, are interested in it, and its effect upon public morals is deplorable. The markets, however, are but poorly supplied, as we found. We sent for a washerwoman, but there was no soap in the town. We wanted our mules shod, but there was only iron enough to shoe one. Buttons for pantaloons, in size, made up for other deficiencies. The want of soap was a deplorable circumstance. For several days we had indulged in the pleasing expectation of having our sheets washed. The reader may perhaps consider us particular, as it was only 3 weeks since we left Guatimala, but we had slept in wretched cabildos and on the ground, and they had become of a very doubtful color. In time of trouble, however, commend me to the sympathy of a countryman. Don Santiago, alias Dr. McKinney, stood by us in our hour of need, provided us with soap, and our sheets were purified. I have omitted a circumstance which, from the time of our arrival in the country, we had noticed as extraordinary. The horses and mules are never shod, except perhaps a few pleasure horses used for riding about the streets of Guatimala. On the road, however, we were advised, after we had set out, that it was proper to have ours shod, but there was no good blacksmith except at Quetzaltenango, and as we were at that place during a fiesta, he would not work. In crossing long ranges of stony mountains, not one of them suffered except Mr. Catherwood's riding mule, and her hoofs were worn down even with the flesh. Pawling's difficulties were now over. I procured for him a separate passport, and he had before him a clear road to Mexico. But his interest had been awakened. He was loath to leave us, and after a long consultation and deliberation, resolved that he would go with us to Palenque. Chapter 15. Parting. Sotana. A millionaire. Ocosingo. Ruins. Beginning of the rainy season. A female guide. Arrival at the ruins. Stone figures. Pyramidal structures. An arch. A stucco ornament. A wooden lintel. A curious cave. Buildings, etc. A causeway. More ruins. Journey to Palenque. Rio Grande. Cascades. Succession of villages. A maniac. The Yahalon. Tumbala. A wild place. A scene of grandeur and sublimity. Indian carriers. A steep mountain. San Pedro. On the 1st of May, with a bustle and confusion like those of May Day at home, we moved out of Don Santiago's house, mounted, and bade him farewell. Doubtless his daily routines have not since been broken by the visit of a countryman, and communication is so difficult that he never hears from home. He charged us with messages to his friend Dr. Coleman, United States Consul at Tabasco, who was then dead, and the reader will perhaps feel for him when I mention that probably a copy of this work, which I intend to send him, will never reach his hands. I must pass over the next stage of our journey, which was through a region less mountainous, but not less solitary than that we had already traversed. The first afternoon we stopped at the hacienda of Sotona, belonging to a brother-in-law of Don Santiago, in a soft and lovely valley, with a chapel attached, and bell that at evening called the Indian workmen, women, and children to vesper prayers. The next day, at the abode of Padre Solis, a rich old cura, short and broad, living on a fine hacienda, we dined off solid silver dishes, drank out of silver cups, and washed in a silver basin. He had lived at Palenque, talked of candones or unbaptized Indians, and wanted to buy my macho, promising to keep him till he died, and the only thing that relieves me from self-reproach in not securing him such pasture grounds is the recollection of the padre's weight. At 4 o'clock on the 3rd day we reached Ocosingo, likewise in a beautiful situation, surrounded by mountains, with a large church, and in the wall of the yard we noticed 2 sculptured figures from the ruins we proposed to visit, somewhat in the same style as those at Copan. In the centre of the square was a magnificent ceiba tree. We rode up to the house of Don Manuel Pasada, the prefect, which, with an old woman servant, we had entirely to ourselves, the family being at his hacienda. The house was a long enclosure, with a shed in front, and furnished with bedsteads made of reeds split in 2, and supported on sticks resting in the ground. The alcalde was a mestizo, very civil, and glad to see us, and spoke of the neighbouring ruins in the most extravagant terms, but said they were so completely buried in El Monte that it would require a party of men for 2 or 3 days to cut a way to them, and he laid great stress upon a cave, the mouth of which was completely choked up with stones, and which communicated by a subterraneous passage with the old city of Palenque, about 150 miles distant. He added that if we would wait a few days to make preparations, he and all the village would go with us, and make a thorough exploration. We told him that first we wished to make preliminary observations, and he promised us a guide for the next morning. That night broke upon us the opening storm of the rainy season. Peals of crashing thunder reverberated from the mountains. Lightning illuminated with fearful flashes the darkness of night. Rain poured like a deluge upon our thatched roof, and the worst mountains in the whole road were yet to be crossed. All our efforts to anticipate the rainy season had been fruitless. In the morning dark clouds still obscured the sky, but they fell back and hid themselves before the beams of the rising sun. The grass and trees, parched by 6 months' drought, started into a deeper green, and the hills and mountains seemed glad. The alcalde, I believe, vexed at our not being willing to make an immediate affair of exploring the ruins, had gone away for the day without sending us any guide, and leaving word that all the men were engaged in repairing the church. We endeavoured to entice one of them away, but unsuccessfully. Returning, we found that our piazza was the schoolhouse of the village. Half a dozen children were sitting on a bench, and the schoolmaster, half tipsy, was educating them, that is, teaching them to repeat by rote the formal parts of the church service. We asked him to help us, but he advised us to wait a day or two. In that country nothing could be done violente. We were excessively vexed at the prospect of losing the day, and at the moment when we thought we had nothing left but to submit, a little girl came to tell us that a woman, on whose hacienda the ruins were, was then about going to visit it, and offered to escort us. Her horse was already standing before the door, and before our mules were ready she rode over for us. We paid our respects, gave her a good cigar, and lighting all around, set out. She was a pleasant mestizo, and had a son with her, a fine lad about 15. We started at 9:30, and after a hot and sultry ride, at 20 minutes past 11, reached her rancho. It was a mere hut, made of poles and plastered with mud, but the situation was one of those that warmed us to country life. Our kind guide sent with us her son and an Indian with his machete, and in half an hour we were at the ruins. Soon after leaving the rancho, and at nearly a mile distant, we saw on a high elevation, through openings in the trees growing around it, one of the buildings of Tonila, the Indian name in this region for stone houses. Approaching it, we passed on the plain in front 2 stone figures lying on the ground, with the faces upward. They were well carved, but the characters were somewhat faded by long exposure to the elements, although still distinct. Leaving them, we rode on to the foot of a high structure, probably a fortress, rising in a pyramidal form with 5 spacious terraces. These terraces had all been faced with stone and stuccoed, but in many places they were broken and overgrown with grass and shrubs. Taking advantage of one of the broken parts, we rode up the first pitch, and, following the platform of the terrace, ascended by another breach to the second, and in the same way to the third. There we tied our horses and climbed up on foot. On the top was a pyramidal structure overgrown with trees, supporting the building which we had seen from the plain below. Among the trees were several wild lemons, loaded with fruit and of a very fine flavour, which, if not brought there by the Spaniards, must be indigenous. The building is 50 feet front and 35 feet deep. It is constructed of stone and lime, and the whole front was once covered with stucco, of which part of the cornice and mouldings still remain. The entrance is by a doorway 10 feet wide, which leads into a sort of antechamber, on each side of which is a small doorway leading into an apartment 10 feet square. The walls of these apartments were once covered with stucco, which had fallen down. Part of the roof had given way, and the floor was covered with ruins. In one of them was the same pitchy substance we had noticed in the sepulchre at Copan. The roof was formed of stones lapping over in the usual style, and forming as near an approach to the arch as was made by the architects of the old world. In the back wall of the centre chamber was a doorway of the same size with that in front, which led to an apartment without any partitions, but in the centre was an oblong enclosure 18 feet by 11, which was manifestly intended as the most important part of the edifice. The door was choked up with ruins to within a few feet of the top, but over it, and extending along the whole front of the structure, was a large stucco ornament, which at first impressed us most forcibly by its striking resemblance to the winged globe over the doors of Egyptian temples. Part of this ornament had fallen down, and striking the heap of rubbish underneath, had rolled beyond the door of entrance. We endeavoured to roll it back and restore it to its place, but it proved too heavy for the strength of 4 men and a boy. The part which remains is represented in the engraving, and differs in detail from the winged globe. The wings are reversed. There is a fragment of a circular ornament which may have been intended for a globe, but there are no remains of serpents entwining it. There was another surprising feature in this door. The lintel was a beam of wood. Of what species we did not know, but our guide said it was of the sapote tree. It was so hard that, on being struck, it rang like metal, and perfectly sound, without a wormhole or other symptom of decay. The surface was smooth and even, and from a very close examination we were of the opinion that it must have been trimmed with an instrument of metal. The opening under this doorway was what the alcalde had intended as the mouth of the cave that led to Palenque, and which, by the way, he had told us was so completely buried in El Monte that it would require 2 days' digging and clearing to reach it. Our guide laughed at the ignorance prevailing in the village in regard to the difficulty of reaching it, but stoutly maintained the story that it led to Palenque. We could not prevail on him to enter it. A short cut to Palenque was exactly what we wanted. I took off my coat, and lying down on my breast, began to crawl under. When I had advanced about half the length of my body, I heard a hideous hissing noise, and starting back, saw a pair of small eyes which in the darkness shone like balls of fire. The precise portion of time that I employed in backing out is not worth mentioning. My companions had heard the noise, and the guide said it was un tigre. I thought it was a wildcat, but whatever it was, we determined to have a shot at it. We took it for granted that the animal would dash past us, and in a few moments our guns and pistols, swords and machetes were ready. Taking our positions, Pawling, standing close against the wall, thrust under a long pole, and with a horrible noise out fluttered a huge turkey buzzard, which flapped itself through the building and took refuge in another chamber. This peril over, I renewed the attempt, and holding a candle before me, quickly discovered the whole extent of the cave that led to Palenque. It was a chamber corresponding with the dimensions given of the outer walls. The floor was encumbered with rubbish 2 or 3 feet deep. The walls were covered with stuccoed figures, among which that of a monkey was conspicuous, and against the back wall, among curious and interesting ornaments, were 2 figures of men in profile, with their faces toward each other, well drawn and as large as life, but the feet concealed by the rubbish on the floor. Mr. Catherwood crawled in to make a drawing of them, but on account of the smoke from the candles, the closeness and excessive heat, it was impossible to remain long enough. In general appearance and character, they were the same as we afterward saw carved on stone at Palenque. By means of a tree growing close against the wall of this building, I climbed to the top, and saw another edifice very near, and on top of a still higher structure. We climbed up to this, and found it of the same general plan, but more dilapidated. Descending, we passed between 2 other buildings on pyramidal elevations, and came out upon an open table which had probably once been the site of the city. It was protected on all sides by the same high terraces, overlooking for a great distance the whole country round, and rendering it impossible for an enemy to approach from any quarter without being discovered. Across the table was a high and narrow causeway, which seemed partly natural and partly artificial, and at some distance on which was a mound with the foundations of a building that had probably been a tower. Beyond this the causeway extended till it joined a range of mountains. From the few Spanish books within my reach, I have not been able to learn anything whatever of the history of this place, whether it existed at the time of the conquest or not. I am inclined to think, however, that it did, and that mention is made of it in some Spanish authors. At all events, there was no place we had seen which gave us such an idea of the vastness of the works erected by the aboriginal inhabitants. Pressed as we were, we determined to remain and make a thorough exploration. It was nearly dark when we returned to the village. Immediately we called upon the alcalde, but found on the very threshold detention and delay. He repeated the schoolmaster's warning that nothing could be done violente. It would take 2 days to get together men and implements, and these last of the kind necessary could not be had at all. There was not a crowbar in the place, but the alcalde said one could be made, and in the same breath that there was no iron. There was half a blacksmith, but no iron nearer than Tabasco, about 8 or 10 days' journey. While we were with him, another terrible storm came on. We hurried back in the midst of it, and determined forthwith to push on to Palenque. I am strongly of opinion that there is at this place much to reward the future traveller. We were told that there were other ruins about 10 leagues distant along the same range of mountains, and it has additional interest in our eyes from the circumstance that this would be the best point from which to attempt the discovery of the mysterious city seen from the top of the Cordilleras. End of section 17. Section 18 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. At Ocosingo we were in the line of travel of Captain Dupaix, whose great work on Mexican antiquities, published in Paris in 1834-35, awakened the attention of the learned in Europe. His expedition to Palenque was made in 1807. He reached this place from the city of Mexico, under a commission from the government, attended by a draftsman and secretary, and part of a regiment of dragoons. Palenque, he says, is 8 days' march from Ocosingo. The journey is very fatiguing. The roads, if they can be so called, are only narrow and difficult paths, which wind across mountains and precipices, and which it is necessary to follow sometimes on mules, sometimes on foot, sometimes on the shoulders of Indians, and sometimes in hammocks. In some places it is necessary to pass on bridges, or rather trunks of trees badly secured, and over lands covered with wood, desert, and dispeopled, and to sleep in the open air, excepting a very few villages and huts. Quote, "We had with us 30 or 40 vigorous Indians to carry our luggage and hammocks. After having experienced in this long and painful journey every kind of fatigue and discomfort, we arrived, thank God, at the village of Palenque." End quote. This was now the journey before us, and according to the stages we had arranged, to avoid sleeping out at night, it was to be made in 5 instead of 8 days. The terrible rains of the 2 preceding nights had infected us with a sort of terror, and Pawling was completely shaken in his purpose of continuing with us. The people of the village told him that after the rains had fairly set in, it would be impossible to return, and in the morning, though reluctantly, he determined abruptly to leave us and go back. We were very unwilling to part with him, but under the circumstances could not urge him to continue. Our luggage and little traps, which we had used in common, were separated. Mr. Catherwood bade him good bye and rode on, but while mounted and in the act of shaking hands to pursue our opposite roads, I made him a proposition, which induced him again to change his determination, at the risk of remaining on the other side of the mountains until the rainy season was over. In a few minutes we overtook Mr. Catherwood. The fact is, we had some apprehensions from the badness of the roads. Our route lay through an Indian country, in parts of which the Indians bore a notoriously bad character. We had no dragoons, our party of attendants was very small, and in reality we had not a single man upon whom we could rely, under which state of things Pawling's pistols and double-barreled gun were a matter of some consequence. We left Ocosingo at 8:15. So little impression did any of our attendants make upon me that I have entirely forgotten every one of them. Indeed, this was the case throughout the journey. In other countries, a Greek muleteer, an Arab boatman, or a Bedouin guide was a companion. Here the people had no character, and nothing in which we took any interest except their backs. Each Indian carried, beside his burden, a net bag containing his provisions for the road, that is, a few tortillas and large balls of mashed Indian corn wrapped in leaves. A drinking cup being half a calabash, he carried sometimes on the crown of his head. At every stream he filled his cup with water, into which he stirred some of his corn, making a sort of cold porridge, and this throughout the country is the staff of life for the Indian on a journey. In half an hour we passed at some distance on our right large mounds, formerly structures which formed part of the old city. At 9 o'clock we crossed the Rio Grande or Huacachahul, following some distance on the bank, and passed 3 cascades spreading over the rocky bed of the river, unique and peculiar in beauty, and probably many more of the same character were breaking unnoticed and unknown in the wilderness through which it rolled. But turning up a rugged mountain, we lost sight of it. The road was broken and mountainous. We did not meet a single person, and at 3 o'clock, moving in a north-northwest direction, we entered the village of Huacachahul, standing in an open situation, surrounded by mountains and peopled entirely by Indians, wilder and more savage than any we had yet seen. The men were without hats, but wore their long black hair reaching to their shoulders, and the old men and women, with harsh and haggard features and dark rolling eyes, had a most unbaptized appearance. They gave us no greetings, and their wild but steady glare made us feel a little nervous. A collection of naked boys and girls called Mr. Catherwood Tata, mistaking him for a padre. We had some misgivings when we put the village behind us, and felt ourselves enclosed in the country of wild Indians. We stopped an hour near a stream, and at 6:30 arrived at Chillon, where, to our surprise and pleasure, we found a sub-prefect, a white man, and intelligent, who had traveled to San Salvador and knew General Morazan. He was very anxious to know whether there was any revolution in Ciudad Real, as, with a pliancy becoming an office holder, he wished to give in his adhesion to the new government. The next morning, at 7:15, we started with a new set of Indians. The road was good to Yahalon, which we reached at 10 o'clock. Before entering it, we met a young Indian girl with her father, of extraordinary beauty of face, in the costume of the country, but with a modest expression of countenance, which we all particularly remarked as evidence of her innocence and unconsciousness of anything wrong in her appearance. Every village we passed was most picturesque in position, and here the church was very effective. As in the preceding villages, it was undergoing repairs. Here we were obliged to take another set of Indians, and perhaps we should have lost the day but for the padre, who called off some men working at the church. At 11:15 we set off again. At 1:15 we stopped at the side of a stream to lunch. At this place a young Indian overtook us, with a very intelligent face, who seated himself beside me and said, in remarkably good Spanish, that we must beware of the Indians. I gave him some tortillas. He broke off a small piece, and holding it in his fingers, looked at me, and with great emphasis said he had eaten enough. It was of no use to eat. He ate all he could get, and did not grow fat, and thrusting his livid face into mine, told me to see how thin he was. His face was calm, but one accidental expression betrayed him as a maniac, and I now noticed in his face and all over his body white spots of leprosy, and started away from him. I endeavored to persuade him to go back to the village, but he said it made no difference whether he went to the village or not. He wanted a remedio for his thinness. Soon after we came upon the banks of the river of Yahalon. It was excessively hot, the river as pure as water could be, and we stopped and had a delightful bath. After this we commenced ascending a steep mountain, and when high up saw the poor crazed young Indian standing in the same place on the bank of the river. At 5:30, after a toilsome ascent, we reached the top of the mountain, and rode along the borders of a table of land several thousand feet high, looking down into an immense valley, and, turning to the left around the corner of the forest, entered the outskirts of Tumbala. The huts were distributed among high, rugged, and picturesque rocks, which had the appearance of having once formed the crater of a volcano. Drunken Indians were lying in the path, so that we had to turn out to avoid treading on them. Riding through a narrow passage between these high rocks, we came out upon a corner of the lofty perpendicular table several thousand feet high, on which stood the village of Tumbala. In front were the church and convent. The square was filled with wild-looking Indians preparing for a fiesta, and on the very corner of the immense table was a high conical peak, crowned with the ruins of a church. Altogether it was the wildest and most extraordinary place we had yet seen, and though not consecrated by associations, for unknown ages it had been the site of an Indian village. It was one of the circumstances of our journey in this country that every hour and day produced something new. We never had any idea of the character of the place we were approaching until we entered it, and one surprise followed close upon another. On one corner of the table of land stood the cabildo. The justicia was the brother of our silver dish friend, Padre Solis, as poor and energetic as the padre was rich and inert. At the last village we had been told that it would be impossible to procure Indians for the next day on account of the fiesta, and had made up our minds to remain. But my letters from the Mexican authorities were so effective that immediately the justicia held a parley with 40 or 50 Indians, and breaking off occasionally to cuff one of them, our journey was arranged through to Palenque in 3 days, and the money paid and distributed. Although the wildness of the Indians made us feel a little uncomfortable, we almost regretted this unexpected promptness, but the justicia told us that we had come at a fortunate moment, for many of the Indians of San Pedro, who were notoriously a bad set, were then in the village, but he could select those he knew, and would send an alguazil of his own with us all the way. As he did not give us any encouragement to remain, and seemed anxious to hurry us on, we made no objections, and in our anxiety to reach the end of our journey, had a superstitious apprehension of the effect of any voluntary delay. With the little of daylight that remained, he conducted us along the same path trodden by the Indians centuries before, to the top of the cone rising at the corner of the table of land, from which we looked down on one side into an immense ravine several thousand feet in depth, and on the other, over the top of a great mountain range, we saw the village of San Pedro, the end of our next day's journey, and beyond, over the range of the mountains of Palenque, the Lake of Terminos and the Gulf of Mexico. It was one of the grandest, wildest, and most sublime scenes I ever beheld. On the top were ruins of a church and tower, probably once used as a lookout, and near it were 13 crosses erected over the bodies of Indians who, a century before, tied the hands and feet of the curate and threw him down the precipice, and were killed and buried on the spot. Every year new crosses are set up over their bodies to keep alive in the minds of the Indians the fate of murderers. All around, on almost inaccessible mountain heights, and in the deepest ravines, the Indians have their milpas, or corn patches, living almost as when the Spaniards broke in upon them, and the justicia pointed with his finger to a region still occupied by the unbaptized, the same strange people whose mysterious origin no man knows, and whose destiny no man can foretell. Among all the wild scenes of our hurried tour, none is more strongly impressed upon my mind than this, but with the untamed Indians around, Mr. Catherwood was too much excited and too nervous to attempt to make a sketch of it. At dark we returned to the cabildo, which was decorated with evergreens for the fiesta, and at one end was a table with a figure of the Virgin, fantastically dressed, sitting under an arbor of pine leaves. In the evening we visited the padre, the delegate of Padre Solis, a gentlemanly young man from Ciudad Real, who was growing as round and bade fair to grow as rich out of this village as Padre Solis himself. He and the justicia were the only white men in the place. We returned to the cabildo. The Indians came in to bid the justicia buenos noches, kissed the back of his hand, and we were left to ourselves. Before daylight we were roused by an eruption of Indian carriers with lighted torches, who, while we were still in bed, began tying on the covers of our trunks to carry them off. At this place the mechanic arts are lower than in any other we had visited. There was not a rope of any kind in the village. The fastenings of the trunks and the straps to go round the forehead were all of bark strings, and here it was customary for those who intended to cross the mountains to take hamacas or sillas, the former being a cushioned chair with a long pole at each end, to be borne by 4 Indians before and behind, the traveller sitting with his face to the side, and, as the justicia told us, only used by very heavy men and padres, and the latter an armchair to be carried on the back of an Indian. We had a repugnance to this mode of conveyance, considering, though unwilling to run any risk, that where an Indian could climb with one of us on his back, we could climb alone, and set out without either silla or hamaca. Immediately from the village road, which was a mere opening through the trees, commenced descending, and very soon we came to a road of palos or sticks, like a staircase, so steep that it was dangerous to ride down them. But for these sticks, in the rainy season, the road would be utterly impassable. Descending constantly, at a little after 12, we reached a small stream where the Indians washed their sweating bodies. From the banks of this river we commenced ascending the steepest mountain I ever knew. Riding was out of the question, and encumbered with sword and spurs, and leading our mules, which sometimes held back and sometimes sprang upon us, the toil was excessive. Every few minutes we were obliged to stop and lean against a tree, or sit down. The Indians did not speak a word of any language but their own. We could hold no communication whatever with them, and could not understand how far it was to the top. At length we saw, up a steep pitch before us, a rude cross, which we hailed as being the top of the mountain. We climbed up to it, and after resting a moment, mounted our mules, but before riding 100 yards the descent began, and immediately we were obliged to dismount. The descent was steeper than the ascent. In a certain college in our country, a chair was transmitted as an heirloom to the laziest man in the senior class. One held it by unanimous consent, but he was seen running downhill, was tried and found guilty, but avoided sentence by the frank avowal that a man pushed him, and he was too lazy to stop himself. So it was with us. It was harder work to resist than to give way. Our mules came tumbling after us, and after a most rapid, hot, and fatiguing descent, we reached a stream covered with leaves and insects. Here 2 of our Indians left us to return that night to Tumbala. Our labor was excessive. What must it have been to them? Though probably accustomed to carry loads from their boyhood, they suffered less than we, and the freedom of their naked limbs relieved them from the heat and confinement which we suffered from clothes wet with perspiration. It was the hottest day we had experienced in the country. We had a further violent descent through woods of almost impenetrable thickness, and at 4:15 reached San Pedro. Looking back over the range we had just crossed, we saw Tumbala and the towering point on which we stood the evening before, on a right line, only a few miles distant, but by the road 27. If a bad name could kill a place, San Pedro was damned. From the hacienda of Padre Solis to Tumbala, every one we met cautioned us against the Indians of San Pedro. Fortunately, however, nearly the whole village had gone to the feet at Tumbala. There was no alcalde, no alguacils. A few Indians were lying about in a state of utter nudity, and when we looked into the huts, the women ran away, probably alarmed at seeing men with pantaloons. The cabildo was occupied by a travelling party, with cargoes of sugar for Tabasco. The leaders of the party and owners of the cargoes were 2 mestizos, having servants well armed, with whom we formed an acquaintance and tacit alliance. One of the best houses was empty. The proprietor, with his family and household furniture, except reed bedsteads fixed in the ground, had gone to the fiesta. We took possession and piled our luggage inside. Without giving us any notice, our men deserted us to return to Tumbala, and we were left alone. We could not speak the language, and could get nothing for the mules or for ourselves to eat. But through the leader of the sugar party we learned that a new set of men would be forthcoming in the morning to take us on. With the heat and fatigue I had a violent headache. The mountain for the next day was worse, and, afraid of the effort and of the danger of breaking down on the road, Mr. C. and Pawling endeavoured to procure a hamaca or silla, which was promised for the morning. Chapter 16. A wild country, ascent of a mountain, ride in a silla, a precarious situation, the descent, rancho of Nopa, attacks of mosquitoes, approach to Palenque, pasture grounds, village of Palenque, a crusty official, a courteous reception, scarcity of provisions, Sunday, cholera, another countryman, the conversion, apostasy, and recovery of the Indians, river Chacanal, the Caribs, ruins of Palenque. Early the next morning the sugar party started, and at 5 minutes before 7 we followed, with silla and men. Altogether our party swelled to 20 Indians. The country through which we were now travelling was as wild as before the Spanish conquest, and without a habitation until we reached Palenque. The road was through a forest so overgrown with brush and underwood as to be impenetrable, and the branches were trimmed barely high enough to admit a man's travelling under them on foot, so that on the backs of our mules we were constantly obliged to bend our bodies, and even to dismount. In some places, for a great distance around, the woods seemed killed by the heat, the foliage withered, the leaves dry and crisp, as if burned by the sun, and a tornado had swept the country, of which no mention was made in the San Pedro papers. We met 3 Indians carrying clubs in their hands, naked except a small piece of cotton cloth around the loins, and passing between their legs. One of them, young, tall, and of admirable symmetry of form, looking the free-born gentleman of the woods. Shortly afterward we passed a stream where naked Indians were setting rude nets for fish, wild and primitive as in the first ages of savage life. At 20 minutes past 10 we commenced ascending a mountain. It was very hot, and I can give no idea of the toil of ascending these mountains. Our mules could barely clamber up with their saddles only. We disencumbered ourselves of sword, spurs, and all useless trappings, in fact, came down to shirt and pantaloons, and as near the condition of the Indians as we could. Our procession would have been a spectacle in Broadway. First were 4 Indians, each with a rough ox-hide box, secured by an iron chain and large padlock, on his back. Then Juan, with only a hat and pair of thin cotton drawers, driving 2 spare mules, and carrying a double-barreled gun over his naked shoulders. Then ourselves, each one driving before him or leading his own mule. Then an Indian carrying the silla, with relief carriers, and several boys bearing small bags of provisions. The Indians of the silla being much surprised at our not using them according to contract and the price paid. Though toiling excessively, we felt a sense of degradation at being carried on a man's shoulders. At that time I was in the worst condition of the 3, and the night before had gone to bed at San Pedro without supper, which for any of us was sure evidence of being in a bad way. We had brought the silla with us merely as a measure of precaution, with much expectation of being obliged to use it. But at a steep pitch, which made my head almost burst to think of climbing, I resorted to it for the first time. It was a large, clumsy armchair, put together with wooden pins and bark strings. The Indian who was to carry me, like the others, was small, not more than 5 feet 7, very thin, but symmetrically formed. A bark strap was tied to the arms of the chair, and sitting down, he placed his back against the back of the chair, adjusted the length of the strings, and smoothed the bark across his forehead with a little cushion to relieve the pressure. An Indian on each side lifted it up, and the carrier rose on his feet, stood still a moment, threw me up once or twice to adjust me on his shoulders, and set off with one man on each side. It was a great relief, but I could feel every movement, even to the heaving of his chest. The ascent was one of the steepest on the whole road. In a few minutes he stopped and sent forth a sound, usual with Indian carriers, between a whistle and a blow, always painful to my ears, but which I never felt so disagreeably before. My face was turned backward. I could not see where he was going, but observed that the Indian on the left fell back. Not to increase the labor of carrying me, I sat as still as possible, but in a few minutes, looking over my shoulder, saw that we were approaching the edge of a precipice more than 1,000 feet deep. Here I became very anxious to dismount, but I could not speak intelligibly, and the Indians could or would not understand my signs. My carrier moved along carefully, with his left foot first, feeling that the stone on which he put it down was steady and secure before he brought up the other, and by degrees, after a particularly careful movement, brought both his feet up within half a step of the edge of the precipice, stopped, and gave a fearful whistle and blow. I rose and fell with every breath, felt his body trembling under me, and his knees seemed giving way. The precipice was awful, and the slightest irregular movement on my part might bring us both down together. I would have given him a release in full for the rest of the journey to be off his back, but he started again, and with the same care ascended several steps, so close to the edge that even on the back of a mule it would have been very uncomfortable. My fear lest he should break down or stumble was excessive. To my extreme relief, the path turned away, but I had hardly congratulated myself upon my escape before he descended a few steps. This was much worse than ascending. If he fell, nothing could keep me from going over his head, but I remained till he put me down of his own accord. The poor fellow was wet with perspiration and trembled in every limb. Another stood ready to take me up, but I had had enough. Pawling tried it, but only for a short time. It was bad enough to see an Indian toiling with a dead weight on his back, but to feel him trembling under one's own body, hear his hard breathing, see the sweat rolling down him, and feel the insecurity of the position, made this a mode of travelling which nothing but constitutional laziness and insensibility could endure. Walking, or rather climbing, stopping very often to rest, and riding when it was at all practicable, we reached a thatched shed, where we wished to stop for the night, but there was no water. We could not understand how far it was to Nopa, our intended stopping place, which we supposed to be on the top of the mountain. To every question the Indians answered una legua. Thinking it could not be much higher, we continued. For an hour more we had a very steep ascent, and then commenced a terrible descent. At this time the sun had disappeared, dark clouds overhung the woods, and thunder rolled heavily on the top of the mountain. As we descended, a heavy wind swept through the forest. The air was filled with dry leaves, branches were snapped and broken, trees bent, and there was every appearance of a violent tornado. To hurry down on foot was out of the question. We were so tired that it was impossible, and afraid of being caught on the mountain by a hurricane and deluge of rain, we spurred down as fast as we could go. It was a continued descent without any relief, stony and very steep. Very often the mules stopped, afraid to go on, and in one place the two empty mules bolted into the thick woods rather than proceed. Fortunately for the reader, this is our last mountain, and I can end honestly with a climax. It was the worst mountain I ever encountered in that or any other country, and under our apprehension of the storm, I will venture to say that no travelers ever descended in less time. At 5:15 we reached the plain. The mountain was hidden by clouds, and the storm was now raging above us. We crossed a river, and continuing along it through a thick forest, reached the rancho of Nopa. End of Section 18. Section 19 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. It was situated in a circular clearing about 100 feet in diameter, near the river, with the forest around so thick with brush and underwood that the mules could not penetrate it, and with no opening but for the passage of the road through it. The rancho was merely a pitched roof covered with palm leaves, and supported by 4 trunks of trees. All around were heaps of snail shells, and the ground of the rancho was several inches deep with ashes, the remains of fires for cooking them. We had hardly congratulated ourselves upon our arrival at such a beautiful spot before we suffered such an onslaught of mosquitoes as we had not before experienced in the country. We made a fire, and with appetites sharpened by a hard day's work, sat down on the grass to dispose of a San Pedro fowl, but we were obliged to get up, and while one hand was occupied with eatables, use the other to brush off the venomous insects. We soon saw that we had bad prospects for the night, lighted fires all around the rancho, and smoked inordinately. We were in no hurry to lie down, and sat till a late hour, consoling ourselves with the reflection that, but for the mosquitoes, our satisfaction would be beyond all bounds. The dark border of the clearing was lighted up by fireflies of extraordinary size and brilliancy, darting among the trees, not flashing and disappearing, but carrying a steady light, and, except that their course was serpentine, seeming like shooting stars. In different places there were 2 that remained stationary, emitting a pale but beautiful light, and seemed like rival bells holding levees. The fiery orbs darted from one to the other, and when one, more daring than the rest, approached too near, the coquette withdrew her light, and the flutterer went off. One, however, carried all before her, and at one time we counted 7 hovering around her. At length we prepared for sleep. Hammocks would leave us exposed on every side to the merciless attacks of the mosquitoes, and we spread our mats on the ground. We did not undress. Pawling, with a great deal of trouble, rigged his sheets into a mosquito net, but it was so hot that he could not breathe under them, and he roamed about or was in the river nearly all night. The Indians had occupied themselves in catching snails and cooking them for supper, and then lay down to sleep on the banks of the river. But at midnight, with sharp thunder and lightning, the rain broke in a deluge, and they all came under the shed and there they lay perfectly naked, mechanically, and without seeming to disturb themselves, slapping their bodies with their hands. The incessant hum and bite of the insects kept us in a constant state of wakefulness and irritation. Our bodies we could protect, but with a covering over the face, the heat was insufferable. Before daylight I walked to the river, which was broad and shallow, and stretched myself out on the gravelly bottom, where the water was barely deep enough to run over my body. It was the first comfortable moment I had had. My heated body became cooled, and I lay till daylight. When I rose to dress, they came upon me with appetites whetted by a spirit of vengeance. Our day's work had been tremendously hard, but the night's was worse. The morning air, however, was refreshing, and as day dawned our tormentors disappeared. Mr. Catherwood had suffered least, but in his restlessness he had lost from his finger a precious emerald ring, which he had worn for many years and prized for associations. We remained some time looking for it, and at length mounted and made our last start for Palenque. The road was level, but the woods were still as thick as on the mountain. At 11:15 we reached a path which led to the ruins or somewhere else. We had abandoned the intention of going directly to the ruins, for besides that we were in a shattered condition, we could not communicate at all with our Indians, and probably they did not know where the ruins were. At length we came out upon an open plain, and looked back at the range we had crossed, running off to Petén and the country of unbaptized Indians. As we advanced, we came into a region of fine pasture grounds, and saw herds of cattle. The grass showed the effects of early rains, and the picturesque appearance of the country reminded me of many a scene at home. But there was a tree of singular beauty that was a stranger, having a high naked trunk and spreading top, with leaves of vivid green covered with yellow flowers. Continuing carelessly, and stopping from time to time to enjoy the smiling view around, and realize our escape from the dark mountains behind, we rose upon a slight table of land, and saw the village before us, consisting of one grass-grown street, unbroken even by a mule path, with a few straggling white houses on each side, on a slight elevation at the further end a thatched church with a rude cross and belfry before it. A boy could roll on the grass from the church door out of the village. In fact, it was the most dead and alive place I ever saw. But coming from villages thronged with wild Indians, its air of repose was most grateful to us. In the suburbs were scattered Indian huts, and as we rode into the street, 8 or 10 white people, men and women, came out, more than we had seen since we left Comitan, and the houses had a comfortable and respectable appearance. In one of them lived the alcalde, a white man, about 60, dressed in white cotton drawers and shirt outside, respectable in his appearance, with a stoop in his shoulders, but the expression of his face was very doubtful. With what I intended as a most captivating manner, I offered him my passport, but we had disturbed him at his siesta. He had risen wrong side first, and looking me steadily in the face, he asked me what he had to do with my passport. This I could not answer, and he went on to say that he had nothing to do with it, and did not want to have. We must go to the prefeto. Then he turned round 2 or 3 times in a circle to show he did not care what we thought of him, and, as if conscious of what was passing in our minds, volunteered to add that complaints had been made against him before, but it was of no use, They couldn't remove him, and if they did, he did not care. This greeting at the end of our severe journey was rather discouraging, but it was important for us not to have any difficulty with this crusty official, and, endeavoring to hit a vulnerable point, told him that we wished to stop a few days to rest, and should be obliged to purchase many things. We asked him if there was any bread in the village. He answered, "No hay," there is none. "Corn?" "No hay." "Coffee?" "No hay." "Chocolate?" "No hay." His satisfaction seemed to increase as he was still able to answer "No hay," but our unfortunate inquiries for bread roused his ire. Innocently, and without intending any offence, we betrayed our disappointment, and Juan, looking out for himself, said that we could not eat tortillas. This he recurred to, repeated several times to himself, and to every newcomer said, with peculiar emphasis, "They can't eat tortillas." Following it up, he said there was an oven in the place, but no flour, and the baker went away 7 years before. The people there could do without bread. To change the subject, and determined not to complain, I threw out the conciliatory remark that, in all events, we were glad to escape from the rain on the mountains, which he answered by asking if we expected anything better in Palenque. And he repeated with great satisfaction an expression common in the mouths of Palenquians: "Tres meses de agua, 3 meses aguacero, y 3 meses del norte." 3 months rains, 3 months heavy showers, and 6 months north wind, which in that country brings cold and rain. Finding it impossible to hit a weak point, while the men were piling up the luggage, I rode to the prefeto, whose reception at that critical moment was most cheering and reviving. With habitual courtesy he offered me a chair and a cigar, and as soon as he saw my passport, said he had been expecting me for some time. This surprised me, and he added that Don Patricio had told him I was coming, which surprised me still more, as I did not remember any friend of that name, but soon learned that this imposing cognomen meant my friend Mr. Patrick Walker of Belize. This was the first notice of Mr. Walker and Captain Caddy I had received since Lieutenant Nichols brought to Guatemala the report that they had been speared by the Indians. They had reached Palenque by the Belize River and Lake of Petén without any other difficulties than from the badness of the roads, had remained 2 weeks at the ruins, and left for the Laguna and Yucatan. This was most gratifying intelligence, first, as it assured me of their safety, and second, as I gathered from it that there would be no impediment to our visiting the ruins. The apprehension of being met at the end of our toilsome journey with a peremptory exclusion had constantly disturbed us more or less, and sometimes weighed upon us like lead. We had determined to make no reference to the ruins until we had an opportunity of ascertaining our ground, and up to that moment I did not know but that all our labour was bootless. To heighten my satisfaction, the prefeto said that the place was perfectly quiet. It was in a retired nook which revolutions and political convulsions never reached. He had held his office 20 years, acknowledging as many different governments. I returned to make my report, and in regard to the old alcalde, in the language of a ward meeting manifesto, determined to ask for nothing but what was right, and to submit to nothing that was wrong. In this spirit we made a bold stand for some corn. The alcalde's "no hay" was but too true. The corn crop had failed, and there was an actual famine in the place. The Indians, with accustomed improvidence, had planted barely enough for the season, and this turning out bad, they were reduced to fruits, plantains, and roots instead of tortillas. Each white family had about enough for its own use, but none to spare. The shortness of the corn crop made everything else scarce, as they were obliged to kill their fowls and pigs from want of anything to feed them with. The alcalde, who, with his other offences, added that of being rich, was the only man in the place who had any to spare, and he was holding on for greater pressure. At Tumbala we had bought good corn at 30 ears for 6d. Here, with great difficulty, we prevailed upon the alcalde to spare us a little at 8 ears for a shilling, and these were so musty and worm-eaten that the mules would hardly touch them. At first it surprised us that some enterprising capitalist did not import several dollars' worth from Tumbala, but on going deeper into the matter, we found that the cost of transportation would not leave much profit, and besides, the course of exchange was against Palenque. A few backloads would overstock the market, for, as every white family was provided until the next crop came in, the Indians were the only persons who wished to purchase, and they had no money to buy with. The brunt of the famine fell upon us, and particularly upon our poor mules. Fortunately, however, there was good pasture, and not far off. We slipped the bridles at the door and turned them loose in the streets, but after making the circuit they came back in a body and poked their heads in at the door with an imploring look for corn. Our prospects were not very brilliant. Nevertheless, we had reached Palenque, and toward evening storms came on, with terrific thunder and lightning, which made us feel but too happy that our journey was over. The house assigned to us by the alcalde was next his own, and belonged to himself. It had a cucinera adjoining, and 2 Indian women, who did not dare look at us without permission from the alcalde. It had an earthen floor, 3 beds made of reeds, and a thatched roof, very good, except that over 2 of the beds it leaked. Under the peaked roof and across the top of the mud walls there was a floor made of poles, serving as a granary for the alcalde's mouldy corn, inhabited by industrious mice, which scratched, nibbled, squeaked, and sprinkled dust upon us all night. Nevertheless, we had reached Palenque and slept well. The next day was Sunday, and we hailed it as a day of rest. Heretofore in all my travels I had endeavored to keep it as such, but in this country I had found it impossible. The place was so tranquil and seemed in such a state of repose that, as the old alcalde passed the door, we ventured to wish him a good morning. But again he had got up wrong, and without answering our greeting, stopped to tell us that our mules were missing, and as this did not disturb us sufficiently, he added that they were probably stolen. But when he had got us fairly roused, and on the point of setting off to look for them, he said there was no danger, they had only gone for water, and would return of themselves. The village of Palenque, as we learned from the prefeto, was once a place of considerable importance. All the goods imported for Guatimala passed through it, but Belize had diverted that trade and destroyed its commerce, and but a few years before more than half the population had been swept off by the cholera. Whole families had perished, and their houses were desolate and falling to ruins. The church stood at the head of the street in the centre of a grassy square. On each side of the square were houses with the forest directly upon them, and being a little elevated in the plaza, we were on a line with the tops of the trees. The largest house on the square was deserted and in ruins. There were a dozen other houses occupied by white families, with whom, in the course of an hour's stroll, I became acquainted. It was but to stop before the door, and I received an invitation, "Pase adelante," "Walk in, captain," for which title I was indebted to the eagle on my hat. Each family had its hacienda in the neighbourhood, and in the course of an hour I knew all that was going on in Palenque. That is, I knew that nothing was going on. At the upper end of the square, commanding this scene of quiet, was the house of an American named William Brown. It was a strange place for the abode of an American, and Mr. Brown was a regular go-ahead American. In the great lottery he had drawn a Palenquian wife, which in that quiet place probably saved him from dying of ennui. What first took him to the country I do not know, but he had an exclusive privilege to navigate the Tabasco River by steam, and would have made a fortune, but his steamboat foundered on the second trip. He then took to cutting logwood on a new plan, and came very near making another fortune, but something went wrong. At the time of our visit he was engaged in canaling a short cut to the sea to connect two rivers near his hacienda. To the astonishment of the Palenquians, he was always busy, when he might live quietly on his hacienda in the summer and pass his winters in the village. Very much to our regret, he was not then in the village. It would have been interesting to meet a countryman of his stamp in that quiet corner of the world. The prefeto was well versed in the history of Palenque. It is in the province of Sendales, and for a century after the conquest of Chiapas it remained in possession of the Indians. 2 centuries ago Lorenzo Mugil, an emissary direct from Rome, set up among them the standard of the cross. The Indians still preserve his dress as a sacred relic, but they are jealous of showing it to strangers, and I could not obtain a sight of it. The bell of the church, too, was sent from the holy city. The Indians submitted to the dominion of the Spaniards until the year 1700, when the whole province revolted, and in Chillon, Tumbala, and Palenque they apostatized from Christianity, murdered the priests, profaned the churches, paid impious adoration to an Indian female, massacred the white men, and took the women for their wives. But as soon as the intelligence reached Guatimala, a strong force was sent against them. The revolted towns were reduced and recovered to the Catholic faith, and tranquillity was restored. The right of the Indians, however, to the ownership of the soil was still recognized, and down to the time of the Mexican independence they received rent for land in the villages and the milpas in the neighborhood. A short distance from Palenque, the river Chacamal separates it from the country of the unbaptized Indians, who are here called Caribs. 50 years ago the Padre Calderon, an uncle of the prefeto's wife, attended by his sacristan, an Indian, was bathing in the river, when the latter cried out in alarm that some Caribs were looking at them, and attempted to fly, but the padre took his cane and went toward them. The Caribs fell down before him, conducted him to their huts, and gave him an invitation to return and make them a visit on a certain day. On the day appointed the padre went with his sacristan and found a gathering of Caribs and a great feast prepared for him. He remained with them some time, and invited them in return to the village of Palenque on the day of the fete of San Domingo. A large party of these wild Indians attended, bringing with them tiger's meat, monkey's meat, and cocoa as presents. They listened to mass and beheld all the ceremonies of the church, whereupon they invited the padre to come among them and teach them, and they erected a hut at the place where they had first met him, which he consecrated as a church, and he taught his sacristan to say mass to them every Sunday. As the prefeto said, if he had lived, many of them would probably have been Christianized. but unfortunately he died. The Caribs retired into the wilderness, and not one had appeared in the village since. The ruins lie about 8 miles from the village, perfectly desolate. The road was so bad that, in order to accomplish anything, it was necessary to remain there, and we had to make provision for that purpose. There were 3 small shops in the village, the stock of all together not worth $75. But in one of them we found 1.5 pounds of coffee, which we immediately secured. Juan communicated the gratifying intelligence that a hog was to be killed the next morning, and that he had engaged a portion of the lard; also that there was a cow with a calf running loose, and an arrangement might be made for keeping her up and milking her. This was promptly attended to, and all necessary arrangements were made for visiting the ruins the next day. The Indians generally knew the road, but there was only one man in the place who was able to serve as a guide on the ground, and he had on hand the business of killing and distributing the hog, by reason whereof he could not set out with us, but promised to follow. Toward evening the quiet of the village was disturbed by a crash, and on going out we found that a house had fallen down. A cloud of dust rose from it, and the ruins probably lie as they fell. The cholera had stripped it of tenants, and for several years it had been deserted. Chapter 17. Preparations for visiting the ruins. A turnout. Departure. The road. Rivers Micol and Otula. Arrival at the ruins. The palace. Feu de joie. Quarters in the palace. Inscriptions by former visitors. The fate of Binam. Discovery of the ruins of Palenque. Visit of Del Rio. Expedition of Dupaix. Drawings of the present work. First dinner at the ruins. Mammoth fireflies. Sleeping apartments. Extent of the ruins. Obstacles to exploration. Suffering from mosquitoes. Early the next morning we prepared for our move to the ruins. We had to make provision for housekeeping on a large scale. Our culinary utensils were of rude pottery, and our cups the hard shells of some round vegetables, the whole cost perhaps amounting to $1. We could not procure a water jar in the place, but the alcalde lent us one free of charge, unless it should be broken, and as it was cracked at the time, he probably considered it sold. By the way, we forced ourselves upon the alcalde's affections by leaving our money with him for safekeeping. We did this with great publicity, in order that it might be known in the village that there was no plata at the ruins, but the alcalde regarded it as a mark of special confidence. Indeed, we could not have shown him a greater. He was a suspicious old miser, kept his own money in a trunk in an inner room, and never left the house without locking the street door and carrying the key with him. He made us pay beforehand for everything we wanted, and would not have trusted us $half on any account. It was necessary to take with us from the village all that could contribute to our comfort, and we tried hard to get a woman, but no one would trust herself alone with us. This was a great privation. A woman was desirable, not, as the reader may suppose, for embellishment, but to make tortillas. These, to be tolerable, must be eaten the moment they are baked, but we were obliged to make an arrangement with the alcalde to send them out daily with the product of our cow. Our turnout was equal to anything we had had on the road. One Indian set off with a cowhide trunk on his back, supported by a bark string, as the groundwork of his load, while on each side, hung by a bark string, a fowl wrapped in plantain leaves, the head and tail only being visible. Another had on the top of his trunk a live turkey, with its legs tied and wings expanded like a spread eagle. Another had on each side of his load strings of eggs, each egg being wrapped carefully in a husk of corn, and all fastened like onions on a bark string. Cooking utensils and water jar were mounted on the backs of other Indians, and contained rice, beans, sugar, chocolate, etc. Strings of pork and bunches of plantains were pendant, and Juan carried in his arms our travelling tin coffee canister filled with lard, which in that country was always in a liquid state. At 7:30 we left the village. For a short distance the road was open, but very soon we entered a forest which continued unbroken to the ruins, and probably many miles beyond. The road was a mere Indian footpath, the branches of the trees beaten down and heavy with the rain, hanging so low that we were obliged to stoop constantly, and very soon our hats and coats were perfectly wet. From the thickness of the foliage, the morning sun could not dry up the deluge of the night before. The ground was very muddy, broken by streams swollen by the early rains, with gullies in which the mules floundered and stuck fast, in some places very difficult to cross. Amid all the wreck of empires, nothing ever spoke so forcibly the world's mutations as this immense forest shrouding what was once a great city. Once it had been a great highway, thronged with people who were stimulated by the same passions that give impulse to human action now, and they are all gone, their habitations buried, and no traces of them left. In 2 hours we reached the river Nicole, and in half an hour more that of Otula, darkened by the shade of the woods, and breaking beautifully over a stony bed. Fording this, very soon we saw masses of stones, and then a round sculptured stone. We spurred up a sharp ascent of fragments, so steep that the mules could barely climb it, to a terrace so covered like the whole road with trees that it was impossible to make out the form. Continuing on this terrace, we stopped at the foot of a second, when our Indians cried out, "El Palacio," the palace, and through openings in the trees we saw the front of a large building, richly ornamented with stuccoed figures on the pilasters, curious and elegant, trees growing close against it, and their branches entering the doors, in style and effect unique, extraordinary, and mournfully beautiful. We tied our mules to the trees, ascended a flight of stone steps, forced apart and thrown down by trees, and entered the palace, ranged for a few moments along the corridor and into the courtyard, and after the first gaze of eager curiosity was over, went back to the entrance, and standing in the doorway, fired a feu de joie of 4 rounds each, being the last charge of our firearms. But for this way of giving vent to our satisfaction, we should have made the roof of the old palace ring with a hurrah. It was intended, too, for effect upon the Indians, who had probably never heard such a cannonade before, and almost, like their ancestors in the time of Cortez, regarded our weapons as instruments which spit lightning, and who, we knew, would make such a report in the village as would keep any of their respectable friends from paying us a visit at night. End of section 19. Section 20 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. We had reached the end of our long and toilsome journey, and the first glance indemnified us for our toil. For the first time We were in a building erected by the aboriginal inhabitants, standing before the Europeans knew of the existence of this continent, and we prepared to take up our abode under its roof. We selected the front corridor as our dwelling, turned turkey and fowls loose in the courtyard, which was so overgrown with trees that we could barely see across it, and as there was no pasture for the mules except the leaves of the trees, and we could not turn them loose into the woods, we brought them up the steps through the palace and turned them into the courtyard also. At one end of the corridor Juan built a kitchen, which operation consisted in laying 3 stones angle-wise, so as to have room for a fire between them. Our luggage was stowed away or hung on poles reaching across the corridor. Pawling mounted a stone about 4 feet long on stone legs for a table, and with the Indians cut a number of poles, which they fastened together with bark strings, and laid them on stones at the head and foot for beds. We cut down the branches that entered the palace and some of the trees on the terrace, and from the floor of the palace overlooked the top of an immense forest stretching off to the Gulf of Mexico. The Indians had superstitious fears about remaining at night among the ruins, and left us alone, the sole tenants of the palace of unknown kings. Little did they who built it think that in a few years their royal line would perish, and their race be extinct, their city a ruin, and Mr. Catherwood, Pawling, and I, and Juan its sole tenants. Other strangers had been there, wandering like ourselves. Their names were written on the walls, with comments and figures, and even here were marks of those low groveling spirits which delight in profaning holy places. Among the names, but not of the latter class, were those of acquaintances, Captain Caddy and Mr. Walker, and one was that of a countryman, Noah O. Platt, New York. He had gone out to Tabasco as supercargo of a vessel, ascended one of the rivers for logwood, and while his vessel was loading, visited the ruins. His account of them had given me a strong desire to visit them, long before the opportunity of doing so presented itself. High up on one side of the corridor was the name of William Beanham, and under it was a stanza written in lead pencil. By means of a tree with notches cut in it, I climbed up and read the lines. The rhyme was faulty and the spelling bad, but they breathed a deep sense of the moral sublimity pervading these unknown ruins. The author seemed, too, an acquaintance. I had heard his story in the village. He was a young Irishman, sent by a merchant of Tabasco into the interior for purposes of small traffic, had passed some time at Palenque and in the neighborhood, and with his thoughts and feelings turned strongly toward the Indians, after dwelling upon the subject for some time, resolved to penetrate into the country of the Caribs. His friends endeavored to dissuade him, and the prefect told him, "You have red hair, a florid complexion, and white skin, and they will either make a god of you and keep you among them, or else kill and eat you." But he set off alone, and on foot crossed the river Chacamal, and after an absence of nearly a year returned safe, but naked and emaciated, with his hair and nails long, having been 8 days with a single Carib on the banks of a wild river, searching for a crossing place, and living upon roots and herbs. He built a hut on the borders of the Chacamal River, and lived there with a Carib servant, preparing for another and more protracted journey among them, until at length some boatmen who came to trade with him found him lying in his hammock dead, with his skull split open. He had escaped the dangers of a journey which no man in that country dared encounter, to die by the hands of an assassin in a moment of fancied security. His arm was hanging outside, and a book lying on the ground. Probably he was struck while reading. The murderers, one of whom was his servant, were caught, and were then in prison in Tobasco. Unfortunately, the people of Palenque had taken but little interest in anything except the extraordinary fact of his visit among the Caribs and his return safe. All his papers and collection of curiosities were scattered and destroyed, and with him died all the fruits of his labors. But were he still living, he would be the man of all others to accomplish the discovery of that mysterious city which had so affected our imaginations. As the ruins of Palenque are the first which awakened attention to the existence of ancient and unknown cities in America, and as, on that account, they are perhaps more interesting to the public, it may not be amiss to state the circumstances of their first discovery. The account is, that in the year 1750, a party of Spaniards travelling in the interior of Mexico penetrated to the lands north of the district of Carmen, in the province of Chiapas, when all at once they found in the midst of a vast solitude ancient stone buildings, the remains of a city still embracing from 18 to 24 miles in extent, known to the Indians by the name of Casas de Piedras. From my knowledge of the country, I am at a loss to conjecture why a party of Spaniards were travelling in that forest, or how they could have done so. I am inclined to believe rather that the existence of the ruins was discovered by the Indians, who had clearings in different parts of the forest for their cornfields, or perhaps was known to them from time immemorial, and on their report the inhabitants were induced to visit them. The existence of such a city was entirely unknown. There is no mention of it in any book, and no tradition that it had ever been. To this day it is not known by what name it was called, and the only appellation given to it is that of Palenque, after the village near which the ruins stand. The news of the discovery passed from mouth to mouth, was repeated in some cities of the province, and reached the seat of government, but little attention was paid to it, and the members of the government, through ignorance, apathy, or the actual impossibility of occupying themselves with anything except public affairs, took no measure to explore the ruins, and it was not till 1786, 30 years subsequent to the discovery, that the King of Spain ordered an exploration. On the 3rd of May, 1787, Captain Antonio del Rio arrived in the village, under a commission from the government of Guatemala, and on the 5th he proceeded to the site of the ruined city. In his official report he says, on making his first essay, owing to the thickness of the woods, and a fog so dense that it was impossible for the men to distinguish each other at 5 paces distance, the principal building was completely concealed from their view. He returned to the village, and after concerting measures with the deputy of the district, an order was issued to the inhabitants of Tumbala, requiring 200 Indians with axes and billhooks. On the 17th, 79 arrived, furnished with 28 axes, after which 20 more were obtained in the village, and with these he again moved forward, and immediately commenced felling trees, which was followed by a general conflagration. The report of Captain del Rio, with the commentary of Dr. Paul Felix Cabrera of New Guatemala, deducing an Egyptian origin for the people, through either the supineness or the jealousy of the Spanish government, was locked up in the archives of Guatemala until the time of the Revolution, when, by the operation of liberal principles, the original manuscripts came into the hands of an English gentleman long resident in that country, and an English translation was published at London in 1822. This was the first notice in Europe of the discovery of these ruins, and instead of electrifying the public mind, either from want of interest in the subject, distrust, or some other cause, so little notice was taken of it that in 1831 the Literary Gazette, a paper of great circulation in London, announced it as a new discovery made by Colonel Galindo, whose unfortunate fate has been before referred to. If a like discovery had been made in Italy, Greece, Egypt, or Asia, within the reach of European travel, it would have created an interest not inferior to the discovery of Herculaneum, or Pompeii, or the ruins of Paestum. While the report and drawings of Del Rio slept in the archives of Guatemala, Charles IV of Spain ordered another expedition, at the head of which was placed Captain Dupaix, with a secretary and draftsman, and a detachment of dragoons. His expeditions were made in 1805, 1806, and 1807, the last of which was to Palenque. The manuscripts of Dupaix and the designs of his draftsman Castaneda were about to be sent to Madrid, which was then occupied by the French army, when the revolution broke out in Mexico. They then became an object of secondary importance, and remained during the wars of independence under the control of Castaneda, who deposited them in the cabinet of natural history in Mexico. In 1828, M. Barrader disentombed them from the cartons of the museum, where, but for this accident, they might still have remained, and the knowledge of the existence of this city again been lost. The Mexican Congress had passed a law forbidding any stranger not formally authorized to make researches or to remove objects of art from the country. But in spite of this interdict, M. Barrader obtained authority to make researches in the interior of the Republic, with the agreement that, after sending to Mexico all that he collected, half should be delivered to him, with permission to transport them to Europe. Afterward he obtained by exchange the original designs of Castaneda, and an authentic copy of the itinerary and descriptions of Captain Dupaix was promised in 3 months. From diverse circumstances, that copy did not reach M. Barrader till long after his return to Europe, and the work of Dupaix was not published until 1834-35, 28 years after his expedition, when it was brought out in Paris in 4 volumes folio, at the price of 800 francs, with notes and commentaries by M. Alexander Lenore, M. Worden, M. Charles Farcy, M. Barrader, and M. St. Priest. Lord Kingsborough's ponderous tomes, so far as regards Palenque, are a mere reprint of Dupaix, and the cost of his work is $400 per copy. Colonel Galindo's communications to the Geographical Society of Paris are published in the work of Dupaix, and since him Mr. Waldeck, with funds provided by an association in Mexico, had passed 2 years among the ruins. His drawings, as he states in a work on another place, were taken away by the Mexican government, but he had retained copies, and before we set out his work on Palenque was announced in Paris. It, however, has never appeared, and in the meantime Dupaix's is the textbook. I have 2 objections to make to this work, not affecting Captain Dupaix, who, as his expedition took place 34 years since, is not likely to be affected, if he is even living, but his Paris editors. The first is the very deprecating tone in which mention is made of the work of his predecessor, Del Rio, and secondly, this paragraph in the introduction, quote, "It must be considered that a government only can execute such undertakings. A traveler relying upon his own resources cannot hope, whatever may be his intrepidity, to penetrate, and above all to live in those dangerous solitudes; and supposing that he succeeds, it is beyond the power of the most learned and skilful man to explore alone the ruins of a vast city, of which he must not only measure and draw the edifices still existing, but also determine the circumference and examine the remains, dig the soil, and explore the subterraneous constructions. M. Barader arrived within 50 leagues of Palenque, burning with the desire of going there; but what could a single man do with domestics or other auxiliaries, without moral force or intelligence, against a people still half savage, against serpents and other hurtful animals, which, according to Dupaix, infest these ruins, and also against the vegetative force of a nature fertile and powerful, which in a few years recovers all the monuments and obstructs all the avenues?" The effect of this is to crush all individual enterprise, and moreover it is untrue. All the accounts founded upon this represent a visit to these ruins as attended with immense difficulty and danger, to such an extent that we feared to encounter them. But there is no difficulty whatever in going from Europe or the United States to Palenque. Our greatest hardships, even in our long journey through the interior, were from the revolutionary state of the countries and want of time; and as to a residence there, with time to construct a hut or to fit up an apartment in the palace, and to procure stores from the seaboard, those "dangerous solitudes" might be anything rather than unpleasant. And to show what individuals can accomplish, I state that Mr. Catherwood's drawings include all the objects represented in the work of Dupaix, and others besides, which do not appear in that work at all, and have never before been presented to the public, among which are the frontispiece of this volume and the large tablets of hieroglyphics, the most curious and interesting pieces of sculpture at Palenque. I add, with the full knowledge that I will be contradicted by future travelers if I am wrong, that the whole of Mr. C.'s are more correct in proportions, outline, and filling up than his, and furnish more true material for speculation and study. I would not have said thus much but from a wish to give confidence to the reader, who may be disposed to investigate and study these interesting remains. As to most of the places visited by us, he will find no materials whatever except those furnished in these pages. In regard to Palenque, he will find a splendid work, the materials of which were procured under the sanction of a commission from government, and brought out with explanations and commentaries by the learned men of Paris, by the side of which my 2 octavos shrink into insignificance. But I uphold the drawings against these costly folios, and against every other book that has ever been published on the subject of these ruins. My object has been, not to produce an illustrated work, but to present the drawings in such an inexpensive form as to place them within reach of the great mass of our reading community. But to return to ourselves in the palace. While we were making our observations, Juan was engaged in a business that his soul loved. As with all the mozos of that country, it was his pride and ambition to servir a mano. He scorned the manly occupation of muleteer, and aspired to that of a menial servant. He was anxious to be left at the village, and did not like the idea of stopping at the ruins, but was reconciled to it by being allowed to devote himself exclusively to cookery. At 4 o'clock we sat down to our first dinner. The tablecloth was two broad leaves, each about 2 feet long, plucked from a tree on the terrace before the door. Our salt cellar stood like a pyramid, being a case made of husks of corn put together lengthwise, and holding 4 or 5 pounds, in lumps from the size of a pea to that of a hen's egg. Juan was as happy as if he had prepared the dinner exclusively for his own eating, and all went merry as a marriage bell, when the sky became overcast, and a sharp thunderclap heralded the afternoon storm. From the elevation of the terrace, the floor of the palace commanded a view of the top of the forest, and we could see the trees bent down by the force of the wind. Very soon a fierce blast swept through the open doors, which was followed instantaneously by heavy rain. The table was cleared by the wind, and before we could make our escape, was drenched by the rain. We snatched away our plates, and finished our meal as we could. The rain continued with heavy thunder and lightning all the afternoon. In the absolute necessity of taking up our abode among the ruins, we had hardly thought of our exposure to the elements until it was forced upon us. At night we could not light a candle, but the darkness of the palace was lighted up by fireflies of extraordinary size and brilliancy, shooting through the corridors and stationary on the walls, forming a beautiful and striking spectacle. They were of the description with those we saw at Nopa, known by the name of shining beetles, and are mentioned by the early Spaniards among the wonders of a world where all was new, as "showing the way to those who travel at night." The historian describes them as "somewhat smaller than sparrows, having 2 stars close by their eyes, and 2 more under their wings, which gave so great a light that by it they could spin, weave, write, and paint; and the Spaniards went by night to hunt the utios, or little rabbits of that country, and of fishing, carrying these animals tied to their great toes or thumbs, and they called them locuyos, being also of use to save them from the gnats, which are there very troublesome. They took them in the night with firebrands, because they made to the light, and came when called by their name; and they are so unwieldy that when they fall they cannot rise again, and the men, stroking their faces and hands with a sort of moisture that is in those stars, seemed to be afire as long as it lasted." It always gave us high pleasure to realize the romantic and seemingly half fabulous accounts of the chroniclers of the Conquest. Very often we found their quaint descriptions so vivid and faithful as to infuse the spirit that breathed through their pages. We caught several of these beetles, not however by calling them by their names, but with a hat, as schoolboys used to catch fireflies, or less poetically lightning bugs at home. They are more than half an inch long, and have a sharp movable horn on the head. When laid on the back, they cannot turn over except by pressing this horn against a membrane upon the front. Behind the eyes are 2 round, transparent substances full of luminous matter, about as large as the head of a pin, and underneath is a larger membrane containing the same luminous substance. 4 of them together threw a brilliant light for several yards around, and by the light of a single one we read distinctly the finely printed pages of an American newspaper. It was one of a packet full of debates in Congress, which I had yet barely glanced over, and it seemed stranger than any incident of my journey to be reading by the light of beetles in the ruined palace of Palenque the sayings and doings of great men at home. In the midst of it, Mr. Catherwood, in emptying the capacious pocket of a shooting jacket, handed me a Broadway omnibus ticket. Good to the bearer for a ride, A. Brower. These things brought up vivid recollections of home, and among the familiar images present were the good beds into which our friends were about that time turning. Ours were set up in the back corridor, fronting the courtyard. This corridor consisted of open doors and pilasters alternately. The wind and rain were sweeping through, and unfortunately our beds were not out of reach of the spray. They had been set up with some labor on 4 piles of stones each, and we could not then change their position. We had no spare articles to put up as screens, but happily 2 umbrellas, tied up with measuring rods and wrapped in a piece of matting, had survived the wreck of the mountain roads. These Mr. C. and I secured at the head of our beds. Pawling swung a hammock across the corridor, so high that the sweep of the rain only touched the foot, and so passed our first night at Palenque. In the morning, umbrellas, bedclothes, wearing apparel, and hammocks were wet through, and there was not a dry place to stand on. Already we considered ourselves booked for a rheumatism. We had looked to our residence at Palenque as the end of troubles, and for comfort and pleasure, but all we could do was to change the location of our beds to places which promised a better shelter for the next night. A good breakfast would have done much to restore our equanimity, but unhappily we found that the tortillas which we had brought out the day before, probably made of half mouldy corn, by the excessive dampness were matted together, sour and spoiled. We went through our beans, eggs, and chocolate without any substitute for bread, and, as often before in time of trouble, composed ourselves with a cigar. Blessed be the man who invented smoking, the soother and composer of a troubled spirit, a layer of angry passions, a comfort under the loss of breakfast, and to the roamer in desolate places, the solitary wayfarer through life, serving for wife, children, and friends. At about 10 o'clock the Indians arrived with fresh tortillas and milk. Our guide, too, having finished cutting up and distributing the hog, was among them. He was the same who had been employed by Mr. Waldeck, and also by Mr. Walker and Captain Caddy, and was recommended by the prefect as the only man acquainted with the ruins. Under his escort we set out for a preliminary survey. Of ourselves, leaving the palace in any direction, we should not have known which way to direct our steps. In regard to the extent of these ruins, even in this practical age, the imagination of man delights in wonders. The Indians and the people of Palenque say that they cover a space of 60 miles. In a series of well-written articles in our own country, they have been set down as 10 times larger than New York, and lately I have seen an article in some of the newspapers referring to our expedition, which represents this city, "discovered by us," as having been 3 times as large as London. It is not in my nature to discredit any marvelous story. I am slow to disbelieve, and would rather sustain all such inventions, but it has been my unhappy lot to find marvels fade away as I approach them. Even the Dead Sea lost its mysterious charm, and besides, as a traveler and writer of a book, I know that if I go wrong, those who come after me will not fail to set me right. Under these considerations, not from any wish of my own, and with many thanks to my friends of the press, I am obliged to say that the Indians and people of Palenque really know nothing of the ruins personally, and the other accounts do not rest upon any sufficient foundation. The whole country for miles around is covered by a dense forest of gigantic trees. with a growth of brush and underwood unknown in the wooded deserts of our own country, and impenetrable in any direction except by cutting a way with a machete. What lies buried in that forest it is impossible to say of my own knowledge. Without a guide we might have gone within 100 feet of all the buildings without discovering one of them. Captain Del Rio, the first explorer, with men and means at command, states in his report that in the execution of his commission he cut down and burned all the woods. He does not say how far, but judging from the breaches and excavations made in the interior of the buildings, probably for miles around. Captain Dupaix, acting under a royal commission, and with all the resources such a commission would give, did not discover any more buildings than those mentioned by Del Rio, and we saw only the same; but having the benefit of them as guides, at least of Del Rio, for at that time we had not seen Dupaix's work, we of course saw things which escaped their observation, just as those who come after us will see what escaped ours. This place, however, was the principal object of our expedition, and it was our wish and intention to make a thorough exploration. Respect for my official character, the special tenor of my passport, and letters from Mexican authorities gave me every facility. The prefect assumed that I was sent by my government expressly to explore the ruins, and every person in Palenque, except our friend the alcalde, and even he, as much as the perversity of his disposition would permit, was disposed to assist us. But there were accidental difficulties which were insuperable. First, it was the rainy season. This, under any circumstances, would have made it difficult; but as the rains did not commence till 3 or 4 o'clock, and the weather was clear always in the morning, it alone would not have been sufficient to prevent our attempting it. But there were other difficulties which embarrassed us from the beginning, and continued during our whole residence among the ruins. There was not an axe or spade in the place, and as usual the only instrument was the machete, which here was like a short and wide-bladed sword, and the difficulty of procuring Indians to work was greater than at any other place we had visited. It was the season of planting corn, and the Indians, under the immediate pressure of famine, were all busy with their milpas. The price of an Indian's labor was 18 cents per day, but the alcalde, who had the direction of this branch of the business, would not let me advance to more than 25 cents, and the most he would engage to send me was from 4 to 6 a day. They would not sleep at the ruins, came late, and went away early. Sometimes only 2 or 3 appeared, and the same men rarely came twice, so that during our stay we had all the Indians of the village in rotation. This increased very much our labor, as it made it necessary to stand over them constantly to direct their work, and just as one set began to understand precisely what we wanted, we were obliged to teach the same to others. And I may remark that their labor, though nominally cheap, was dear in reference to the work done. At that time I expected to return to Palenque. Whether I shall do so now or not is uncertain, but I am anxious that it should be understood that the accounts which have been published of the immense labor and expense of exploring these ruins, which, as I before remarked, made it almost seem presumptuous for me to undertake it with my own resources, are exaggerated and untrue. Being on the ground at the commencement of the dry season, with 8 or 10 young pioneers, having a spirit of enterprise equal to their bone and muscle, in less than 6 months the whole of these ruins could be laid bare. Any man who has ever cleared 100 acres of land is competent to undertake it, and the time and money spent by one of our young men in a winter in Paris would determine beyond all peradventure whether the city ever did cover the immense extent which some have supposed. But to return. Under the escort of our guide we had a fatiguing but most interesting day. What we saw does not need any exaggeration. It awakened admiration and astonishment. In the afternoon came on the regular storm. We had distributed our beds, however, along the corridors, under cover of the outer wall, and were better protected, but suffered terribly from mosquitoes, the noise and stings of which drove away sleep. In the middle of the night I took up my mat to escape from these murderers of rest. The rain had ceased, and the moon, breaking through the heavy clouds with a misty face, lighted up the ruined corridor. I climbed over a mound of stones at one end, where the wall had fallen, and stumbled along outside the palace, entered a lateral building near the foot of the tower, groped in the dark along a long, low passage, and spread my mat before a low doorway at the extreme end. Bats were flying and whizzing through the passage, noisy and sinister, but the ugly creatures drove away mosquitoes. The dampness of the passage was cooling and refreshing, and with some twinging apprehensions of the snakes and reptiles, lizards and scorpions which infest the ruins, I fell asleep. End of section 20. Section 21 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 18. Precautions against the attacks of mosquitoes. Mode of life at Palenque. Description of the palace. Piers. Hieroglyphics. Figures, doorways, corridors, courtyards, a wooden relic, stone steps, towers, tablets, stucco ornaments, etc., etc. The royal chapel, explorations, an aqueduct, an alarm, insects, effect of insect stings, return to the village of Palenque. At daylight I returned, and found Mr. C. and Pawling sitting on the stones, half-dressed, in rueful conclave. They had passed the night worse than I, and our condition and prospects were dismal. Rains, hard work, bad fare seemed nothing, but we could no more exist without sleep than the foolish fellow of Aesop, who, at the moment when he had learned to live without eating, died. In all his travels through the country, Pawling had never encountered such hard work as since he met us. The next night the mosquitoes were beyond all endurance. The slightest part of the body, the tip end of a finger exposed, was bitten. With the heads covered, the heat was suffocating, and in the morning our faces were all blotches. Without some remedy we were undone. It is on occasions like this that the creative power of genius displays itself. Our beds, it will be remembered, were made of sticks lying side by side, and set on 4 piles of stones for legs. Over these we laid our pillions and armas de agua, or leathern armor against rain, and over these our straw matting. This prevented our enemies invading us from between the sticks. Our sheets were already sewed up into sacks. We ripped one side, cut sticks, and bent them in 3 bows about 2 feet high over the frame of the beds. Over these the sheets were stretched and sewed down all around, with a small space open at the head, had much the appearance of biers. At night, after a hard day's work, we crawled in. Hosts were waiting for us inside. We secured the open places, when each, with the stump of a lighted candle, hunted and slew, and, with a lordly feeling of defiance, we lay down to sleep. We had but one pair of sheets apiece, and this was a new way of sleeping under them; but, besides the victory it afforded us over the mosquitoes, it had another advantage. The heat was so great that we could not sleep with our clothes on. It was impossible to place the beds entirely out of reach of the spray, and the covering, held up a foot or two above us and kept damp, cooled the heated atmosphere within. In this way we lived. The Indians came out in the morning with provisions, and as the tortillas were made in the alcalde's own kitchen, not to disturb his household arrangements, they seldom arrived till after breakfast. In the meantime work went on. As at Copan, it was my business to prepare the different objects for Mr. Catherwood to draw. Many of the stones had to be scrubbed and cleaned, and as it was our object to have the utmost possible accuracy in the drawings, in many places scaffolds were to be erected on which to set up the camera lucida. Pawling relieved me from a great part of this labour. That the reader may know the character of the objects we had to interest us, I proceed to give a description of the building in which we lived, called the Palace. A front view of this building is given in the engraving. It does not, however, purport to be given with the same accuracy as the other drawings, the front being in a more ruined condition. It stands on an artificial elevation of an oblong form, 40 feet high, 310 feet in front and rear, and 260 feet on each side. The elevation was formerly faced with stone, which has been thrown down by the growth of trees, and its form is hardly distinguishable. The building stands with its face to the east, and measures 228 feet front by 180 feet deep. Its height is not more than 25 feet, and all around it had a broad projecting cornice of stone. The front contained 14 doorways, about 9 feet wide each, and the intervening piers are between 6 and 7 feet wide. On the left, in approaching the palace, 8 of the piers have fallen down, as has also the corner on the right, and the terrace underneath is cumbered with the ruins. But 6 piers remain entire, and the rest of the front is open. The engraving opposite represents the ground plan of the whole. The black lines represent walls still standing. The faint lines indicate remains only, but in general so clearly marked that there was no difficulty in connecting them together. The building was constructed of stone, with a mortar of lime and sand, and the whole front was covered with stucco and painted. The piers were ornamented with spirited figures in bas-relief, one of which is represented in the engraving opposite. On the top are 3 hieroglyphics sunk into the stucco. It is enclosed by a richly ornamented border, about 10 feet high and 6 wide, of which only a part now remains. The principal personage stands in an upright position and in profile, exhibiting an extraordinary facial angle of about 45 degrees. The upper part of the head seems to have been compressed and lengthened, perhaps by the same process employed upon the heads of the Choctaw and Flathead Indians of our own country. The head represents a different species from any now existing in that region of the country, and supposing the statues to be images of living personages, or the creations of artists according to their ideas of perfect figures, they indicate a race of people now lost and unknown. The headdress is evidently a plume of feathers. Over the shoulders is a short covering decorated with studs and a breastplate. Part of the ornament of the girdle is broken. The tunic is probably a leopard skin, and the whole dress, no doubt, exhibits the costume of this unknown people. He holds in his hand a staff or scepter, and opposite his hands are the marks of 3 hieroglyphics, which have decayed or been broken off. At his feet are 2 naked figures, seated cross-legged, and apparently suppliants. A fertile imagination might find many explanations for these strange figures, but no satisfactory interpretation presents itself to my mind. The hieroglyphics doubtless tell its history. The stucco is of admirable consistency and hard as stone. It was painted, and in different places about it we discovered the remains of red, blue, yellow, black, and white. The piers which are still standing contained other figures of the same general character, but which unfortunately are more mutilated, and from the declivity of the terrace it was difficult to set up the camera lucida in such a position as to draw them. The piers which are fallen were no doubt enriched with the same ornaments. Each one had some specific meaning, and the whole probably presented some allegory or history, and when entire and painted, the effect in ascending the terrace must have been imposing and beautiful. The principal doorway is not distinguished by its size or by any superior ornament, but is only indicated by a range of broad stone steps leading up to it on the terrace. The doorways have no doors, nor are there the remains of any. Within, on each side, are 3 niches in the wall, about 8 or 10 inches square, with a cylindrical stone about 2 inches in diameter fixed upright, by which perhaps a door was secured. Along the cornice outside, projecting about a foot from the front, holes were drilled at intervals through the stone, and our impression was that an immense cotton cloth, running the whole length of the building, perhaps painted in a style corresponding with the ornaments, was attached to this cornice, and raised and lowered like a curtain, according to the exigencies of sun and rain. Such a curtain is used now in front of the piazzas of some haciendas in Yucatan. The tops of the doorways were all broken. They had evidently been square, and over every one were large niches in the wall on each side, in which the lintels had been laid. These lintels had all fallen, and the stones above formed broken natural arches. Underneath were heaps of rubbish, but there were no remains of lintels. If they had been single slabs of stone, some of them must have been visible and prominent, and we made up our minds that these lintels were of wood. We had no authority for this. It is not suggested either by Del Rio or Captain Dupaix, and perhaps we should not have ventured the conclusion but for the wooden lintel which we had seen over the doorway at Ocosingo, and by what we saw afterward in Yucatan we were confirmed beyond all doubt in our opinion. I do not conceive, however, that this gives any conclusive data in regard to the age of the buildings. The wood, if such as we saw in the other places, would be very lasting. Its decay must have been extremely slow, and centuries may have elapsed since it perished altogether. The building has 2 parallel corridors, running lengthwise on all 4 of its sides. In front, these corridors are about 9 feet wide, and extend the whole length of the building upward of 200 feet. In the long wall that divides them there is but 1 door, which is opposite the principal door of entrance, and has a corresponding one on the other side, leading to a courtyard in the rear. The floors are of cement, as hard as the best seen in the remains of Roman baths and cisterns. The walls are about 10 feet high, plastered, and on each side of the principal entrance ornamented with medallions, of which the borders only remain. These perhaps contained the busts of the royal family. The separating wall had apertures of about a foot, probably intended for purposes of ventilation. Some were of this form, a cross, and some of this, a T, which have been called the Greek cross and the Egyptian tau, and made the subject of much learned speculation. The ceiling of each corridor was in this form, a trapezium. The builders were evidently ignorant of the principles of the arch, and the support was made of stones lapping over as they rose, as at Ocosingo, and among the Cyclopean remains in Greece and Italy. Along the top was a layer of flat stone, and the sides, being plastered, presented a flat surface. The long, unbroken corridors in front of the palace were probably intended for lords and gentlemen in waiting, or perhaps in that beautiful position, which, before the forest grew up, must have commanded an extended view of a cultivated and inhabited plain. The king himself sat in it to receive the reports of his officers and to administer justice. Under our dominion, Juan occupied the front corridor as a kitchen, and the other was our sleeping apartment. From the center door of this corridor, a range of stone steps 30 feet long leads to a rectangular courtyard 80 feet long by 70 broad. On each side of the steps are grim and gigantic figures, carved on stone in basso relievo, 9 or 10 feet high, and in a position slightly inclined backward from the end of the steps to the floor of the corridor. The engraving opposite represents this side of the courtyard, and the one next following shows the figures alone on a larger scale. They are adorned with rich headdresses and necklaces, but their attitude is that of pain and trouble. The design and anatomical proportions of the figures are faulty, but there is a force of expression about them which shows the skill and conceptive power of the artist. When we first took possession of the palace, this courtyard was encumbered with trees, so that we could hardly see across it, and it was so filled up with rubbish that we were obliged to make excavations of several feet before these figures could be drawn. On each side of the courtyard the palace was divided into apartments, probably for sleeping. On the right the piers have all fallen down. On the left they are still standing and ornamented with stucco figures. In the center apartment, in one of the holes before referred to of the arch, are the remains of a wooden pole about a foot long, which once stretched across, but the rest had decayed. It was the only piece of wood we found at Palenque, and we did not discover this until some time after we had made up our minds in regard to the wooden lintels over the doors. It was much worm-eaten, and probably in a few years not a vestige of it will be left. At the further end of the courtyard was another flight of stone steps, corresponding with those in front, on each side of which are carved figures, and on the flat surface between are single cartouches of hieroglyphics. The plate opposite represents this side. The whole courtyard was overgrown with trees, and it was encumbered with ruins several feet high, so that the exact architectural arrangements could not be seen. Having our beds in the corridor adjoining, when we woke in the morning, and when we had finished the work of the day, we had it under our eyes. Every time we descended the steps, the grim and mysterious figures stared us in the face, and it became to us one of the most interesting parts of the ruins. We were exceedingly anxious to make excavations, clear out the mass of rubbish, and lay the whole platform bare, but this was impossible. It is probably paved with stone or cement, and from the profusion of ornament in other parts, there is reason to believe that many curious and interesting specimens may be brought to light. This agreeable work is left for the future traveller, who may go there better provided with men and materials, and with more knowledge of what he has to encounter. And in my opinion, if he finds nothing new, the mere spectacle of the courtyard entire will repay him for the labor and expense of clearing it. The part of the building which forms the rear of the courtyard, communicating with it by the steps, consists of 2 corridors, the same as the front, paved, plastered, and ornamented with stucco. The floor of the corridor fronting the courtyard sounded hollow, and a breach had been made in it which seemed to lead into a subterraneous chamber, but in descending by means of a tree with notches cut in it, and with a candle, we found merely a hollow in the earth, not bounded by any wall. In the further corridor the wall was in some places broken, and had several separate coats of plaster and paint. In one place we counted 6 layers, each of which had the remains of colors. In another place there seemed a line of written characters in black ink. We made an effort to get at them, but in endeavoring to remove a thin upper stratum, they came off with it, and we desisted. The corridor opened upon a second courtyard, 80 feet long and but 30 across. The floor of the corridor was 10 feet above that of the courtyard, and on the wall underneath were square stones with hieroglyphics sculptured upon them. On the piers were stuccoed figures, but in a ruined condition. On the other side of the courtyard were 2 ranges of corridors, which terminated the building in this direction. The first of them is divided into 3 apartments, with doors opening from the extremities upon the western corridor. All the piers are standing except that on the northwest corner. All are covered with stucco ornaments, and one with hieroglyphics. The rest contain figures in bas-relief, 3 of which, being those least ruined, are represented in the opposite plates. The first was enclosed by a border, very wide at the bottom, part of which is destroyed. The subject consists of 2 figures with facial angles similar to that in the plate before given, plumes of feathers and other decorations for headdresses, necklaces, girdles, and sandals. Each has hold of the same curious baton, part of which is destroyed, and opposite their hands are hieroglyphics, which probably give the history of these incomprehensible personages. The others are more ruined, and no attempt has been made to restore them. One is kneeling as if to receive an honor, and the other a blow. So far the arrangements of the palace are simple and easily understood, but on the left are several distinct and independent buildings, as will be seen by the plan, the particulars of which, however, I do not consider it necessary to describe. The principal of these is the tower on the south side of the second court. This tower is conspicuous by its height and proportions, but on examination in detail it is found unsatisfactory and uninteresting. The base is 30 feet square, and it has 3 stories. Entering over a heap of rubbish at the base, we found within another tower, distinct from the outer one, and a stone staircase, so narrow that a large man could not ascend it. The staircase terminates against a dead stone ceiling, closing all further passage, the last step being only 6 or 8 inches from it. For what purpose a staircase was carried up to a bootless termination, we could not conjecture. The whole tower was a substantial stone structure, and in its arrangements and purposes about as incomprehensible as the sculptured tablets. East of the tower is another building with 2 corridors, one richly decorated with pictures in stucco, and having in the center the elliptical tablet represented in the engraving opposite. It is 4 feet long and 3 wide, of hard stone set in the wall, and the sculpture is in bas-relief. Around it are the remains of rich stucco border. The principal figure sits cross-legged on a couch ornamented with 2 leopards' heads. The attitude is easy, and the physiognomy the same as that of the other personages, and the expression calm and benevolent. The figure wears around its neck a necklace of pearls, to which is suspended a small medallion containing a face, perhaps intended as an image of the sun. Like every other object of sculpture we had seen in the country, the personage had earrings, bracelets on the wrists, and a girdle around the loins. The headdress differs from most of the others at Palenque in that it wants the plumes of feathers. Near the head are 3 hieroglyphics. The other figure, which seems to be that of a woman, is sitting cross-legged on the ground, richly dressed, and apparently in the act of making an offering. In this supposed offering is seen a plume of feathers, in which the headdress of the principal person is deficient. Over the head of the sitting personage are 4 hieroglyphics. This is the only piece of sculptured stone about the palace except those in the courtyard. Under it formerly stood a table, of which the impression against the wall is still visible, and which is given in the engraving in faint lines, after the model of other tables still existing in other places. At the extremity of this corridor there is an aperture in the pavement, leading by a flight of steps to a platform. From this, a door, with an ornament in stucco over it, opens by another flight of steps upon a narrow, dark passage, terminating in other corridors, which run transversely. These are called subterraneous apartments, but there are windows opening from them above the ground, and in fact they are merely a ground floor below the pavement of the corridors. In most parts, however, they are so dark that it is necessary to visit them with candles. There are no bas-reliefs or stucco ornaments, and the only objects which our guide pointed out, or which attracted our attention, were several stone tables, one crossing and blocking up the corridor, about 8 feet long, 4 wide, and 3 high. One of these lower corridors had a door opening upon the back part of the terrace, and we generally passed through it with a candle to get to the other buildings. In 2 other places there were flights of steps leading to corridors above. Probably these were sleeping apartments. In that part of the plan marked room number 1, the walls were more richly decorated with stucco ornaments than at any other in the palace, but unfortunately they were much mutilated. On each side of the doorway was a stucco figure, one of which, being the most perfect, is given in the engraving opposite. Near it is an apartment, in which is marked small altar. It was richly ornamented, like those which will be hereafter referred to in other buildings, and from the appearance of the back wall we supposed there had been stone tablets. In our utter ignorance of the habits of the people who had formerly occupied this building, it was impossible to form any conjecture for what uses these different apartments were intended. But if we are right in calling it a palace, the name which the Indians give it, it seems probable that the part surrounding the courtyards was for public and state occasions, and that the rest was occupied as the place of residence of the royal family. This room with the small altar, we may suppose, was what would be called in our own times a royal chapel. With these helps and the aid of the plan, the reader will be able to find his way through the ruined palace of Palenque. He will form some idea of the profusion of its ornaments, of their unique and striking character, and of their mournful effect, shrouded by trees, and perhaps with him, as with us, fancy will present it as it was before the hand of ruin had swept over it, perfect in its amplitude and rich decorations, and occupied by the strange people whose portraits and figures now adorn its walls. The reader will not be surprised that, with such objects to engage our attention, we disregarded some of the discomforts of our princely residence. We expected at this place to live upon game, but were disappointed. A wild turkey we could shoot at any time from the door of the palace, but after trying one, we did not venture to trifle with our teeth upon another. And besides these, there was nothing but parrots, monkeys, and lizards, all very good eating, but which we kept in reserve for a time of pressing necessity. The density of the forest and the heavy rains would, however, have made sporting impracticable. Once only I attempted an exploration. From the door of the palace, almost on a line with the front, rose a high, steep mountain, which we thought must command a view of the city in its whole extent, and perhaps itself contain ruins. I took the bearing, and with a compass in my hand, and an Indian before me with his machete, from the rear of the last mentioned building, cut a straight line up east northeast to the top. The ascent was so steep that I was obliged to haul myself up by the branches. On the top was a high mound of stones, with a foundation wall still remaining. Probably a tower or temple had stood there, but the woods were as thick as below, and no part of the ruined city, not even the palace, could be seen. Trees were growing out of the top, up one of which I climbed, but could not see the palace or any of the buildings. Back toward the mountain was nothing but forest. In front, through an opening in the trees, we saw a great wooded plain extending to Tabasco and the Gulf of Mexico, and the Indian at the foot of the tree, peering through the branches, turned his face up to me with a beaming expression, and pointing to a little spot on the plain, which was to him the world, cried out, "Está el pueblo! There is the village." This was the only occasion on which I attempted to explore, but it was the only time I had any mark to aim at. I must except, however, the exploration of an aqueduct which Pawling and I attempted together. It is supplied by a stream which runs at the base of the terrace on which the palace stands. At the time of our arrival, the whole stream passed through this aqueduct. It was now swollen, and ran over the top and alongside. At the mouth we had great difficulty in stemming the torrent. Within it was perfectly dark, and we could not move without candles. The sides were of smooth stones about 4 feet high, and the roof was made by stones lapping over like the corridors of the buildings. At a short distance from the entrance the passage turned to the left, and at a distance of 160 feet it was completely blocked up by the ruins of the roof, which had fallen down. What was its direction beyond it was impossible to determine, but certainly it did not pass under the palace, as has been supposed. Besides the claps of thunder and flashes of lightning, we had one alarm at night. It was from a noise that sounded like the cracking of a dry branch under a stealthy tread, which, as we all started up together, I thought was that of a wild beast, but which Mr. Catherwood, whose bed was nearer, imagined to be that of a man. We climbed up the mound of fallen stones at the end of this corridor, but beyond all was thick darkness. Pawling fired twice as intimation that we were awake, and we arranged poles across the corridor as a trap, so that even an Indian could not enter from that quarter without being thrown down with some considerable noise and detriment to his person. End of Section 21. Section 22 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Besides mosquitoes and garrapatas, or ticks, we suffered from another worse insect, called by the natives niguas, which, we are told, pestered the Spaniards on their first entry into the country, and which, says the historian, quotes, ate their way into the flesh, under the nails of the toes, then laid their nits there within, and multiplied in such manner that there was no ridding them but by cauteries, so that some lost their toes and some their feet, whereas they should at first have been picked out, but being as yet unacquainted with the evil, they knew not how to apply the remedy." End quote. This description is true, even to the last clause. We had escaped them until our arrival at Palenque, and, being unacquainted with the evil, did not know how to apply the remedy. I carried one in my foot for several days, conscious that something was wrong, but not knowing what, until the nits had been laid and multiplied. Pawling undertook to pick them out with a penknife, which left a large hole in the flesh, and unluckily, from the bites of various insects, my foot became so inflamed that I could not get on shoe or stocking. I was obliged to lie by, and sitting an entire day with my foot in a horizontal position, uncovered, it was assaulted by small black flies, the bites of which I did not feel at the moment of infliction, but which left marks like the punctures of 100 pins. The irritation was so great, and the swelling increased so much, that I became alarmed, and determined to return to the village. It was no easy matter to get there. The foot was too big to put in a stirrup, and indeed to keep it but for a few moments in a hanging position made it feel as if the blood would burst through the skin, and the idea of striking it against a bush makes me shudder even now. It was indispensable, however, to leave the place. I sent in to the village for a mule, and on the 10th day after my arrival at the ruins, hopped down the terrace, mounted, and laid the unfortunate member on a pillow over the pommel of the saddle. This gave me, for that muddy road, a very uncertain seat. I had a man before me to cut the branches, yet my hat was knocked off 3 or 4 times, and twice I was obliged to dismount. But in due season, to my great relief, we cleared the woods. After the closeness and confinement of the forest, coming once more into an open country quickened my pulse. As I ascended to the table on which the village stood, I observed an unusual degree of animation, and a crowd of people in the grass-grown street, probably some 15 or 20, who seemed roused at the sight of me, and presently 3 or 4 men on horseback rode toward me. I had borne many different characters in that country, and this time I was mistaken for 3 padres who were expected to arrive that morning from Tumbala. If the mistake had continued, I should have had dinner enough for 6 at least. But unluckily it was soon discovered, and I rode on to the door of our old house. Presently the alcalde appeared with his keys in his hands and in full dress, that is, his shirt was inside of his pantaloons, and I was happy to find that he was in a worse humor at the coming of the padres than at our arrival. Indeed, he seemed now rather to have a leaning toward me, as one who could sympathize in his vexation at the absurdity of making such a fuss about them. When he saw my foot, too, he really showed some commiseration, and endeavored to make me as comfortable as possible. The swelling had increased very much. I was soon on my back and lying perfectly quiet. By the help of a medicine chest, starvation, and absence of irritating causes, in 2 days and nights I reduced the inflammation very sensibly. Chapter 19. A voice from the ruins. Buying bread. Arrival of padres. Cura of Palenque. Card playing. Sunday. Mass. A dinner party. Mementos of home. Dinner customs. Return to the ruins. A marked change. Terrific thunder. A whirlwind. A scene of the sublime and terrible. The 3rd day I heard from the ruins a voice of wailing. Juan had upset the lard, and every drop was gone. The imploring letter I received roused all my sensibilities, and forgetting everything in the emergency, I hurried to the alcalde's and told him a hog must die. The alcalde made difficulties, and to this day I cannot account for his concealing from me a fact of which he must have been aware, to wit, that on the very night a porker had been killed. Very early the next morning I saw a boy passing with some strings of fresh pork, hailed him, and he guided me to a hut in the suburbs, but yesterday the dwelling of the unfortunate quadruped. I procured the portion of some honest Palenquian, and returned happy in the consciousness of making others so. That day was memorable too for another piece of good fortune, for a courier arrived from Ciudad Real with despatches for Tabasco and a backload of bread on private account. As soon as the intelligence reached me, I dispatched a messenger to negotiate for the whole stock. Unfortunately, it was sweetened, made up into diamonds, circles, and other fanciful forms, about 2 inches long and an inch thick, to be eaten with chocolate, and that detestable lard was oozing out of the crust. Nevertheless, it was bread, and placing it carefully on a table, with a fresh cheese, the product of our cow, I lay down at night full of the joy that morning would diffuse over the ruins of Palenque. But alas, all human calculations are vain. In my first sleep I was roused by a severe clap of thunder, and detected an enormous cat on the table. While my boot was sailing toward her, with one bound she reached the wall and disappeared under the eaves of the roof. I fell asleep again, she returned, and the consequences were fatal. The padres were slow in movement, and after keeping the village in a state of excitement for 3 days, this morning they made a triumphal entry, escorted by citizens and with a train of more than 100 Indians, carrying hammocks, chairs, and luggage. The villages of Tumbala and San Pedro had turned out 200 or 300 strong, and carried them on their backs and shoulders to Nopa, where they were met by a deputation from Palenque, and transferred to the village. It is a glorious thing in that country to be a padre, and next to being a padre oneself is the position of being a padre's friend. In the afternoon I visited them, but after the fatigues of the journey they were all asleep, and the Indians around the door were talking in low tones so as not to disturb them. Inside were enormous piles of luggage, which showed the prudent care the good ecclesiastics took of themselves. The siesta over, very soon they appeared, one after the other, in dresses, or rather undresses, difficult to describe, but certainly by no means clerical. Neither of them had coat or jacket. 2 of them were the curas of Tumbala and Ayalon, whom we had seen on our journey. The third was a Franciscan friar from Ciudad Real, and they had come expressly to visit the ruins. All had suffered severely from the journey. The cura of Ayalon was a deputy to Congress, and in Mexico many inquiries had been made of him about the ruins, on the supposition that they were in his neighbourhood, which erroneous supposition he mentioned with a feeling reference to the intervening mountains. The padre of Tumbala was a promising young man of 28, and weighed at that time about 12 stone, or 240 pounds, a heavy load to carry about with him over such roads as they had traversed. But the Dominican friar suffered most, and he sat sidewise in a hammock with his vest open, wiping the perspiration from his breast. They were all intelligent men, and in fact the circumstance of their making the journey for no other purpose than to visit the ruins was alone an indication of their superior character. The congressman we had seen on our way through his village, and then were struck with his general knowledge, and particularly with his force of character. He had borne an active part in all the convulsions of the country, from the time of the revolution against Spain, of which he had been an instigator, and ever since, to the scandal of the church party, stood forth as a liberal. He had played the soldier as well as priest, laying down his blood-stained sword after a battle to confess the wounded and dying. Twice wounded, once chronicled among the killed, an exile in Guatemala, and with the gradual recovery of the Liberal party, restored to his place and sent as a deputy to Congress, where very soon he was to take part in new convulsions. They were all startled by the stories of mosquitoes, insects, and reptiles at the ruins, and particularly by what they had heard of the condition of my foot. While we were taking chocolate, the cura of Palenque entered. At the time of our first arrival he was absent at another village under his charge, and I had not seen him before. He was more original in his appearance than either of the others, being very tall, with long black hair, an Indian face and complexion, and certainly 4/5 Indian blood. Indeed, if I had seen him in Indian costume, and what that is the reader by this time understands, I should have taken him for a puro, or Indian of unmixed descent. His dress was as unclerical as his appearance, consisting of an old straw hat with the rim turned up before, behind, and at the sides, so as to make 4 regular corners, with a broad blue velvet riband for a hatband, both soiled by long exposure to wind and rain. Beneath this were a check shirt, an old blue silk neckcloth with yellow stripes, a striped roundabout jacket, black waistcoat, and pantaloons made of bed ticking, not meeting the waistcoat by 2 inches, the whole tall figure ending below in yellow buckskin shoes. But under this outre appearance existed a charming simplicity and courtesy of manner, and when he spoke his face beamed with kindness. The reception given him showed the good feeling existing among the padres, and after some general conversation the chocolate cups were removed, and one of the padres went to his chest, whence he produced a pack of cards, which he placed upon the table. He said that he always carried them with him, and it was very pleasant to travel with companions, as wherever they stopped they could have a game at night. The cards had evidently done much service, and there was something orderly and systematic in the preliminary arrangements that showed the effect of regular habits and a well-trained household. An old Indian servant laid on the table a handful of grains of corn and a new bundle of paper cigars. The grains of corn were valued at a medio. I declined joining in the game, whereupon one of the reverend fathers kept aloof to entertain me, and the other 3 sat down to monte, while still taking part in the conversation. Very soon they became abstracted, and I left them playing as earnestly as if the souls of unconverted Indians were at stake. I had often heard the ill-natured remark of foreigners that 2 padres cannot meet in that country without playing cards, but it was the first time I had seen its verification. Perhaps I feel guilty in saying so, because except on public occasions it was the first time I had ever seen 2 padres together. Before I left them the padres invited me to dine with them the next day, and on returning to my own quarters I found that Don Santiago, the gentleman who gave them the dinner, and next to the prefect, the principal inhabitant, had called upon me with a like invitation, which I need not say I accepted. The next day was Sunday. The storm of the night had rolled away, the air was soft and balmy, the grass was green, and not being obliged to travel, I felt what the natives aver, that the mornings of the rainy season were the finest in the year. It was a great day for the little church at Palenque. The 4 padres were there, all in their gowns and surplices. All assisted in the ceremonies, and the Indians from every hut in the village went to mass. This over, all retired, and in a few minutes the village was as quiet as ever. At 12 o'clock I went to the house of Don Santiago to dine. The 3 stranger padres were there, and most of the guests were assembled. Don Santiago, the richest man in Palenque and the most extensive merchant, received us in his tienda or store, which was merely a few shelves with a counter before them in one corner, and his whole stock of merchandise was worth perhaps $20 or $30. But Don Santiago was entirely a different style of man from one in such small business in this country or Europe. Courteous in manners and intelligent for that country, he was dressed in white pantaloons and red slippers, a clean shirt with an embroidered bosom, and suspenders, which probably cost more than all the rest of his habiliments, and were not to be hidden under coat and waistcoat. In this place, which had before seemed to me so much out of the world, I was brought more directly in contact with home than at any other I visited. The chair on which I sat came from New York, also a small looking glass, 2 pieces of American cottons, and the remnant of a box of vermicelli, of the existence of which in the place I was not before advised. The most intimate foreign relations of the inhabitants were with New York, through the port of Tobasco. They knew a man related to a family in the village who had actually been at New York, and a barrel of New York flour, the bare mention of which created a yearning, had once reached the place. In fact, New York was more familiar to them than any other part of the world except the capital. Don Santiago had a copy of Zavala's Tour in the United States, which, except a few volumes of the Lives of Saints, was his library, and which he knew almost by heart, and they had kept up with our political history so well as to know that General Washington was not president, but General Jackson. The padre of Tumbala, he of the 240 pounds weight, was something of an exquisite in dress for that country, and had brought with him his violin. He was curious to know the state of musical science in my country, and whether the government supported good opera companies, regretted that I could not play some national airs, and entertained himself and the company with several of his own. In the meantime, the padre of Palenque was still missing, but after being sent for twice, made his appearance. The dinner was in fact his, but on account of want of conveniences in the convent from his careless housekeeping, was given by his friend Don Santiago on his behalf, and the answer of the boy sent to call him was that he had forgotten all about it. He was absent and eccentric enough for a genius, though he made no pretensions to that character. Don Santiago told us that he once went to the padre's house, where he found inside a cow and a calf. The cura, in great perplexity, apologized, saying that he could not help himself, they would come in, and considered it a capital idea when Don Santiago suggested to him the plan of driving them out. As soon as he appeared, the other padres railed him upon his forgetfulness, which they insisted was all feigned. They had won $16 of him the night before, and said that he was afraid to come. He answered in the same strain that he was a ruined man. They offered him his revenge, and forthwith the table was brought out, cards and grains of corn were spread upon it as before, and while the padre of Tumbala played the violin, the other 3 played Monte. Being Sunday in some places, this would be considered rather irregular; at least, to do so with open doors would be considered setting a bad example to children and servants, and in fact, considering myself on a pretty sociable footing, I could not help telling them that in my country they would all be read out of church. The padre congressman had met an Englishman in Mexico who had told him the same thing, and also the manner of observing the Sunday in England, which they all thought must be very stupid. Perhaps upon less ground than this the whole Spanish American priesthood has at times been denounced as a set of unprincipled gamblers, but I have too warm a recollection of their many kindnesses to hold them up in this light. They were all intelligent and good men, who would rather do benefits than an injury. In matters connected with religion they were most reverential, labored diligently in their vocations, and were without reproach among their people. By custom and education they did not consider that they were doing wrong. From my agreeable intercourse with them, and my regard for their many good qualities, I would fain save them from the denunciations of utter unworthiness which might be cast upon them. Nevertheless, it is true that dinner was delayed, and all the company kept waiting until they had finished their game of cards. The table was set in an unoccupied house adjoining. Every white man in the village, except the prefect and alcalde, was present, the former being away at his hacienda, and the latter, from the sneering references he made to it, I suspected was not invited. In all there were 15 or 16, and I was led to the seat of honor at the head of the table. I objected, but the padres seated me perforce. After the gentlemen were seated, it was found that, by sitting close, there was room for some ladies, and after the arrangements for the table were completed, they were invited to take seats. Unluckily there was only room for 3, who sat all together on my left. In a few minutes I felt very much as if the dinner was got up expressly for me. It was long since I had seen such a table, and I mourned in spirit that I had not sent notice for Mr. Catherwood to come to the village accidentally in time to get an invitation. But it was too late now. There was no time for reflection. Every moment the dinner was going. In some places my position would have required me to devote myself to those on each side of me, but at Palenque they devoted themselves to me. If I stopped a moment, my plate was whipped away and another brought, loaded with something else. It may seem unmannerly, but I watched the fate of certain dishes, particularly some dulces or sweetmeats, hoping they would not be entirely consumed, as I proposed to secure all that should be left to take with me to the ruins. Wine was on the table, which was recommended to me as coming from New York, but this was not enough to induce me to taste it. There was no water, and, by the way, water is never put on the table, and never drunk until after the dulces, which come on as the last course, when it is served in a large tumbler, which passes round for each one to sip from. It is entirely irregular and ill-bred to ask for water during the meal. Each guest, as he rose from the table, bowed to Don Santiago and said muchas gracias, which I considered in bad taste, and not in keeping with the delicacy of Spanish courtesy, as the host ought rather to thank his guests for their society than they to thank him for his dinner. Nevertheless, as I had more reason to be thankful than any of them, I conformed to the example set me. After dinner my friends became drowsy and retired to siesta. I found my way back to Don Santiago's house, where, in a conversation with the ladies, I secured the remains of the dulces, and bought out his stock of vermicelli. In the morning, my foot being sufficiently recovered, I rode up to the house of the padres to escort them to the ruins. They had passed the evening sociably at cards, and again the padre of Palenque was wanting. We rode over to his house and waited while he secured carefully on the back of a tall horse a little boy who looked so wonderfully like him that, out of respect to his obligation of celibacy, people felt delicate in asking whose son he was. This done, he tied an extra pair of shoes behind his own saddle, and we set off with the adios of all the village. The padres intended to pass the night at the ruins, and had a train of 50 or 60 Indians, loaded with beds, bedding, provisions, sacate for the mules, and multifarious articles, down to a white earthen wash-bowl, besides which, more favored than we, they had 4 or 5 women. Entering the forest, we found the branches of the trees, which had been trimmed on my return to the village, again weighed down by the rains. The streams were very bad. The padres were well mounted, but no horsemen, dismounted very often, and under my escort we got lost. But at 11 o'clock, very much to the satisfaction of all, our long, strange-looking, straggling party reached the ruins. The old palace was once more alive with inhabitants. There was a marked change in it since I left. The walls were damp, the corridors wet, the continued rains were working through cracks and crevices and opening leaks in the roof. Saddles, bridles, boots, shoes, etc., were green and mildewed, and the guns and pistols covered with a coat of rust. Mr. Catherwood's appearance startled me. He was wan and gaunt, lame like me from the bites of insects, his face was swollen, and his left arm hung with rheumatism as if paralyzed. We sent the Indians across the courtyard to the opposite corridor, where the sight of our loose traps might not tempt them to their undoing, and, selecting a place for that purpose, the cartarets were set up immediately, and, with all the comforts of home, the padres lay down for an hour's rest. I had no ill will toward these worthy men, on the contrary, the most friendly feeling, but, to do the honours of the palace, I invited them to dine with us. Catherwood and Pawling objected, and they would have done better if left to themselves, but they appreciated the spirit of the invitation, and returned me muchas gracias. After their siesta, I escorted them over the palace, and left them in their apartment. Singularly enough, that night there was no rain, so that, with a hat before a candle, we crossed the courtyard and paid them a visit. We found the 3 reverend gentlemen sitting on a mat on the ground, winding up the day with a comfortable game at cards, and the Indians asleep around them. The next morning, with the assistance of Pawling and the Indians to lift and haul them, I escorted them to the other buildings, heard some curious speculations, and at 2 o'clock, with many expressions of goodwill and pressing invitations to their different convents, they returned to the village. Late in the afternoon the storm set in with terrific thunder, which at night rolled with fearful crashes against the walls, while the vivid lightning flashed along the corridors. The padres had laughed at us for their superior discrimination in selecting a sleeping place, and this night their apartment was flooded. From this time my notebook contains memoranda only on the arrival of the Indians, with the time that the storm set in, its violence and duration, the deluges of rain, and the places to which we were obliged to move our beds. Every day our residence became more wet and uncomfortable. On Thursday, the 30th of May, the storm opened with a whirlwind. At night the crash of falling trees rang through the forest. Rain fell in deluges. The roaring of thunder was terrific, and as we lay looking out, the aspect of the ruined palace, lighted up by the glare of lightning such as I never saw in this country, was awfully grand. In fact, there was too much of the sublime and terrible. The storm threatened the very existence of the building, and knowing the tottering state of the walls, for some moments we had apprehensions lest the whole should fall and crush us. In the morning, the courtyard and the ground below the palace were flooded, and by this time the whole front was so wet that we were obliged to desert it and move to the other side of the corridor. Even here we were not much better off, but we remained until Mr. Catherwood had finished his last drawing, and on Saturday, the 1st of June, like rats leaving a sinking ship, we broke up and left the ruins. Before leaving, however, I will present a description of the remaining buildings. End of section 22. Section 23 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 20. Plan of the Ruins, Pyramidal Structure, a Building, Stucco Ornaments, Human Figures, Tablets, Remarkable Hieroglyphics, Range of Pillars, Stone Terrace, Another Building, a Large Tablet, a Cross, Conjectures in regard to this Cross, Beautiful Sculpture, a Platform, Curious Devices, a Statue, Another Pyramidal Structure surmounted by a Building, Corridors, a Curious Bas-Relief, Stone Tablets with Figures in Bas-Relief, Tablets and Figures, the Oratorio, more pyramidal structures and buildings, extent of the ruins, these ruins the remains of a polished and peculiar people, antiquity of Palenque. The plan opposite indicates the position of all the buildings which have been discovered at Palenque. There are remains of others in the same vicinity, but so utterly dilapidated that we have not thought it worth while to give any description of them, nor even to indicate their places on the plan. From the palace no other building is visible. Passing out by what is called the subterraneous passage, you descend the southwest corner of the terrace, and at the foot immediately commence ascending a ruined pyramidal structure, which appears once to have had steps on all its sides. These steps have been thrown down by the trees, and it is necessary to clamber over stones, aiding the feet by clinging to the branches. The ascent is so steep that if the first man displaces a stone, it bounds down the side of the pyramid, and woe to those behind. About halfway up, through openings in the trees, is seen the building represented in the engraving opposite. The height of the structure on which it stands is 110 feet on the slope. The engravings represent the actual condition of the building, surrounded and overgrown by trees. But no description and no drawing can give effect to the moral sublimity of the spectacle. From the multiplicity of engravings required to illustrate the architecture and arts of this unknown people, I have omitted a series of views exhibiting the most picturesque and striking subjects that ever presented themselves to the pencil of an artist. The ruins and the forest made the deep and abiding impression upon our minds, but our object is to present the buildings as restored, as subjects for speculation and comparison with the architecture of other lands and times. The supposed restorations were made after a careful examination, and in each case the reader will see precisely what we had to guide us in making them. I must remark, however, that the buildings are the only parts which we attempted to restore. The specimens of sculpture and stuccoed ornaments were drawn as we found them. The engraving opposite represents the same building, cleared from forest and restored, and according to our division marked on the plan number 1. In the plate are given the ground plan beginning at the bottom, the front elevation, a section showing the position of tablets within, and the front elevation on a smaller scale, with the pyramidal structure on which it stands. The building is 76 feet in front and 25 feet deep. It has 5 doors and 6 piers, all standing. The whole front was richly ornamented in stucco, and the corner piers are covered with hieroglyphics, each of which contains 96 squares. The 4 piers are ornamented with human figures, 2 on each side, facing each other, which are represented in the following engravings in the order in which they stand upon the piers. The first is that of a woman with a child in her arms. At least we suppose it was intended for a woman from the dress. It is enclosed by an elaborate border and stands on a rich ornament. The head is destroyed. Over the top are 3 hieroglyphics, and there are traces of hieroglyphics broken off in the corner. The other 3 are of the same general character. Each probably had an infant in the arms, and over each are hieroglyphics. At the foot of the 2 center piers, resting on the steps, are 2 stone tablets, with what seemed interesting figures, but so encumbered with ruins that it was impossible to draw them. The interior of the building is divided into 2 corridors, running lengthwise, with a ceiling rising nearly to a point, as in the palace, and paved with large square stones. The front corridor is 7 feet wide. The separating wall is very massive, and has 3 doors, a large one in the center, and a smaller one on each side. In this corridor, at each side of the principal door, is a large tablet of hieroglyphics, each 13 feet long and 8 feet high, and each divided into 240 squares of characters or symbols. Both are set in the wall so as to project 3 or 4 inches. In one place a hole had been made in the wall close to the side of one of them, apparently for the purpose of attempting its removal, by which we discovered that the stone is about a foot thick. The sculpture is in bas-relief. The tablets are represented in the engravings opposite. The construction of the tablets was a large stone on each side and smaller ones in the center, as indicated by the dark lines in the engravings. In the right-hand tablet, one line is obliterated by water that has trickled down for an unknown length of time, and formed a sort of stalactite or hard substance, which has incorporated itself with the stone, and which we could not remove, though perhaps it might be detached by some chemical process. In the other tablet, nearly 1/2 of the hieroglyphics are obliterated by the action of water and decomposition of the stone. When we first saw them, both tablets were covered with a thick coat of green moss, and it was necessary to wash and scrape them, clear the lines with a stick, and scrub them thoroughly, for which last operation a pair of blacking brushes that Juan had picked up in my house at Guatemala, and disobeyed my order to throw away upon the road, proved exactly what we wanted, and could not have been procured. Besides this process, on account of the darkness of the corridor, from the thick shade of the trees growing before, it was necessary to burn candles or torches, and to throw a strong light upon the stones while Mr. Catherwood was drawing. The corridor in the rear is dark and gloomy, and divided into 3 apartments. Each of the side apartments has 2 narrow openings about 3 inches wide and a foot high. They have no remains of sculpture or painting or stuccoed ornaments. In the center apartment, set in the back wall and fronting the principal door of entrance, is another tablet of hieroglyphics, 4 feet 6 inches wide and 3 feet 6 inches high. The roof above is tight, consequently it has not suffered from exposure, and the hieroglyphics are perfect, though the stone is cracked lengthwise through the middle, as indicated in the engraving. The impression made upon our minds by these speaking but unintelligible tablets I shall not attempt to describe. From some unaccountable cause they have never before been presented to the public. Captains Del Rio and Dupaix both refer to them, but in very few words, and neither of them has given a single drawing. acting under a royal commission, and selected, doubtless, as fit men for the duties entrusted to them, they cannot have been ignorant or insensible of their value. It is my belief they did not give them because in both cases the artists attached to their expedition were incapable of the labor and the steady, determined perseverance required for drawing such complicated, unintelligible, and anomalous characters. As at Copan, Mr. Catherwood divided his paper into squares. The original drawings were reduced, and the engravings corrected by himself, and I believe they are as true copies as the pencil can make, the real written records of a lost people. The Indians call this building an escuela, or school, but our friends the padres called it a tribunal of justice, and these stones, they say, contained the tablets of the law. There is one important fact to be noticed. The hieroglyphics are the same as were found at Copan and Quirigua. The intermediate country is now occupied by races of Indians speaking many different languages, and entirely unintelligible to each other. But there is room for the belief that the whole of this country was once occupied by the same race, speaking the same language, or at least having the same written characters. There is no staircase or other visible communication between the lower and upper parts of this building, and the only way of reaching the latter was by climbing a tree which grows close against the wall, and the branches of which spread over the roof. The roof is inclined, and the sides are covered with stucco ornaments, which from exposure to the elements and the assaults of trees and bushes are faded and ruined, so that it was impossible to draw them, but enough remained to give the impression that, when perfect and painted, they must have been rich and imposing. Along the top was a range of pillars 18 inches high and 12 apart, made of small pieces of stone laid in mortar and covered with stucco, crowning which is a layer of flat projecting stones, having somewhat the appearance of a low open balustrade. In front of this building, at the foot of the pyramidal structure, is a small stream, part of which supplies the aqueduct before referred to. Crossing this, we came upon a broken stone terrace, about 60 feet on the slope, with a level esplanade at the top, 110 feet in breadth, from which rises another pyramidal structure, now ruined and overgrown with trees. It is 134 feet high on the slope, and on its summit is the building marked number 2, like the first, shrouded among trees, but presented in the engraving opposite as restored. The plate contains, as before, the ground plan, front elevation, section, and front elevation on a smaller scale, with the pyramidal structure on which it stands. The building is 54 feet front, 31 feet deep, and has 3 doorways. The whole front was covered with stuccoed ornaments. The 2 outer piers contain hieroglyphics. One of the inner piers is fallen, and the other is ornamented with a figure in bas-relief, but faded and ruined. The interior, again, is divided into 2 corridors running lengthwise, with ceilings as before, and pavements of large square stones, in which forcible breaches have been made, doubtless by Captain del Rio, and excavations underneath. The back corridor is divided into 3 apartments, and opposite the principal door of entrance is an oblong enclosure, with a heavy cornice or moulding of stucco, and a doorway richly ornamented over the top, but now much defaced. On each side of the doorway was a tablet of sculptured stone, which, however, has been removed. Within, the chamber is 13 feet wide and 7 feet deep. There was no admission of light except from the door, the sides were without ornament of any kind, and in the back wall, covering the whole width, was a tablet given in the engraving opposite. It was 10 feet 8 inches wide, 6 feet 4 inches in height, and consisted of 3 separate stones. That on the left, facing the spectator, is still in its place. The middle one has been removed and carried down the side of the structure, and now lies near the bank of the stream. It was removed many years ago by one of the inhabitants of the village, with the intention of carrying it to his house, but after great labor, with no other instruments than the arms and hands of Indians and poles cut from trees, it had advanced so far, when its removal was arrested by an order from the government forbidding any further abstraction from the ruins. We found it lying on its back near the banks of the stream, washed by many floods of the rainy season, and covered with a thick coat of dirt and moss. We had it scrubbed and propped up, and probably the next traveller will find it with the same props under it which we had placed there. In the engraving it is given in its original position on the wall. The stone on the right is broken and unfortunately altogether destroyed. Most of the fragments have disappeared, but from the few we found among the ruins in the front of the building, there is no doubt that it contained ranges of hieroglyphics corresponding in general appearance with those of the stone on the left. The tablet, as given in the engraving, contains only 2/3 of the original. In Del Rio's work it is not represented at all. In Dupaix it is given, not however as it exists, but as made up by the artist in Paris, so as to present a perfect picture. The subject is reversed, with the cross in the centre, and on each side a single row of hieroglyphics, only 8 in number. Probably when Dupaix saw it, 34 years before, it was entire, but the important features of 6 rows of hieroglyphics on each side of the principal figures, each row containing 17 in a line, do not appear. This is the more inexcusable in his publishers, as in his report Dupaix expressly refers to these numerous hieroglyphics, but it is probable that his report was not accompanied by any drawings of them. The principal subject of this tablet is the cross. It is surmounted by a strange bird, and loaded with indescribable ornaments. The 2 figures are evidently those of important personages. They are well drawn, and in symmetry of proportion are perhaps equal to many that are carved on the walls of the ruined temples in Egypt. Their costume is in a style different from any heretofore given, and the folds would seem to indicate that they were of a soft and pliable texture, like cotton. Both are looking towards the cross, and one seems in the act of making an offering, perhaps of a child. All speculations on the subject are, of course, entitled to little regard, but perhaps it would not be wrong to ascribe to these personages a sacerdotal character. The hieroglyphics doubtless explain all. Near them are other hieroglyphics which reminded us of the Egyptian mode of recording the name, history, office, or character of the persons represented. This tablet of the cross has given rise to more learned speculations than perhaps any others found at Palenque. Dupaix and his commentators, assuming for the building a very remote antiquity, or at least a period long antecedent to the Christian era, account for the appearance of the cross by the argument that it was known and had a symbolic meaning among ancient nations long before it was established as the emblem of the Christian faith. Our friends the padres, at the sight of it, immediately decided that the old inhabitants of Palenque were Christians, and by conclusions which are sometimes called jumping, they fixed the age of the buildings in the 3rd century. There is reason to believe that this particular building was intended as a temple, and that the enclosed inner chamber was an adoratorio, or oratory, or altar. What the rites and ceremonies of worship may have been, no one can undertake to say. The upper part of this building differs from the first. As before, there was no staircase or other communication, inside or out, nor were there the remains of any. The only mode of access was, in like manner, by climbing a tree, the branches of which spread across the roof. The roof was inclined, and the sides were richly ornamented with stucco figures plants, and flowers, but mostly ruined. Among them were the fragments of a beautiful head and of two bodies, in justness of proportion and symmetry approaching the Greek models. On the top of this roof is a narrow platform, supporting what, for the sake of description, I shall call 2 stories. The platform is but 2 feet 10 inches wide, and the superstructure of the first story is 7 feet 5 inches in height, that of the second 8 feet 5 inches, the width of the two being the same. The ascent from one to the other is by square projecting stones, and the covering of the upper story is of flat stones laid across and projecting over. The long sides of this narrow structure are of open stucco work, formed into curious and indescribable devices, human figures with legs and arms spreading and apertures between, and the whole was once loaded with rich and elegant ornaments in stucco relief. Its appearance at a distance must have been that of a high, fanciful lattice. Altogether, like the rest of the architecture and ornaments, it was perfectly unique, different from the works of any other people with which we were familiar, and its uses and purposes entirely incomprehensible. Perhaps it was intended as an observatory. From the upper gallery, through openings in the trees growing around, we looked out over an immense forest, and saw the Lake of Terminos and the Gulf of Mexico. Near this building was another interesting monument, which had been entirely overlooked by those who preceded us in a visit to Palenque, and I mention this fact in the hope that the next visitor may discover many things omitted by us. It lies in front of the building, about 40 or 50 feet down the side of the pyramidal structure. When we first passed it with our guide, it lay on its face, with its head downward, and half buried by an accumulation of earth and stones. The outer side was rough and unhewn, and our attention was attracted by its size. Our guide said it was not sculptured, but after he had shown us everything that he had knowledge of, and we had discharged him, in passing it again we stopped and dug around it, and discovered that the under surface was carved. The Indians cut down some saplings for levers and rolled it over. The opposite engraving represents this monument. It is the only statue that has ever been found at Palenque. We were at once struck with its expression of serene repose and its strong resemblance to Egyptian statues, though in size it does not compete with the gigantic remains of Egypt. In height it is 10 feet 6 inches, of which 2 feet 6 inches were underground. The headdress is lofty and spreading. There are holes in the place of ears, which were perhaps adorned with earrings of gold and pearls. Round the neck is a necklace, and pressed against the breast by the right hand is an instrument apparently with teeth. The left hand rests on a hieroglyphic, from which descends some symbolic ornament. The lower part of the dress bears an unfortunate resemblance to the modern pantaloons, but the figure stands on what we have always considered a hieroglyphic, analogous again to the custom in Egypt of recording the name and office of the hero or other person represented. The sides are rounded, and the back is of rough stone. Probably it stood embedded in a wall. From the foot of the elevation on which the last mentioned building stands, their bases almost touching, rises another pyramidal structure of about the same height, on the top of which is the building marked number 3. Such is the density of the forest, even on the sides of the pyramidal structure, that, though in a right line, but a short distance apart, one of these buildings cannot be seen from the other. The engraving opposite represents this building as restored, not from any fancied idea of what it might have been, but from such remains and indications that it was impossible to make anything else of it. It is 38 feet front and 28 feet deep, and has 3 doors. The end piers are ornamented with hieroglyphics in stucco, 2 large medallions in handsome compartments, and the intermediate ones with bas-reliefs also in stucco, in general character similar to those before given, and for that reason, not to multiply engravings, I omit them. The interior again is divided into 2 corridors, about 9 feet wide each, and paved with stone. The engraving opposite represents the front corridor, with the ceiling rising nearly to a point, and covered at the top with a layer of flat stones. In several places on each side are holes, which are found also in all the other corridors. They were probably used to support poles for scaffolding while the building was in process of erection, and had never been filled up. At the extreme end, cut through the wall, is one of the windows before referred to, which have been the subject of speculation from analogy to the letter tau. The back corridor is divided into 3 apartments. In the center, facing the principal door of entrance, is an enclosed chamber, similar to that which in the last building we have called an oratory or altar. Its shadow is seen in the engraving. The top of the doorway was gorgeous with stuccoed ornaments, and on the piers at each side were stone tablets in bas-relief. Within, the chamber was 4 feet 7 inches deep and 9 feet wide. There were no stuccoed ornaments or paintings, but set in the back wall was a stone tablet covering the whole width of the chamber, 9 feet wide and 8 feet high. The tablet is given in the frontispiece of this volume, and I beg to call it to the particular attention of the reader as the most perfect and most interesting monument in Palenque. Neither Del Rio nor Dupaix has given any drawing of it, and it is now for the first time presented to the public. It is composed of 3 separate stones, the joints in which are shown by the blurred lines in the engraving. The sculpture is perfect, and the characters and figures stand clear and distinct on the stone. On each side are rows of hieroglyphics. The principal personages will be recognized at once as the same who are represented in the tablet of the cross. They wear the same dress, but here both seem to be making offerings. Both personages stand on the backs of human beings, one of whom supports himself by his hands and knees, and the other seems crushed to the ground by the weight. Between them, at the foot of the tablet, are 2 figures sitting cross-legged, one bracing himself with his right hand on the ground, and with the left supporting a square table. The attitude and action of the other are the same, except that they are in reverse order. The table also rests on their bended necks, and their distorted countenances may perhaps be considered expressions of pain and suffering. They are both clothed in leopard skins. Upon this table rest 2 batons crossed, their upper extremities richly ornamented, and supporting what seems a hideous mask, the eyes widely expanded and the tongue hanging out. This seems to be the object to which the principal personages are making offerings. The pier on each side of the doorway contained a stone tablet, with figures carved in bas-relief, which are represented in the 2 following engravings. These tablets, however, have been removed from their place to the village and set up in the wall of a house as ornaments. They were the first objects which we saw, and the last which Mr. Catherwood drew. The house belonged to 2 sisters, who have an exaggerated idea of the value of these tablets, and though always pleased with our coming to see them, made objections to having them copied. We obtained permission only by promising a copy for them also, which, however, Mr. Catherwood, worn out with constant labour, was entirely unable to make. I cut out of Del Rio's book the drawings of the same subjects, which I thought, being printed, would please them better; but they had examined Mr. Catherwood's drawing in its progress, and were not at all satisfied with the substitute. The moment I saw these tablets, I formed the idea of purchasing them, and carrying them home as a sample of Palenque, but it was some time before I ventured to broach the subject. They could not be purchased without the house, but that was no impediment, for I liked the house also. It was afterward included among the subjects of other negotiations, which were undetermined when I left Palenque. End of Section 23. Section 24 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. The two figures stand facing each other, the first on the right hand, fronting the spectator. The nose and eyes are strongly marked, but altogether the development is not so strange as to indicate a race entirely different from those which are known. The headdress is curious and complicated, consisting principally of leaves of plants, with a large flower hanging down, and among the ornaments are distinguished the beak and eyes of a bird and a tortoise. The cloak is a leopard skin, and the figure has ruffles around the wrists and ankles. The second figure, standing on the left of the spectator, has the same profile which characterizes all the others at Palenque. Its headdress is composed of a plume of feathers, in which is a bird holding a fish in its mouth, and in different parts of the headdress there are 3 other fishes. The figure wears a richly embroidered tippet and a broad girdle, with the head of some animal in front, sandals and leggings. The right hand is extended in a prayerful or deprecating position, with the palm outward. Over the heads of these mysterious personages are 3 cabalistic hieroglyphics. We considered the oratorio or altar the most interesting portion of the ruins at Palenque, and in order that the reader may understand it in all its details, the plate opposite is presented, which shows distinctly all the combinations of the doorway, with its broken ornaments, the tablets on each side, and within the doorway is seen the large tablet on the back of the inner wall. The reader will form from it some idea of the whole and of its effect upon the stranger, when, as he climbs up the ruined pyramidal structure, on the threshold of the door this scene presents itself. We could not but regard it as a holy place, dedicated to the gods, and consecrated by the religious observances of a lost and unknown people. Comparatively, the hand of ruin has spared it, and the great tablet, surviving the wreck of elements, stands perfect and entire. Lonely, deserted, and without any worshippers at its shrine, the figures and characters are distinct as when the people who reared it went up to pay their adorations before it. To us it was all a mystery, silent, defying the most scrutinizing gaze and reach of intellect. Even our friends the padres could make nothing of it. Near this, on the top of another pyramidal structure, was another building entirely in ruins, which apparently had been shattered and hurled down by an earthquake. The stones were strewed on the side of the pyramid, and it was impossible even to make out the ground plan. Returning to number 1, and proceeding south, at a distance of 1,500 feet, and on a pyramidal structure 100 feet high from the bank of the river, is another building, marked on the plan number 4, 20 feet front and 18 feet deep, but in an unfortunately ruined condition. The whole of the front wall has fallen, leaving the outer corridor entirely exposed. Fronting the door, and against the back wall of the inner corridor, was a large stucco ornament representing a figure sitting on a couch, but a great part has fallen or been taken off and carried away. The body of the couch, with tiger's feet, is all that now remains. The outline of two tigers' heads and of the sitting personage is seen on the wall. The loss or destruction of this ornament is more to be regretted, as from what remains it appears to have been superior in execution to any other stucco relief in Palenque. The body of the couch is entire, and the leg and foot hanging down the side are elegant specimens of art and models for study. The plate opposite represents this relief, and also a plan, section, and general view of the building. I have now given, without speculation or comment, a full description of the ruins of Palenque. I repeat what I stated in the beginning, that there may be more buildings, but after a close examination of the vague reports current in the village, we are satisfied that no more have ever been discovered, and from repeated inquiries of Indians who had traversed the forest in every direction in the dry season, we are induced to believe that no more exist. The whole extent of ground covered by those as yet known, as appears by the plan, is not larger than our park or battery. In stating this fact, I am very far from wishing to detract from the importance or interest of the subject. I give our opinion, with the grounds of it, and the reader will judge for himself how far these are entitled to consideration. It is proper to add, however, that, considering the space now occupied by the ruins as the site of palaces, temples, and public buildings, and supposing the houses of the inhabitants to have been, like those of the Egyptians and the present race of Indians, of frail and perishable materials, and, as at Memphis and Thebes, to have disappeared altogether, the city may have covered an immense extent. The reader is perhaps disappointed, but we were not. There was no necessity for assigning to the ruined city an immense extent, or an antiquity coeval with that of the Egyptians or of any other ancient and known people. What we had before our eyes was grand, curious, and remarkable enough. Here were the remains of a cultivated, polished, and peculiar people, who had passed through all the stages incident to the rise and fall of nations, reached their golden age, and perished entirely unknown. The links which connected them with the human family were severed and lost, and these were only the memorials of their footsteps upon earth. We lived in the ruined palace of their kings. We went up to their desolate temples and fallen altars, and wherever we moved, we saw the evidence of their taste, their skill in arts, their wealth and power. In the midst of desolation and ruin, we looked back to the past, cleared away the gloomy forest, and fancied every building perfect, with its terraces and pyramids, its sculptured and painted ornaments, grand, lofty, and imposing, and overlooking an immense inhabited plain. We called back into life the strange people who gazed at us in sadness from the walls, pictured them in fanciful costumes and adorned with plumes of feathers, ascending the terraces of the palace and the steps leading to the temples. And often we imagined a scene of unique and gorgeous beauty and magnificence, realizing the creations of Oriental poets, the very spot which fancy would have selected for the happy valley of Rasselas. In the romance of the world's history, nothing ever impressed me more forcibly than the spectacle of this once great and lovely city, overturned, desolate, and lost, discovered by accident, overgrown with trees for miles around, and without even a name to distinguish it. Apart from everything else, it was a mournful witness to the world's mutations. Nations melt from power's high pinnacle when they have felt the sunshine for a while, and downward go. As at Copan, I shall not at present offer any conjecture in regard to the antiquity of these buildings, merely remarking that at 10 leagues distance is a village called Las Tres Cruces, or the Three Crosses, from 3 crosses which, according to tradition, Cortes erected at that place when on his conquering march from Mexico to Honduras by the Lake of Peten. Cortes then must have passed within 20 or 30 miles of the place now called Palenque. If it had been a living city, its fame must have reached his ears, and he would probably have turned aside from his road to subdue and plunder it. It seems, therefore, but reasonable to suppose that it was at that time desolate and in ruins, and even the memory of it lost. Chapter 21. Departure from the ruins. Bad road. An accident. Arrival at the village. A funeral procession. Negotiations for purchasing Palenque. Making casts. Final departure from Palenque. Beautiful plain. Hanging birds' nests. A sitio. Adventure with a monstrous ape. Hospitality of padres. Las Playas. A tempest. Mosquitoes. A youthful merchant. Alligators. Another funeral. Disgusting ceremonials. Among the Indians who came out to escort us to the village was one whom we had not seen before, and whose face bore a striking resemblance to those delineated on the walls of the buildings. In general, the faces of the Indians were of an entirely different character, but he might have been taken for a lineal descendant of the perished race. The resemblance was perhaps purely accidental, but we were anxious to procure his portrait. He was, however, very shy and unwilling to be drawn. Mr. Catherwood, too, was worn out, and in the confusion of removing, we postponed it upon his promising to come to us at the village, but we could not get hold of him again. We left behind our kitchen furniture, consisting of the 3 stones which Juan had put together the first day of our residence, vessels of pottery and calabashes, and also our beds for the benefit of the next comer. Everything susceptible of injury from damp was rusty or mouldy and in a ruinous condition. We ourselves were not much better, and with the clothes on our backs far from dry, we bade farewell to the ruins. We were happy when we reached them, but our joy at leaving them burst the bounds of discretion and broke out into extravagances poetical, which, however, fortunately for the reader, did not advance much beyond the first line, Adios las casas de piedra. The road was worse than at any time before. The streams were swollen into rivers, and along the banks were steep, narrow gullies, very difficult to pass. At one of these, after attempting to ascend with my macho, I dismounted. Mr. Catherwood was so weak that he remained on the back of his mule, and after he had crossed, just as he reached the top, the mule's strength gave way, and she fell backward, rolling over in the stream with Mr. Catherwood entirely under. Pawling was behind, and at that time in the stream. He sprang off and extricated Mr. Catherwood, unhurt, but very faint, and as he was obliged to ride in his wet clothes, we had great apprehensions for him. At length we reached the village, when, exhausted by hard and unintermitted labor, he gave up completely and took to bed and the medicine chest. In the evening nearly all my friends of the dinner party came to see us. That one day had established an intimacy. All regretted that we had had such an unfortunate time at the ruins, wondered how we had lived through it, and were most kind in offers of services. The padre remained after the rest, and went home with a lantern in the midst of one of those dreadful storms which had almost terrified us at the ruins. The next day again was Sunday. It was my third Sunday in the village, and again it was emphatically a day of rest. In the afternoon a mournful interruption was given to the stillness of the place by the funeral of a young Indian girl, once the pride and beauty of the village, whose portrait Mr. Waldeck had taken to embellish his intended work on Palenque. Her career, as often happens with beauty in higher life, was short, brilliant, and unhappy. She had married a young Indian, who abandoned her and went to another village. Ignorant, innocent, and unconscious of wrong, she was persuaded to marry another, drooped, and died. The funeral procession passed our door. The corpse was borne on a rude bier, without coffin, in a white cotton dress, with a shawl over the head, and followed by a slender procession of women and children only. I walked beside it, and heard one of them say, "Bueno Cristiano," to attend the funeral of a poor woman. The bier was set down beside the grave, and in lifting the body from it the head turned on one side and the hands dropped. The grave was too short, and as the dead was laid within, the legs were drawn up. Her face was thin and wasted, but the mouth had a sweetness of expression which seemed to express that she had died with a smile of forgiveness for him who had injured her. I could not turn my eyes from her placid but grief-worn countenance, and so touching was its expression that I could almost have shed tears. Young, beautiful, simple, and innocent, abandoned and dead, with not a mourner at her grave. All seemed to think that she was better dead. She was poor and could not maintain herself. The men went away, and the women and children with their hands scraped the earth upon the body. It was covered up gradually and slowly. The feet stuck out, and then all was buried but the face. A small piece of muddy earth fell upon one of the eyes, and another on her sweetly smiling mouth, changing the whole expression in a moment. Death was now robed with terror. The women stopped to comment upon the change. The dirt fell so as to cover the whole face except the nose, and for 2 or 3 moments this alone was visible. Another brush covered this, and the girl was buried. The reader will excuse me. I am sorry to say that if she had been ugly, I should perhaps have regarded it as an everyday case of a wife neglected by her husband, but her sweet face speaking from the grave created an impression which even yet is hardly effaced. But to return to things more in my line. We had another long journey before us. Our next move was for Yucatan. From Mr. Catherwood's condition I had great fear that we would not be able to accomplish what we purposed, but at all events it was necessary to go down to the sea-coast. There were 2 routes, either by Tabasco or the Laguna to Campeche, and war again confronted us. Both Tabasco and Campeche were besieged by the Liberals, or as they were called, the revolutionists. The former route required 3 days' journey by land, the latter 1 short day, and as Mr. C. was not able to ride, this determined us. In the meantime, while waiting for his recovery, and so as not to rust and be utterly useless when I returned home, I started another operation, that is, the purchase of the city of Palenque. I am bound to say, however, that I was not bold enough to originate this, but fell into it accidentally in a long conversation with the prefect about the richness of the soil, the cheapness of land, its vicinity to the seaboard and the United States, and easy communication with New York. He told me that a merchant of Tobasco, who had visited the place, had proposed to purchase a tract of land and establish a colony of emigrants, but he had gone away and never returned. He added that for 2 years a government order from the state of Chiapas, to which the region belonged, had been lying in his hands for the sale of all land in the vicinity lying within certain limits, but there were no purchasers, and no sales were ever made. Upon inquiry I learned that this order, in its terms, embraced the ground occupied by the ruined city. No exception whatever was made in favor of it. He showed me the order, which was imperative, and he said that if any exception was intended, it would have been so expressed, wherefore he considered himself bound to receive an offer for any portion of the land. The sale was directed to be by appraisement, the applicant to name one man, the prefect another, and, if necessary, they two to name a third, and the application, with the price fixed and the boundaries, was to be sent to Ciudad Real for the approval of the governor and a deed. The tract containing the ruins consisted of about 6,000 acres of good land, which, according to the usual appraisement, would cost about $1,500, and the prefect said that it would not be valued a cent higher on account of the ruins. I resolved immediately to buy it. I would fit up the palace and repeople the old city of Palenque. But there was one difficulty. By the laws of Mexico, no stranger can purchase lands unless married to an hija del país, or daughter of the country. This, by the way, is a grand stroke of policy, holding up the most powerful attraction of the country to seduce men from their natural allegiance and radicate them in the soil, and it is taking them where weak and vulnerable, for when wandering in strange countries, alone and friendless, buffeted and battered, with no one to care for him, there are moments when a lovely woman might root the stranger to any spot on earth. On principle, I always resisted such tendencies, but I never before found it to my interest to give way. The ruined city of Palenque was a most desirable piece of property. The case was embarrassing and complicated. Society in Palenque was small. The oldest young lady was not more than 14, and the prettiest woman, who already had contributed most to our happiness — she made our cigars — was already married. The house containing the 2 tablets belonged to a widow lady and a single sister, good looking, amiable, and both about 40. The house was one of the neatest in the place. I always liked to visit it, and had before thought that, if passing a year at the ruins, it would be delightful to have this house in the village for recreation and occasional visits. With either of these ladies would come possession of the house and the 2 stone tablets, but the difficulty was that there were 2 of them, both equally interesting and equally interested. I am particular in mentioning these little circumstances to show the difficulties that attended every step of our enterprise in that country. There was an alternative, and that was to purchase in the name of some other person, but I did not know anyone I could trust. At length, however, I hit upon Mr. Russell, the American consul at Laguna, who was married to a Spanish lady and already had large possessions in the country, and I arranged with the prefect to make the purchase in his name. Pawling was to accompany me to the Laguna for the purpose of procuring and carrying back evidence of Mr. Russell's cooperation and the necessary funds, and was to act as my agent in completing the purchase. The prefect was personally anxious to complete it. The buildings, he said, were fast going to decay, and in a few years more would be mounds of ruins. In that country they were not appreciated or understood, and he had the liberal wish that the tablets of hieroglyphics particularly might find their way to other countries, be inspected and studied by scientific men, and their origin and history be ascertained. Besides, he had an idea that immense discoveries were still to be made and treasures found, and he was anxious for a thorough exploration, in which he should himself cooperate. The 2 tablets which I had attempted to purchase were highly prized by the owners, but he thought they could be secured by purchasing the house, and I authorized him to buy it at a fixed price. In my many conversations with the prefect, I had broached the subject of making casts from the tablets. Like every other official whom I met, he supposed that I was acting under a commission from my government, which idea was sustained by having in my employ a man of such character and appearance as Pawling, though every time I put my hand in my pocket I had a feeling sense that the case was far otherwise. In the matter of casts he offered every assistance, but there was no plaster of Paris nearer than the Laguna or Campeche, and perhaps not even there. We had made an experiment at the ruins by catching in the river a large quantity of snails and burning the shells, but it did not answer. He referred us to some limestone in the neighborhood, but this would not do. Pawling knew nothing of casting. The idea had never entered his mind before, but he was willing to undertake this. Mr. Catherwood, who had been shut up in Athens during the Greek Revolution, when it was besieged by the Turks, and in pursuing his artistical studies had perforce made castings with his own hands, gave him written instructions, and it was agreed that when he returned with the credentials from Mr. Russell, he should bring back plaster of Paris, and while the proceedings for completing the purchase were pending, should occupy himself in this new branch of business. On the 4th of June we took our final departure from Palenque. Don Santiago sent me a farewell letter, enclosing, according to the custom of the country, a piece of silk, the meaning of which I did not understand, but learned that it was meant as a pledge of friendship, which I reciprocated with a penknife. The prefect was kind and courteous to the last. Even the old alcalde, drawing a little daily revenue from us, was touched. Every male inhabitant came to the house to bid us farewell and wish us to return, and before starting we rode round and exchanged adios with all their wives, good, kind, and quiet people, free from all agitating cares, and aiming only at an undisturbed existence in a place which I had been induced to believe the abode of savages and full of danger. In order to accompany us, the cura had postponed for 2 days a visit to his hacienda, which lay on our road. Pawling continued with us for the purpose before mentioned, and Juan according to contract. I had agreed to return him to Guatemala. Completely among strangers, he was absolutely in our power, and followed blindly, but with great misgivings asked the padre where we were taking him. His impression was that he was setting out for my country, and he had but little hope of ever seeing Guatemala again. From the village we entered immediately upon a beautiful plain, picturesque, ornamented with trees, and extending 5 or 6 days' journey to the Gulf of Mexico. The road was very muddy, but open to the sun in the morning was not so bad as we feared. On the borders of a piece of woodland were singular trees, with a tall trunk, the bark very smooth, and the branches festooned with hanging birds' nests. The bird was called the jagua, and built in this tree, as the padre told us, to prevent serpents from getting at the young. The cura, notwithstanding his strange figure and a life of incident and danger, was almost a woman in voice, manner, tastes, and feelings. He had been educated at the capital, and sent as a penance to this retired curacy. The visit of the padres had for the first time broken the monotony of his life. In the political convulsions of the capital he had made himself obnoxious to the church government by his liberal opinions, but unable, as he said, to find in him any tangible offence, his superiors had called him up on a charge of polluting the surplice, founded on the circumstance that, in the time of the cholera, when his fellow creatures were lying all around him in the agonies of death, in leaning over their bodies to administer the sacrament, his surplice had been soiled by saliva from the mouth of a dying man. For this he was condemned to penance and prayers from midnight till daybreak for 2 years in the cathedral, deprived of a good curacy, and sent to Palenque. At 2:30 we reached his sitio, or small hacienda. In the apprehension of the afternoon's rain, we would have continued to the end of our afternoon's journey, but the padre watched carefully the appearance of the sky, and, after satisfying himself that the rain would not come on till late, positively forbade our passing on. His sitio was what would be called at home a new place, being a tract of wild land of I do not know what extent, but some large quantity, which had cost him $25, and about as much more to make the improvements, which consisted of a hut made of poles and thatched with corn husks, and a cucinera, or kitchen, at a little distance. The stables and outhouses were a clearing bounded by a forest so thick that cattle could not penetrate it, and on the roadside by a rude fence. Altogether, in that mild climate the effect was good, and it was one of those occasions which make a man feel, away from the region of fictitious wants, how little is necessary for the comforts of life. The furniture of the hut consisted of 2 reed bedsteads, a table, and a bench, and in one corner was a pile of corn. The cura sent out for half a dozen fresh pineapples, and while we were refreshing ourselves with them, we heard an extraordinary noise in the woods, which an Indian boy told us was made by un animal. Pawling and I took our guns, and entering a path in the woods, as we advanced, the noise sounded fearful, but all at once it stopped. The boy opened a way through thickets of brush and underwood, and through an opening in the branches I saw on the limbs of a high tree a large black animal with fiery eyes. The boy said it was not a mico, or monkey, and I supposed it to be a catamount. I had barely an opening through which to take aim, fired, and the animal dropped below the range of view, but not hearing him strike the ground, I looked again and saw him hanging by his tail and dead, with the blood streaming from his mouth. Pawling attempted to climb the tree, but it was 50 feet to the first branch, and the blood trickled down the trunk. Wishing to examine the creature more closely, we sent the boy to the house, whence he returned with a couple of Indians. They cut down the tree, which fell with a terrible crash, and still the animal hung by its tail. The ball had hit him in the mouth and knocked out the foreteeth, passed out at the top of his back between his shoulders, and must have killed him instantly. The tenacity of his tail seemed marvelous, but was easily explained. It had no grip, and had lost all muscular power, but was wound round the branch with the end under, so that the weight of the body tightened the coil, and the harder the strain, the more secure was the hold. It was not a monkey, but so near a connection that I would not have shot him if I had known it. In fact, he was even more nearly related to the human family, being called a monos, or ape, and measured 6 feet, including the tail, very muscular, and in a struggle would have been more than a match for a man. And the padre said they were known to have attacked women. The Indians carried him up to the house and skinned him, and when lying on his back with his skin off and his eyes staring, the padre cried out, "Es hombre," it is a man, and I almost felt liable to an indictment for homicide. The Indians cooked the body, and I contrived to preserve the skin as a curiosity for its extraordinary size, but unluckily I left it on board a Spanish vessel at sea. End of section 24. Section 25 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. In the meantime, the padre had a fowl boiled for dinner. 3 guests at a time were not too much for his open hospitality, but they went beyond his dinner service, which consisted of 3 bowls. There was no plate, knife, fork, or spoon, and for the cura himself, not even a bowl. The fowl was served in an ocean of broth, which had to be disposed of first. Tortillas and a small cake of fresh cheese composed the rest of the meal. The reader will, perhaps, connect such an entertainment with vulgarity of manners, but the curate was a gentleman, and made no apologies, for he gave us the best he had. We had sent our carriers on before. The padre gave us a servant as a guide, and at 3 o'clock we bade him farewell. He was the last padre whom we met, and put a seal upon the kindness we had received from all the padres of that country. At 5 o'clock, by a muddy road through a picturesque country, remarkable only for swarms of butterflies with large yellow wings which filled the air, we reached Las Playas. This village is the head of navigation of the waters that empty in this direction into the Gulf of Mexico. The whole of the great plain to the sea is intersected by creeks and rivers, some of them in the summer dry, and on the rising of the waters overflowing their banks. At this season the plain on one side of the village was inundated, and seemed a large lake. The village was a small collection of huts upon what might be called its banks. It consisted of one street or road, grass grown, and still as at Palenque, at the extreme end of which was the church, under the pastoral care of our friend the padre. Our guide, according to the directions of the padre, conducted us to the convent, and engaged the sexton to provide us with supper. The convent was built of upright sticks, with a thatched roof, mud floor, and furnished with 3 reed bedsteads and a table. At this place we were to embark in a canoe, and had sent a courier a day beforehand, with a letter from the prefect to the Justicia, to have one ready for us. The Justicia was a portly mulatto, well dressed and very civil, had a canoe of his own, and promised to procure us 2 bogadores, or rowers, in the morning. Very soon the mosquitoes made alarming demonstrations, and gave us apprehensions of a fearful night. To make a show of resistance, we built a large fire in the middle of the convent. At night the storm came on with a high wind, which made it necessary to close the doors. For 2 hours we had a tempest of wind and rain, with terrific thunder and lightning. One blast burst open the door and scattered the fire, so that it came very near burning down the convent. Between the smoke and mosquitoes it was a matter of debate which of the 2 to choose, suffocation or torture. We preferred the former, and had the latter besides, and passed a miserable night. The next morning the justicia came to say that the bogadores were not ready, and could not go that day. The price which he named was about twice as much as the cura had told us we ought to pay, besides pozole, balls of mashed Indian corn, tortillas, honey, and meat. I remonstrated, and he went off to consult the mozos, but returned to say that they would not take less, and after treating him with but little of the respect due to office, I was obliged to accede. But I ought to add that throughout that country in general prices are fixed, and there is less advantage taken of the necessity of travellers than in most others. We were loath to remain, for besides the loss of time and the mosquitoes, the scarcity of provisions was greater than at Palenque. The sexton bought us some corn, and his wife made us tortillas. The principal merchant in the place, or at least the one who traded most largely with us, was a little boy, about 12 years old, who was dressed in a petate or straw hat. He had brought us some fruit, and we saw him coming again with a string over his naked shoulder, dragging on the ground what proved to be a large fish. The principal food of the place was young alligators. They were about 1.5 feet long, and at that youthful time of life were considered very tender. At their first appearance on the table they had not an inviting aspect, but ce n'est que le premier pas qui coûte. They tasted better than fish, and they were the best food possible for our canoe voyage, being dried and capable of preservation. Go where we will, to the uttermost parts of the earth, we are sure to meet one acquaintance. Death is always with us. In the afternoon was the funeral of a child. The procession consisted of 8 or 10 grown persons, and as many boys and girls. The sexton carried the child in his arms, dressed in white, with a wreath of flowers around its head. All were huddled around the sexton, walking together, the father and mother with him, and even more than in Costa Rica I remarked not only an absence of solemnity, but cheerfulness and actual gaiety, from the same happy conviction that the child had gone to a better world. I happened to be in the church as they approached, more like a wedding than a burial party. The floor of the church was earthen, and the grave was dug inside, because, as the sexton told me, the father was rich and could afford to pay for it, and the father seemed pleased and proud that he could give his child such a burial place. The sexton laid the child in the grave, folded its little hands across its breast, placing there a small rude cross, covered it with 8 or 10 inches of earth, and then got into the grave and stamped it down with his feet. He then got out and threw in more, and going outside of the church, brought back a pounder, being a log of wood about 4 feet long and 10 inches in diameter, like the rammer used among us by pavers, and again, taking his place in the grave, threw up the pounder to the full swing of his arm, and brought it down with all his strength over the head of the child. My blood ran cold. As he threw it up a second time, I caught his arm and remonstrated with him, but he said that they always did so with those buried inside the church, that the earth must be all put back and the floor of the church made even. My remonstrances seemed only to give him more strength and spirit. The sweat rolled down his body, and when perfectly tired with pounding, he stepped out of the grave. But this was nothing. More earth was thrown in, and the father laid down his hat, stepped into the grave, and the pounder was handed to him. I saw him throw it up twice and bring it down with a dead, heavy noise. I never beheld a more brutal and disgusting scene. The child's body must have been crushed to atoms. Toward evening the mosquitoes began their operations. Pawling and Juan planted sticks in the ground outside the convent and spread sheets over them for nets, but the rain came on and drove them within, and we passed another wretched night. It may be asked how the inhabitants live. I cannot answer. They seemed to suffer as much as we, but at home they could have conveniences which we could not carry in travelling. Pawling suffered so much, and heard such dreadful accounts of what we would meet with below, that in a spirit of impetuosity and irritation he resolved not to continue any further. From the difficulty and uncertainty of communications, however, I strongly apprehended that in such case all the schemes in which he was concerned must fall through and be abandoned, as I was not willing to incur the expense of sending materials subject to delays and uncertainties, unless in special charge, and once more he changed his purpose. I had but one leave taking, and that was a trying one. I was to bid farewell to my noble macho. He had carried me more than 2,000 miles over the worst roads that mule ever travelled. He stood tied to the door of the convent, saw the luggage and even his own saddle carried away by hand, and seemed to have a presentiment that something unusual was going on. I had often been solicited to sell him, but no money could have tempted me. He was in poorer condition than when we reached Palenque. Deprived of corn and exposed to the dreadful rains, he was worse than when worked hard and fed well every day, and in his drooping state seemed to reproach me for going away and leaving him forlorn. I threw my arms around his neck. His eyes had a mournful expression, and at that moment he forgot the angry prick of the spur. I laid aside the memory of a toss from his back and ineffectual attempts to repeat it, and we remembered only mutual kind offices and good fellowship. Tried and faithful companion, where are you now? I left him with 2 others tied at the door of the convent, to be taken by the sexton to the prefect at Palenque, there to recover from the debilitating influence of the early rains, and to roam on rich pasture grounds, untouched by bridle or spur, until I should return to mount him again. Chapter 22. Embarcation. An inundated plain. Rio Chico. The Usumacinta. Rio Palisada. Yucatan. More revolutions. Vespers. Embarcation for the Laguna. Shooting alligators. Tremendous storm. Boca Chico. Lake of Terminos. A calm succeeded by a tempest. Arrival at the Laguna. At 7 o'clock we went down to the shore to embark. The boatmen whom the justice had consulted, and for whom he had been so tenacious, were his honor himself and another man, who we thought was hired as the cheapest help he could find in the village. The canoe was about 40 feet long, with a toldo or awning of about 12 feet at the stern, and covered with matting. All the space before this was required by the boatmen to work the canoe, and with all our luggage under the awning, we had but narrow quarters. The seeming lake on which we started was merely a large inundated plain, covered with water to the depth of 3 or 4 feet, and the justice in the stern and his assistant before, walking in the bottom of the canoe, with poles against their shoulders, set her across. At 8 o'clock we entered a narrow muddy creek, not wider than a canal, but very deep and with the current against us. The setting pole could not touch bottom, but it was forked at one end, and keeping close to the bank, the bogador or rower fixed it against the branches of overhanging trees and pushed, while the justice, whose pole had a rude hook, fastened it to other branches forward and pulled. In this way, with no view but that of the wooded banks, we worked slowly along the muddy stream. In turning a short bend, suddenly we saw on the banks 8 or 10 alligators, some of them 20 feet long, huge, hideous monsters, appropriate inhabitants of such a stream, and, considering the frailty of our little vessel, not very attractive neighbors. As we approached, they plunged heavily into the water, sometimes rose in the middle of the stream and swam across or disappeared. At 12:30 we entered the Rio Chico, or Little River, varying from 200 to 500 feet in width, deep, muddy, and very sluggish, with wooded banks of impenetrable thickness. At 6 o'clock we entered the great Usumacinta, 500 or 600 yards across, one of the noblest rivers in Central America, rising among the mountains of Petén and emptying into the Lake of Terminos. At this point the 3 provinces of Chiapas, Tabasco, and Yucatan meet, and the junction of the waters of the Usumacinta and the Rio Chico present a singular spectacle. Since leaving the sheet of water before the playas, we had been ascending the stream, but now, continuing in the same direction and crossing the line of junction, we came from the ascending current of the Rio Chico into the descending flow of the Usumacinta. Working out into the middle and looking back, we saw the Usumacinta and the Rio Chico coming together, and forming an angle of not more than 40 degrees, one running up and the other down. Amid the wildness and stillness of the majestic river, and floating in a little canoe, the effect was very extraordinary, but the cause was obvious. The Usumacinta, descending swiftly and with immense force, broke against a projecting headland on the left of its course, and while the main body forced its way past and hurried on to the ocean, part was turned back at this sharp angle with such power as to form the creeks which we had ascended and flood the plain of the playas. At this time, away from the wooded banks, with the setting poles at rest and floating quietly on the bosom of the noble Usumacinta, our situation was pleasant and exciting. A strong wind sweeping down the river drove away the mosquitoes, and there was no gathering clouds to indicate rain. We had expected to come to for the night, but the evening was so clear that we determined to continue. Unfortunately, we were obliged to leave the Usumacinta, and about an hour after dark turned to the north into the Rio Palisada. The whole great plain from Palenque to the Gulf of Mexico is broken by creeks and streams. The Usumacinta in its stately course receives many, and sends off others to find their way by other channels to the sea. Leaving the broad expanse of the Usumacinta, with its comparative light, the Rio Palisada, narrow and with a dark line of forest on each side, had an aspect fearfully ominous of mosquitoes. Unfortunately, at the very beginning, we brushed against the bank and took on board enough to show us the bloodthirsty character of the natives. Of course, that night afforded us little sleep. At daylight we were still dropping down the river. This was the region of the great logwood country. We met a large bungo with 2 masts moving against the stream, set up by hauling and pushing on the branches of trees, on her way for a cargo. As we advanced, the banks of the river in some places were cleared and cultivated, and had whitewashed houses and small sugar mills turned by oxen, and canoes were lying on the water. Altogether the scene was pretty, but with the richness of the soil suggesting the idea how beautiful this country might be made. At 2 o'clock we reached the Palisada, situated on the left bank of the river, on a luxuriant plain elevated some 15 or 20 feet. Several bungos lay along the bank, and in front was a long street with large and well-built houses. This, our first point, was in the state of Yucatan, then in revolution against the government of Mexico. Our descent of the river had been watched from the bank, and before we landed we were hailed, asked for our passports, and directed to present ourselves immediately to the alcalde. The intimation was peremptory, and we proceeded forthwith to the alcalde. Don Francisco Hebreu was superior to any man I had yet found at the head of a municipality. In fact, he was the chief of the Liberal party in that section of the state, and, like all the other officials in the Mexican provinces, received us with the respect due to an official passport of a friendly nation. We were again in the midst of a revolution, but had not the remotest idea what it was about. We were most intimately acquainted with Central American politics, but this was of no more use to us than a knowledge of Texan politics would be to a stranger in the United States. For several months the names of Morazan and Carrera had rung in our ears like those of our own candidates for the presidency at a contested election, but we had passed the limits of their world and were obliged to begin anew. For 8 years the Central party had maintained the ascendancy in Mexico, during which time, as a mark of the sympathy between neighboring people, the Liberal or Democratic party had been ascendant in Central America. Within the last 6 months the Centralists had overturned the Liberals in Central America, and during the same time the Liberalists had almost driven out the Centralists in Mexico. Along the whole coast of the Pacific the Liberals were in arms, waging a strong revolutionary war, and threatening the capital, which they afterward entered, but after great massacre and bloodshed were expelled. On the Atlantic side, the states of Tabasco and Yucatan had declared their independence of the general government, and in the interior of both states the officials of the central government had been driven out. The seaports of Tabasco and Campeche, garrisoned by central troops, still held out, but they were at that time blockaded and besieged on land by the federal forces. All communications by sea and land were cut off, their supplies were short, and Don Francisco thought they would soon be obliged by starvation to surrender. The revolution seemed of a higher tone, for greater cause, and conducted with more moderation than in Central America. The grounds of revolt here were the despotism of the central government, which, far removed by position and ignorant of the condition and resources of the country, used its distant provinces as a quartering place for rapacious officers, and a source of revenue for money to be squandered in the capital. One little circumstance showed the impolicy and inefficiency of the laws. On account of high duties, smuggling was carried to such an extent on the coast that many articles were regularly sold at the Palisada for much less than the duties. The revolution, like all others in that country, began with pronunciamientos, that is, declarations of the municipality, or what we would call the corporation of a town, in favor of any particular party. The Palisada had made its pronunciamiento but 2 weeks before. The central officers had been turned out, and the present alcalde was hardly warm in his place. The change, however, had been effected with a spirit of moderation and forbearance, and without bloodshed. Don Francisco, with a liberality unusual, spoke of his immediate predecessor as an upright but misguided man, who was not persecuted, but then living in the place unmolested. The Liberals, however, did not expect the same treatment at the hands of the Centralists. An invasion had been apprehended from Tabasco. Don Francisco had his silver and valuables packed up, and kept his bungo before the door to save his effects and family, and the place was alive with patriots brushing up arms and preparing for war. Don Francisco was a rich man, had a hacienda of 30,000 head of cattle, logwood plantations, and bungos, and was rated at $200,000. The house in which he lived was on the bank of the river, newly built, 150 feet front, and had cost him $20,000. While we were with him, dinner was about being served, in a liberal style of housekeeping unusual in that country, and with the freedom of a man who felt sure that he could not be taken unaware, he asked us to join him at table. In all his domestic relations he was like the respectable head of a family at home. He had 2 sons whom he intended to send to the United States to be educated, and minor things too called up home feelings. For the first time in a long while we had bread, made of flour from New York, and the barrel-head had a Rochester brand. Don Francisco had never traveled further than Tabasco and Campeche, but he was well acquainted with Europe and the United States, geographically and politically. Indeed, he was one of the most agreeable companions and best informed men we met in that country. We remained with him all the afternoon, and toward evening moved our chairs outside in front of the house, which at evening was the regular gathering place of the family. The bank of the river was a promenade for the people of the town, who stopped to exchange greetings with Don Francisco and his wife. A vacant chair was always at hand, and from time to time one took a seat with us. When the vesper bell struck, conversation ceased. All rose from their seats, made a short prayer, and when it was over, turned to each other with a buenos noches, reseated themselves, and renewed the conversation. There was always something imposing in the sound of the vesper bell, presenting the idea of an immense multitude of people at the same moment offering up a prayer. During the evening a courier arrived with dispatches for Don Francisco, advising him that a town which had pronounced in favor of the Liberals had pronounced back again, which seemed to give both him and his wife much uneasiness. At 10 o'clock an armed patrol came for orders, and we retired to what we much needed, a good night's rest. In the morning Don Francisco, half in jest and half in earnest, told us of the uneasiness we had given his wife. Pauling Spanish, and the constant use of idioms well known as belonging to the city of Mexico, had excited her suspicions. She said he was not an American, but a Mexican from the capital, and she believed him to be a spy of the Centralists. Pawling did not like the imputation. He was a little mortified at this visible mark of long absence from his country, and not at all flattered at being taken for a Mexican. Don Francisco laughed at it, but his wife was so pertinacious that if it had not been for the apparent propriety of my being attended by one perfectly familiar with the language of the country, I believe, in the state of apprehension and distrust, Pawling would have lost the benefit of his birthright and been arrested as a spy. We passed the next day in a quiet lounge and in making arrangements for continuing our journey, and the next day after, furnished with a luxurious supply of provisions by the senora, and accompanied to the place by Don Francisco, we embarked on board a bungo for the Laguna. The bungo was about 15 tons, flat-bottomed, with 2 masts and sails, and loaded with logwood. The deck was covered with mangoes, plantains, and other fruits and vegetables, and so encumbered that it was impossible to move. The stern had movable hatches. A few tiers of logwood had been taken out, and the hatches put over, so as to give us a shelter against rain. A sail was rigged into an awning to protect us from the sun, and in a few minutes we pushed off from the bank. We had as passengers two young Central Americans from Petén, both under 20, and flying on account of the dominion of the Carrera party. Coming as we did direct from Central America, we called each other countrymen. We soon saw that the bungo had a miserable crew. Above, the men were called bogadores, or rowers, but here, as they were on board a bungo with sails, and going down to the sea coast, they called themselves marineros, or sailors. The patron, or master, was a mild, inoffensive, and inefficient man, who prefaced all his orders to his breechless marineros with the conciliatory words, "Senores, hágame el favor," "Gentlemen, do me the favor." Below the town commenced an island about 4 leagues in length, at the end of which, on the mainland, was a large clearing and farming establishment, with canoes lying in the water. All travelling here is along the river and in canoes. From this place there were no habitations. The river was very deep, the banks densely wooded, with the branches spreading far over. Very soon we came to a part of the river where the alligators seemed to enjoy undisturbed possession. Some lay basking in the sun on mud banks like logs of logwood, and in many places the river was dotted with their heads. The Spanish historian says that they swim with their head above the water, gaping at whatever they see, and swallow it, whether stick, stone, or living creature, which is the true reason of their swallowing stones, and not to sink to the bottom, as some say, for they have no need to do so, nor do they like it, being extraordinary swimmers, for the tail serves instead of a rudder, the head is the prow, and the paws the oars, being so swift as to catch any other fish as it swims. An hundredweight and a half of fresh fish has been found in the maw of an alligator, besides what was digested. In another was an Indian woman, whole, with her clothes, whom he had swallowed the day before, and another with a pair of gold bracelets with pearls, the enamel gone off, and part of the pearls dissolved, but the gold entire." End quote. Here they still maintained their dominion. Accidents frequently happen, and at the Palisada Don Francisco told us that a year before a man had had his leg bitten off and was drowned. 3 were lying together at the mouth of a small stream, which emptied into the river. The patron told us that at the end of the last dry season upward of 200 had been counted in the bed of a pond emptied by this stream. The boatmen of several bungos went in among them with clubs, sharp stakes, and machetes, and killed upward of 60. The river itself, discolored with muddy banks and a fiery sun beating upon it, was ugly enough, but these huge and ugly monsters, neither fish nor flesh, made it absolutely hideous. The boatmen called them enemigos de los cristianos, by which they mean enemies of mankind. In a canoe it would have been unpleasant to disturb them, but in the bungo we brought out our guns and made indiscriminate war. One monster, 25 or 30 feet long, lay on the arm of a gigantic tree which projected 40 or 50 feet, the lower part covered with water, but the whole of the alligator was visible. I hit him just under the white line. He fell off, and with a tremendous convulsion, reddening the water with a circle of blood, turned over on his back, dead. A boatman and one of the Petén lads got into a canoe to bring him alongside. The canoe was small and tottering, and had not proceeded 50 yards before it dipped, filled, upset, and threw them both into the water. At that moment there were perhaps 20 alligators in sight on the banks and swimming in different parts of the river. We could do nothing for the man and boy, and the old bungo, which before hardly moved, seemed to start forward purposely to leave them to their fate. Every moment the distance between us and them increased, and on board all was confusion. The patron cried out in agony to the senores, and the senores, straining every nerve, turned the old bungo into the bank, and got the masts foul of the branches of the trees which held her fast. In the meantime our friends in the water were not idle. The Peten lad struck out vigorously toward the shore, and we saw him seize the branch of a tree which projected 50 feet over the water, so low as to be within reach, haul himself up like a monkey, and run along it to the shore. The marinero, having the canoe to himself, turned her bottom upward, got astride, and paddled down with his hands. Both got safely on board, and apprehension over, the affair was considered a good joke. End of Section 25. Section 26 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. In the meantime, our masts had become so locked in the branches of the trees that we carried away some of our miserable tackling in extricating them, but at length were once more in the middle of the river, and renewed our war against los enemigos de los cristianos. The sun was so hot that we could not stand outside the awning, but the boatman gave us notice when we could have a shot. Our track down the river will be remembered as a desolation and scourge. Old alligators, by dying injunction, will teach the rising generation to keep the head under water when the bungos are coming. We killed perhaps 20, and others are probably at this moment sitting on the banks with our bullets in their bodies, wondering how they came there. With rifles we could have killed at least 100. At 3 o'clock the regular afternoon storm came on, beginning with a tremendous sweep of wind up the river, which turned the bungo round, drove her broadside up the stream, and before we could come to the bank we had a deluge of rain. At length we made fast, secured the hatch over the place prepared for us, and crawled under. It was so low that we could not sit up, and lying down there was about a foot of room above us. On our arrival at the palisada, we considered ourselves fortunate in finding a bungo ready, although she had already on board a full load of logwood from stem to stern. Don Francisco said it would be too uncomfortable, and wished us to wait for a bungo of his own, but delay was to us a worse evil, and I made a bargain to have a portion of the logwood taken out behind the mainmast, so as to admit of a hatch on deck and give room below. But we had not given any personal superintendence, and when we came on board, though the logwood seemed of a rather hard species for sleeping on, we did not discover the extreme discomfort of the place until forced below by the rain. Even the small space engaged and paid for accordingly we had not to ourselves. The Peten lads crawled under with us, and the patron and senores followed. We could not drive them out into a merciless rain, and all lay like one mass of human flesh, animated by the same spirit of suffering, irritation, and helplessness. During this time the rain was descending in a deluge. The thunder rolled fearfully over our heads, lightning flashed in through the crevices of our dark burrowing place, dazzling and blinding our eyes, and we heard near us the terrific crash of a falling tree, snapped by the wind, or, as we then supposed, shivered by lightning. Such was our position.
Sometimes the knots in the logwood fitted well into the curves and hollows of the body, but in general they were just where they should not be. We thought we could not be worse off, but very soon we found our mistake, and looked back upon ourselves as ungrateful murmurers without cause. The mosquitoes claimed us as waifs, and in murderous swarms found the way under the hatches, humming and buzzing. Fee, fa, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. Dead or alive, I will have some. I now look back upon our troubles at that place with perfect equanimity, but at the moment, with the heat and confinement, we were in anything but an amiable humor, and at 10 o'clock broke out furious, upbraided the patron and his lazy senores for not reaching the mouth of the river before night, as is usually done, and as he had been charged by the alcalde to do, and insisted upon his hauling out into the stream. The rain had ceased, but the wind was still furious and dead ahead. By the misty light we saw a large bungo with one sail set, seemingly flying up the river like a phantom. We made the patron haul out from the bank, but we could not keep the river, and after a few zigzag movements were shot across to the opposite side, where we brought upon us new and more hungry swarms. Here we remained an hour longer, when the wind died away, and we pushed out into the stream. This was a great relief. The senores, though more used to the scourge of mosquitoes than we, suffered quite as much. The clouds rolled away, the moon broke out, and but for the abominable insects, our float down the wild and desolate river would have been an event to live in memory. As it was, not one of us attempted to sleep, and I verily believe a man could not have passed an entire night on the banks and lived. At daylight we were still in the river. Very soon we reached a small lake, and making a few tacks, entered a narrow passage called the Boca Chica, or Little Mouth. The water was almost even with the banks, and on each side were the most gigantic trees of the tropical forests, their roots naked 3 or 4 feet above the ground, gnarled, twisted, and interlacing each other, gray and dead-looking, and holding up, so as to afford an extended view under the first branches, a forest of vivid green. At 10 o'clock we passed the Boca Chica and entered the lake of Terminos. Once more in salt water, and stretching out under full sail, on the right we saw only an expanse of water. On the left was a border of trees with naked roots, which seemed growing out of the water, and in front, but a little to the left, and barely visible, a long line of trees, marking the island of Carmen, on which stood the town of Laguna, our port of destination. The passage into the lake was shoal and narrow, with reefs and sandbars, and our boatmen did not let slip the chance of running her ashore. Their efforts to get her off capped the climax of stupidity and laziness, 1 or 2 of them pushing on poles at a time, as if they were shoving off a rowboat, and then stopping to rest and giving up to others. Of what could be done by united force they seemed to have no idea, and after a few ineffectual efforts, the patron said we must remain till the tide rose. We had no idea of another night on board the bungo, and took entire command of the vessel. This we were entitled to do from the physical force we brought into action. Even Mr. Catherwood assisted, and besides him we were 3 able-bodied and desperate men. Juan's efforts were gigantic. From the great surface exposed, the mosquitoes had tormented him dreadfully, and he was even more disgusted with the bungo than we. We put 2 of the men into the water to heave against the bottom with their shoulders, and ourselves bearing on poles all together, we shoved her off into deep water. With a gentle breeze we sailed smoothly along until we could distinguish the masts of vessels at the laguna rising above the island, when the wind died away entirely and left us under a broiling sun in a dead calm. At 2 o'clock we saw clouds gathering, and immediately the sky became very black, the harbinger of one of those dreadful storms which even on dry land were terrible. The hatches were put down and a tarpaulin spread over for us to take refuge under. The squall came on so suddenly that the men were taken unaware, and the confusion on board was alarming. The patron, with both hands extended and a most beseeching look, begged the senores to take in sail, and the senores, all shouting together, ran and tumbled over the logwood, hauling upon every rope but the right one. The mainsail stuck halfway up and would not come down, and while the patron and all the men were shouting and looking up at it, the marinero, who had been upset in the canoe, with tears of terror actually streaming from his eyes, and a start of desperation, ran up the mast by the rings, and springing violently upon the top one, holding fast by a rope, brought the sail down with a run. A hurricane blew through the naked masts, a deluge of rain followed, and the lake was lashed into fury. We lost sight of everything. At the very beginning, on account of the confusion on board, we determined not to go under the hatch. If the bungo swamped, the logwood cargo would carry her to the bottom like lead. We disencumbered ourselves of boots and coats, and brought out life preservers ready for use. The deck of the bungo was about 3 feet from the water, and perfectly smooth, without anything to hold on by, and to keep from being blown or washed away, we lay down and took the whole brunt of the storm. The atmosphere was black, but by the flashes we saw the bare poles of another bungo, tossed like ourselves at the mercy of the storm. This continued more than an hour, when it cleared off as suddenly as it came up, and we saw the laguna crowded with more shipping than we had seen since we left New York. In our long inland journey we had almost forgotten the use of ships, and the very sight of them seemed to bring us into close relations with home. The squall having spent its fury, there was now a dead calm. The men took to their sweeps, but made very little headway, and with the port in full sight, we had great apprehensions of another night on board, when another squall came on, not so violent, but blowing directly from the harbor. Tremendous rain accompanied it. We made 2 or 3 tacks under a close reefed foresail. The old bungo seemed to fly through the water, and when under full way the anchor, or to speak more correctly, stone, was thrown out at some distance below the shipping, and brought us up all standing. There were breakers between us and the shore, and we hallooed to some men to come and take us off, but they answered that the breakers were too rough. The rain came on again, and for half an hour we stowed ourselves away under hatches. As soon as it cleared off we were on deck, and in a little time we saw a fine jolly boat, with a coxswain and 4 men, coasting along the shore against a rapid current, the men at times jumping into the water and hauling by ropes fixed for the purpose. We hailed them in English, and the coxswain answered in the same language that it was too rough, but after a consultation with the sailors, they pulled toward us and took Mr. Catherwood and me on board. The coxswain was the mate of a French ship, and spoke English. His ship was to sail the next day, and he was going to take in some large turtles, which lay on the beach waiting for him. As soon as we struck, we mounted the shoulders of 2 square-built, French sailors, and were set down on shore, and perhaps in our whole tour we were never so happy as at that moment in being rid of the bungo. The town extended along the bank of the lake. We walked the whole length of it, saw numerous and well-filled stores, cafes, and even barbers' shops, and at the extreme end reached the American consul's. Two men were sitting on the portico, of a most homelike appearance. One was Don Carlos Russell, the consul. The face of the other was familiar to me, and learning that we had come from Guatemala, he asked news of me, which I was most happy to give him in person. It was Captain Fensley, whose acquaintance I had made in New York when seeking information about that country, and with whom I had spoken of sailing to Campeche, but at the moment I did not recognize him, and in my costume from the interior it was impossible for him to recognize me. He was direct from New York, and gave the first information we had received in a long time from that place, with budgets of newspapers burdened with suspension of specie payments and universal ruin. Some of my friends had been playing strange antics, but in the important matters of marriages and deaths I did not find anything to give me either joy or sorrow. Don Carlos Russell, or Mr. Charles Russell, was a native of Philadelphia, married to a Spanish lady of large fortune, and though long absent, received us as one who had not forgotten his home. His house, his table, all that he had, even his purse, were at our service. Our first congratulations over, we sat down to a dinner which rivaled that of our friend at Totonicapan. We could hardly believe ourselves the same miserable beings who had been a few hours before tossing on the lake in dread alike of the bottom and of another night on board the bungo. The reader must have gone through what we had to form any idea of our enjoyment. The negro who served us at table had been a waiter at the house of an acquaintance in Broadway. We seemed but a step from home, and at night we had clean sheets furnished us by our host. Chapter 23. Laguna, Journey to Merida, Sisal, a new mode of conveyance, Village of Unucama, Arrival at Merida, Aspect of the City, Feet of Corpus Domini, the Cathedral, the Procession, Beauty and Simplicity of the Indian Women, Palace of the Bishop, the Theatre, Journey to Uxmal, Hacienda of Vallquez, Value of Water, Condition of the Indians in Yucatan, a peculiar kind of coach, Hacienda of Macuiche, a beautiful grotto. The town of Laguna stands on the island of Carmen, which is about 7 leagues long, and which, with another island about 4 leagues in length, separates the Lake of Terminos from the Gulf of Mexico. It is the depot of the great logwood country in the interior, and a dozen vessels were then in port awaiting cargoes for Europe and the United States. The town is well built and thriving. Its trade has been trammeled by the oppressive regulations of the central government, but it had made its pronunciamiento, disarmed and driven out the garrison, and considered itself independent, subject only to the state government of Yucatan. The anchorage is shoal but safe, and easy of access for vessels not drawing over 12 or 13 feet of water. We could have passed some time with satisfaction in resting and strolling over the island, but our journey was not yet ended. Our next move was for Merida, the capital of Yucatan. The nearest port was Campeche, 120 miles distant, and the voyage was usually made by bungo, coasting along the shore of the open sea. With our experience of bungos, this was most disheartening. Nevertheless, this would have been our unhappy lot but for the kindness of Mr. Russell and Captain Fensley. The latter was bound directly to New York, and his course lay along the coast of Yucatan. Personally, he was disposed to do all in his power to serve us, but there might be some risk in putting into port to land us. Knowing his favorable disposition, we could not urge him, but Mr. Russell was his consignee, and by charter party had a right to detain him 10 days, and intended to do so, but he offered to load him in 2 days upon condition of his taking us on board, and as Campeche was blockaded, landing us at Sisal, 60 miles beyond, and the seaport of Merida. Captain Fensley assented, and we were relieved from what at the time we should have considered a great calamity. In regard to the project for the purchase of the ruins of Palenque, which I have before referred to, Mr. Russell entered into it warmly, and with a generosity I cannot help mentioning, hardly to be expected from one so long from home, requested to be held liable for $2,000 as part of the cost of introducing them into the United States. In pursuance of my previous arrangement, I wrote to the prefect, advising him of Mr. Russell's cooperation, and referring him to Pawley as my agent in settling the details of the purchase. This was enclosed in a letter from Mr. Russell to the same effect, which stated besides that the money should be paid the moment it was required, and both with full instructions were given to Pawling. The interest which Mr. Russell took in this matter gave me a flattering hope of success, and but for him the scheme for making castings would have failed entirely. He was engaged in building an unusually fine house, and in order to finish it had sent to Campeche for plaster of Paris, but not finding any there, had imported some from New York. Fortunately he had a few barrels left, and but for this accident — there was none nearer than Vera Cruz or New Orleans — Pawling's journey so far as related to this object would have been fruitless. We settled the details of sending the plaster with Pawling to Palenque, receiving and shipping the castings to me at New York, and on Saturday morning at 7 o'clock bade farewell to Mr. Russell and embarked on board the Gabrielacho. Pawling accompanied us outside the bar, and we took leave of him as he got on board the pilot boat to return. We had gone through such rough scenes together since he overtook us at the foot of the Sierra Madre that it may be supposed we did not separate with indifference. Juan was still with us, for the first time at sea, and wondering where we would take him next. The Gabrielacho was a beautiful brig of about 160 tons, built under Captain Fensley's own direction, one half belonging to himself, and fitted up neatly and tastefully as a home. He had no house on shore. One daughter was at boarding school in the United States, and the rest of his family, consisting of his wife and a little daughter about 3 years old, was with him on board. Since his marriage 7 years before, his wife had remained but 1 year on shore, and she determined not to leave him again as long as he followed the seas, while he was resolved that every voyage should be the last, and looked forward to the consummation of every sailor's hopes, a good farm. His daughter Vicentia, or poor Senchi, as she called herself, was the pet of all on board, and we had 12 passengers, interesting to the Common Council of New York, being enormous turtles, one of which the captain hoped would gladden the hearts of the fathers of the city at their 4th of July dinner. The reader cannot realize the satisfaction with which we found ourselves in such comfortable quarters on board this brig. We had an afternoon squall, but we considered ourselves merely passengers, and with a good vessel, master, and crew, laughed at a distant bungo crawling close along the shore, and for the first time feared that the voyage would end too soon.
Perhaps no captain ever had passengers so perfectly contented under storm or calm. Oh, you who cross the Atlantic in packet ships, complaining of discomforts, and threaten to publish the captain because the porter does not hold out, may you one day be caught on board a bungo loaded with logwood. The wear and tear of our wardrobe was manifest to the most indifferent observer, and Mrs. Fensley, pitying our ragged condition, sewed on our buttons, darned, patched, and mended us, and put us in order for another expedition. On the third morning Captain Fensley told us that we had passed Campeche during the night, and if the wind held would reach Sisal that day. At 8 o'clock we came in sight of the long, low coast, and moving steadily toward it, at a little before dark, anchored off the port, about 2 miles from the shore. One brig was lying there, a Spanish trader bound to Havana, and the only vessel in port. The anchorage is an open roadstead outside of the breakers, which is considered perfectly safe except during a northeast storm, when Spanish vessels always slip their cables and stand out to sea. In the uncertainty whether what we were going to see was worth the trouble, and the great uncertainty of a conveyance when we wanted it, it was trying to leave a good vessel which in 20 days might carry us home. Nevertheless, we made the exertion. It was dusk when we left the vessel. We landed at the end of a long wooden dock built out on the open shore of the sea, where we were challenged by a soldier. At the head of the pier was a guard and custom house, where an officer presented himself to escort us to the commandant. On the right, near the shore, was an old Spanish fortress with turrets. A soldier, barely distinguishable on the battlements, challenged us, and, passing the cuartel, we were challenged again. The answer, as in Central America, was "Patria Libre." The tone of the place was warlike, the Liberal party dominant. The revolution, as in all the other places, had been conducted in a spirit of moderation, but when the garrison was driven out, the commandant, who had been very tyrannical and oppressive, was taken, and the character of the revolution would have been stained by his murder, but he was put on board a bungo and escaped. We were well received by the commandant, and Captain Fensley took us to the house of an acquaintance, where we saw the captain of the brig in the offing, which was to sail in 8 days for Havana, and no other vessel was expected for a long time. We made arrangements for setting out the next day for Merida, and early in the morning accompanied the captain to the pier, saw him embark in a bungo, waited till he got on board, and saw the brig, with a fine breeze and every sail set, stand out into the ocean for home. We turned our backs upon it with regret. There was nothing to detain us at Sisal. Though prettily situated on the seashore and a thriving place, it was merely the depot for the exports and imports of Merida. At 2 o'clock we set out for the capital. We were now in a country as different from Central America as if separated by the Atlantic, and we began our journey with an entirely new mode of conveyance. It was a vehicle called a caleche, built somewhat like the old-fashioned cab, but very large, cumbersome, made for rough roads, without springs, and painted red, green, and yellow. One cowhide trunk for each was strapped on behind, and above them, reaching to the top of the caleche, was secured a pile of zacate for the horses. The whole of this load, with Mr. Catherwood and me, was drawn by a single horse, having a rider on his back. 2 other horses followed for a change, harnessed, and each with a boy riding him. The road was perfectly level, and on a causeway a little elevated above the plain, which was stony and covered with scrub trees. At first it seemed a great luxury to roll along in a wheel carriage, but with the roughness of the road
and the caleche being without springs, in a little while this luxury began to be questionable. After the magnificent scenery of Central America, the country was barren and uninteresting, but we perceived the tokens of a rich interior in large cars drawn by mules 5 abreast, with high wheels 10 or 12 feet apart, and loaded with hemp, bagging, wax, honey, and ox and deer skins. The first incident of the road was changing horses, which consisted in taking out the horse in the shafts and putting in one of the others, already in a sweat. This occurred twice, and at 1 o'clock we entered the village of Unucama, pleasantly situated, embowered among trees, with a large plaza, at that time decorated with an arbor of evergreens all around, preparatory for the great fete of Corpus Christi, which was to be celebrated the next day. Here we took 3 fresh horses, and changing them as before, and passing 2 villages, through a vista 2 miles long, saw the steeples of Merida, and at 6 o'clock rode into the city. The houses were well built, with balconied windows, and many had 2 stories. The streets were clean, and many people in them well dressed, animated, and cheerful in appearance. Caleches fancifully painted and curtained, having ladies in them handsomely dressed, without hats, and their hair ornamented with flowers, gave it an air of gaiety and beauty that, after the somber towns through which we had passed, was fascinating and almost poetic. No place had yet made so agreeable a first impression. And there was a hotel in a large building, kept by Dona Micaele, driving up to which we felt as if by some accident we had fallen upon a European city. The reader will perhaps be surprised, but I had a friend in Merida who expected me. Before embarking from New York, I had been in the habit of dining at a Spanish hotel in Fulton Street, frequented principally by Spanish Americans, at which place I had met a gentleman of Merida, and learned that he was the proprietor of the ruins of Uxmal. As yet I knew nothing of the position or character of my friend, but I soon found that everybody in Merida knew Don Simon Peon. In the evening we called at his house. It was a large, aristocratic-looking mansion of dark gray stone, with balconied windows, occupying nearly the half of one side of the plaza. Unfortunately, he was then at Uxmal, but we saw his wife, father, mother, and sisters, the house being a family residence, and the different members of it having separate haciendas. They had heard from him of my intended visit, and received me as an acquaintance. Don Simon was expected back in a few days, but in the hope of finding him at Uxmal, we determined to go on immediately. Dona Joaquina, his mother, promised to make all necessary arrangements for the journey, and to send a servant with us. It was long since we passed so pleasant an evening. We saw many persons who in appearance and manner would do credit to any society, and left with a strong disposition to make some stay in Merida. End of section 26. Section 27 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. The plaza presented a gay scene. It was the eve of the fete of El Corpus. 2 sides of the plaza were occupied by corridors, and the others were adorned with arbors of evergreens, among which lights were interspersed. Gay parties were promenading under them and along the corridors, and in front of the houses were placed chairs and benches
for the use of the promenaders and all who chose to take them. The city of Merida contains about 20,000 inhabitants. It is founded on the site of an old Indian village, and dates from a few years after the conquest. In different parts of the city are the remains of Indian buildings. As the capital of the powerful state of Yucatan, it had always enjoyed a high degree of consideration in the Mexican Confederacy, and throughout the Republic is famed for its sabios, or learned men. The state of Yucatan had declared its independence of Mexico. Indeed, its independence was considered achieved. News had been received of the capitulation of Campeche and the surrender of the central garrison. The last remnant of despotism was rooted out, and the capital was in the first flush of successful revolution, the pride of independence. Removed by position, it was manifest that it would be no easy matter for Mexico to reconquer it, and probably, like Texas, it is a limb forever lopped from that great but feeble and distracted republic. It was pleasant to find that political animosities were not cherished with the same ferocity, and Centralists and Liberals met like men of opposite parties at home. The next day was the fete of Corpus Domini, throughout all Spanish America the greatest in the Catholic Church. Early in the morning, at the tolling of the bell, we went to the cathedral, which, with the palace of the bishop, occupied one entire side of the plaza. The interior was grand and imposing, having a vaulted roof of stone and 2 rows of lofty stone pillars. The choir was in the centre, the altar richly adorned with silver, but the great attraction was in the ladies kneeling before the altars, with white or black veils laid over the top of the head, some of them of saint-like purity and beauty, in dress, manners, and appearance, realizing the pictures of Spanish romance. Indeed, the Spanish ladies appear nowhere so lovely as in church. The associations of one of my acquaintances having turned out so well, I determined to present a letter of introduction from friends in New York to Don Joaquin Gutierrez, whose family name stood high in Merida, and who, to my surprise, spoke English quite as well as we did. He had gone the rounds of society in Europe and the United States, and, like a good citizen, had returned to marry one of the belles and beauties of his own country. His family was from Merida, but he himself was resident at Campeche, and, being a prominent Centralist, had left that city on account of its blockade by the Federalists, and in apprehensions of excesses that might be committed against obnoxious individuals should the place fall into their hands. From his house we went to the plaza to see the procession. After those we had seen in Guatemala, this was inferior, and there were no devils, but the gathering of people under the arbor and in the corridors presented a beautiful spectacle. There were a large collection of Indians, both men and women, the best looking race we had seen, and all were neatly dressed. In the whole crowd there was not a single garment that was not clean that day, and we were told that any Indian too poor to appear in a fitting dress that morning would be too proud to appear at all. The Indian women were really handsome. All were dressed in white, with a red border around the neck, sleeves, and hem of their garments, and their faces had a mild, contented, and amiable expression. The higher classes were seated under the arbors before the doors of the houses and along the corridors, elegantly attired, without hats, and with veils or flowers in their hair, combining an elegance of appearance with simplicity of manners that made almost a scene of poetic beauty. And they had an air of gaiety and freedom from disquietude, so different from the careworn faces of Guatemala, that they seemed as if what God intended them to be, happy. In fact, at this place it would have been no hardship to comply with the condition of purchasing Palenque, and yet, perhaps, some of the effect of this strong impression was only the result of comparison. After the procession, Don Joaquim proposed to call either upon the bishop or a lady who had a beautiful daughter. The bishop was the greatest man in Merida, and lived in the greatest style, but, determined to make the best of our day in Merida, we chose the other branch of the alternative. In the evening, however, we called upon him. His palace was adjoining the cathedral, and before the door was a large cross. The entrance was through a courtyard with 2 rows of corridors. We ascended to a second flight and entered an anteroom, where we were received by a well-dressed official, who notified the bishop of our coming, and shortly afterward conducted us through 3 stately saloons with high ceilings and lighted with lamps, in one of which was a chair of state covered with red damask, which was carried up on the wall behind and ceiling over it. From the last a door opened into a large room, elegantly fitted up as a sleeping apartment, in one corner of which was a large silver wash-hand basin with a silver pitcher, and in the centre, not a movable, or not very easily moved, sat the bishop, a man several feet round, handsomely dressed, and in a chair made to fit, stuffed and covered with red morocco, neither pinching him nor permitting him to roll, with a large firmly secured projecting earpiece on each side to catch his head during the siesta. It had arms broad enough to support books and papers, and seemed the work of a man of genius. The lines of the bishop's face, however, indicated a man of high tone and character, and his conversation sustained the impression. He was a Centralist and a great politician, and spoke of letters from generals, sieges, blockades, and battles, in tones which brought up a vivid picture of some priestly warrior or grand master of the temple. In conclusion, he said that his influence, his house, and his table were at our service, asked us to name a day for dining with him, and said he would invite some friends to meet us. We had many trials in our journey, and it was not the least to decline this invitation, but we had some hope that we might be able to share his hospitality on our return from Uxmal. From the bishop's palace we went to the theatre, a large building built expressly for the purpose, with 2 rows of boxes and a pit. The upper tier of boxes was private. The prima donna was a lady who sat next me at dinner at the hotel, but I had better employment than attending to the performance in conversation with ladies who would have graced any circle. One of them told me that there was to be a tertulia and a baglio at a country house near the town in a few days, and to forego this was a harder trial than the loss of the bishop's dinner. Altogether, the evening at the theatre consummated the satisfaction of the only day we passed in Merida, so that it remains impressed on my mind in bright relief to months of dullness. The next morning, at 6:30, we set out for Uxmal on horseback, escorted by a servant of Senor Peon, with Indians before us, one of whom carried a load not provided by us, in which a box of claret was conspicuous. Leaving the city, we entered upon a level, stony road, which seemed one bed of limestone cut through a forest of scrub trees. At the distance of a league we saw through a vista in the trees a large hacienda belonging to the Peon family, the entrance to which was by a large gate into a cattle yard. The house was built of stone, and had a front of about 150 feet, with an arcade running the whole length. It was raised about 20 feet, and at the foot was a large water trough extending the whole length, about 10 feet wide and of the same depth, filled with water for cattle. On the left was a flight of stone steps leading to a stone platform on which the hacienda stood. At the end of this structure was an artificial reservoir or tank, also built of stone and cemented, about 150 feet square and perhaps 20 feet deep. At the foot of the wall of the tank was a plantation of henequen, a species of aloe, from the fibers of which hemp is made. The style of the house, the strong and substantial character of the reservoir, and its apparent costliness, gave an imposing character to the hacienda. At this place our Indian carriers left us, and we took others from the hacienda, with whom we continued 3 leagues further to another hacienda of the family, of much the same character, where we stopped to breakfast. This over, we set out again, and by this time it had become desperately hot. The road was very rough, over a bed of stone thinly covered, with barely soil enough for the growth of scrub trees. Our saddles were of a new fashion and most painfully trying to those unused to them. The heat was very oppressive, and the leagues very long, till we reached another hacienda, a vast irregular pile of buildings of dark gray stone, that might have been the castle of a German baron in feudal times. Each of these haciendas had an Indian name. This was called the hacienda of Vayalquez, and it was the only one of which Dona Joaquina, in speaking of our route, had made any particular mention. The entrance was by a large stone gateway with a pyramidal top into a long lane, on the right of which was a shed built by Don Simon since his return from the United States as a rope walk for manufacturing hemp raised on the hacienda, and there was one arrangement which added very much to the effect, and which I did not observe anywhere else. The cattle yard and water tanks were on one side and out of sight. We dismounted under the shade of noble trees in front of the house, and ascended by a flight of broad stone steps to a corridor 30 feet wide, with large mattings which could be rolled up or dropped as an awning for protection against the sun and rain. On one side the corridor was continued around the building, and on the other it conducted to the door of a church, having a large cross over it, and within ornamented with figures like the churches in towns for the tenants of the hacienda. The whole establishment was lordly in its appearance. It had 1,500 Indian tenants, bound to the master by a sort of feudal tenure, and as the friends of the master, escorted by a household servant, the whole was ours. We had fallen unexpectedly upon a state of things new and peculiar. The peninsula of Yucatan, lying between the bays of Campeche and Honduras, is a vast plain. Cape Catoche, the northeastern point of the peninsula, is but 51 leagues from San Antonio, the western extremity of the island of Cuba, which is supposed at a remote period to have formed part of the American continent. The soil and atmosphere are extremely dry. Along the whole coast, from Campeche to Cape Catoche, there is not a single stream or spring of fresh water. The interior is equally destitute, and water is the most valuable possession in the country. During the season of rains, from April to the end of October, there is a superabundant supply, but the scorching sun of the next 6 months dries up the earth, and unless water were preserved, man and beast would perish, and the country be depopulated. All the enterprise and wealth of the landed proprietors, therefore, are exerted in procuring supplies of water, as without it the lands are worth nothing. For this purpose each hacienda has large tanks and reservoirs, constructed and kept up at great expense, to supply water for 6 months to all dependent upon it, and this creates a relation with the Indian population which places the proprietor somewhat in the position of a lord under the old feudal system. By the act of independence the Indians of Mexico, as well as the white population, became free. No man can buy or sell another, whatever may be the color of his skin. But as the Indians are poor, thriftless, and improvident, and never look beyond the immediate hour, they are obliged to attach themselves to some hacienda which can supply their wants, and in return for the privilege of using the water, they come under certain obligations of service to the master, which place him in a lordly position. And this state of things, growing out of the natural condition of the country, exists, I believe, nowhere in Spanish America except in Yucatan. Each hacienda has its major domo, who attends to all the details of the management of the estate, and in the absence of the master is his viceroy, and has the same powers over the tenants. At this hacienda the major domo was a young mestizo, who had fallen into his place in an easy and natural way, by marrying his predecessor's daughter, who had just enough white blood to elevate the dullness of the Indian face into one of softness and sweetness. And yet it struck me that he thought quite as much of the place he got with her as of herself. It would have been a great satisfaction to pass several days at this lordly hacienda, but not expecting anything to interest us on the road, we had requested Dona Joaquina to hurry us through, and the servant told us that the señora's orders were to conduct us to another hacienda of the family, about 2 leagues beyond, to sleep. At the moment we were particularly loath to leave, on account of the fatigue of the previous ride. The servant suggested to the major domo llamar un coche, in English to call a coach, which the latter proposed to do if we wished it. We made a few inquiries, and said unhesitatingly and peremptorily, in effect, "Go call a coach, and let a coach be called." The major domo ascended by a flight of stone steps outside to the belfry of the church, whither we followed him, and turning around with a movement and tone of voice that reminded us of a Mussulman in a minaret calling the faithful to prayers, he called for a coach. The roof of the church, and of the whole pile of buildings connected, was of stone cemented, firm and strong as a pavement. The sun beat intensely upon it, and for several minutes all was still. At length we saw a single Indian trotting through the woods toward the hacienda, then 2 together, and in a quarter of an hour there were 20 or 30. These were the horses. The coaches were yet growing on the trees. 6 Indians were selected for each coach, who, with a few minutes' use of the machete, cut a bundle of poles, which they brought up to the corridor to manufacture into coaches. This was done first by laying on the ground 2 poles about as thick as a man's wrist, 10 feet long and 3 feet apart. These were fastened by cross sticks tied with strings of unspun hemp, about 2 feet from each end. Grass hammocks were secured between the poles, boughs bent over them and covered with light matting, and the coaches were made. We placed our ponchos at the head for pillows, crawled inside, and lay down. The Indians took off little cotton shirts covering the breast, and tied them around their petates as hatbands. 4 of them raised up each coach, and placed the ends of the poles on little cushions on their shoulders. We bade farewell to the major domo and his wife, and, feet first, descended the steps and set off at a trot, while an Indian followed leading the horses. In the great relief we experienced, we forgot our former scruples against making beasts of burden of men. They were not troubled with any sense of indignity or abasement, and the weight was not much. There were no mountains, only some small inequalities which brought the head lower than the heels, and they seldom stumbled. In this way they carried us about 3 miles, and then laid us down gently on the ground. Like the Indians in Merida, they were a fine-looking race, and with a good expression of countenance, cheerful and even merry in their toil. They were amused at us because we could not talk with them. There is no diversity of Indian languages in Yucatan. The Maya is universal, and all the Spaniards speak it. Having wiped off the perspiration and rested, they took us up again, and lulled by the quiet movement and the regular fall of the Indian's feet upon the ear, I fell into a doze, from which I was roused by stopping at a gate, on entering which I found we were advancing to a range of white stone buildings, standing on an elevation about 20 feet high, which by measurement afterward I found to be 360 feet long, with an imposing corridor running the whole length, and on the extreme right of the building the platform was continued 100 or 200 feet, forming the top of a reservoir, on which there was a windlass with long arms, and Indian women, dressed in white, were moving round in a circle, drawing water and filling their water jars. This was called the Hacienda of Mucuiche. We entered as usual through a large cattle yard. At the foot of the structure on which the building stood, running nearly the whole length, was a gigantic stone tank, about 8 or 10 feet wide, and of the same depth, filled with water. We were carried up an inclined stone platform about the centre of the range of buildings, which consisted of 3 distinct sets, each 120 feet front. In that on the left was the church, the door of which was open, and an old Indian was then lighting candles at the altar for vesper prayers. In front, setting a little back, were the apartments of the major domo, and at the other end of the range the mansion of the master, in the corridor of which we were set down and crawled out of our coaches. There was something monstrously aristocratic in being borne on the shoulders of tenants from such a hacienda as that we had left to this stately pile. The whole appearance of things gave an idea of country residence upon a scale of grand hospitality, and yet we learned to our astonishment that most of the family had never seen it. The only one by whom it was ever visited was the son who had it in charge, and he came only for a few days at a time to see how things were conducted and examine the accounts of the major domo. The range consisted of a single suite of rooms, one in the centre about 80 feet long, and one on each side communicating, about 40 feet long each, and a noble corridor extended along the whole front and rear. We had an hour of daylight which I could have employed very satisfactorily on the spot, but the servant urged us to go immediately and see a cenote. What a cenote was we had no idea, and Mr. C, being much fatigued, turned into a hammock, but unwilling to lose anything where all was strange and unexpected, I followed the servant, crossed the roof of the reservoir, cemented as hard as stone, passed on to an open tank built of stone, covered with cement inside and out, about 150 feet square and 20 feet deep, filled with water, in which 20 or 30 Indians were swimming, and, descending to the foot of the tank, at the distance of about 100 yards, came to a large opening in the ground,
with a broad flight of more than 50 steps, descending which I saw unexpectedly a spectacle of such extraordinary beauty that I sent the servant back to tell Mr. Catherwood to come to me forthwith if he had to be carried in his hammock. It was a large cavern or grotto, with a roof of unbroken overhanging rock, high enough to give an air of wildness and grandeur, impenetrable at midday to the sun's rays, and at the bottom water pure as crystal, still and deep, resting upon a bed of white limestone rock. It was the very creation of romance, a bathing place for Diana and her nymphs. Grecian poet never imagined so beautiful a scene. It was almost a profanation, but in a few minutes we were swimming around the rocky basin with feelings of boyish exultation, only regretting that such a freak of nature was played where so few could enjoy its beauties. On a nobleman's estate in England it would be above all price. The bath reinvigorated our frames. It was after dark when we returned. Hammocks were waiting for us, and very soon we were in a profound sleep. Chapter 24. Journey resumed. Arrival at Uxmal. Hacienda of Uxmal. Major domos. Adventures of a young Spaniard. Visit to the ruins of Uxmal. First sight of the ruins. Character of the Indians. Details of hacienda life. A delicate case. Illness of Mr. Catherwood. Breaking up. At daybreak the next morning, with new Indians and a guide on horseback from the hacienda, we resumed our journey. The surface of the country was the same, limestone with scrub trees. There was not soil enough to absorb the water, which rested in puddles in the hollows of the stones. At 9 o'clock we reached another hacienda, smaller than the last, but still having a lordly appearance, where, as before, the women were drawing water by a wheel. The major domo expressed his sense of the honour conferred upon him by our visit and his anxiety to serve us, gave us a breakfast of milk, tortillas, and wild honey, and furnished us with other Indians and a guide. We mounted again. Very soon the sun became intensely hot. There were no trees to shade us, and we suffered excessively. At 12:30 we passed some mounds of ruins a little off the road, but the sun was so scorching that we could not stop to examine them, and at 2 o'clock we reached Uxmal. Little did I think, when I made the acquaintance of my unpretending friend at the Spanish Hotel in Fulton Street, that I should ride upward of 50 miles on his family estates, carried by his Indians, and breakfasting, dining, and sleeping at his lordly haciendas, while the route marked out for our return would bring us to others, one of which was larger than any we had seen. The family of Peon, under the Spanish dominion, had given governors to the province of Yucatan. On the establishment of independence, its present head, a staunch royalist, retired in disgust from all kinds of employment, and the whole of the large family estates were managed by the Senora Dona Joaquina. Unfortunately, Don Simon had left for Merida, and we had missed him on the way. Moreover, owing to the heat of the sun and our awkward saddles, we arrived at the end of this triumphal march in a dreadfully jaded and forlorn condition, and perhaps we never dismounted more utterly worn out and uncomfortable. The hacienda of Uxmal was built of dark gray stone, ruder in appearance and finish than any of the others, with a greater appearance of antiquity, and at a distance looked like an old baronial castle. A year before it had been given to Don Simon by his father, and he was making large repairs and additions to the building, though, as his family never visited it, and he only came for a few days at a time, for what purpose I could not conceive. It had its cattle yard in front, with tanks of water around, some with green vegetation on the top, and there was an unwholesome sensation of dampness. It had, too, its church, which contained a figure of Nuestro Senor, our Lord, revered by the Indians of all the haciendas around, the fame of which had reached the household servants at Merida, and which was the first object that attracted the attention of our guide. The whole hacienda was immediately at our disposal, but, worn down with heat and fatigue, we took at once to our hammocks. The hacienda had two major domos, one a mestizo who understood the language and business, and in the other we found an acquaintance, or at least what seemed so, for about the time that we left New York he was a waiter at Delmonico's. It was a strange encounter at this out-of-the-way place to be brought into close connection with this well-known restaurant, which in that country seemed the seat of art and fountain of happiness. He was a young Spaniard from Catalonia, who with a friend, having taken part in some defeated insurrection, fled to Cuba, whence, on the point of being discovered, they escaped to New York, penniless. Ignorant of the language, with no means of getting a livelihood, both were received by Delmonico as waiters at his restaurant, where the friend rose to be head chocolate maker, but he was languishing as simple waiter, when Don Simon proposed to him to go to Uxmal. Without knowing where he was going, except that it was to some part of Spanish America, or what was to be his business, he found himself in a retired place, surrounded by Indians whose language he could not understand, and having no one near him with whom he could exchange a word except the major domo. These major domos form a class in Yucatan who need sharp looking after. Like the Scotch servant applying for a place, they are not particular about wages, and are satisfied with what little they can pick up about the house. This is the character of most of the major domos, and the position of the young man, being white, intelligent, and honest, had advantages in that country, as Don Simon intended to give him, as soon as he understood the business, a superintendence over the major domos of 3 or 4 haciendas. But unfortunately he wanted energy, felt the want of society and the loneliness of his situation, remembered scenes of enjoyment with his friend and other waiters, and at Uxmal talked of the opera, and when at dinner time he drew a feeling picture of Delmonico's saloon, we sympathized with him cordially. End of section 27. Section 28 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. In the afternoon, rested and refreshed, we set out for a walk to the ruins. The path led through a noble piece of woods, in which there were many tracks, and our Indian guide lost the way. Mr. C, being unwell, returned to the hacienda. We took another road, and emerging suddenly from the woods, to my astonishment came at once upon a large open field, strewed with mounds of ruins and vast buildings on terraces, and pyramidal structures, grand and in good preservation, richly ornamented, without a bush to obstruct the view, and in picturesque effect almost equal to the ruins of Thebes, for these, standing on the flat valley of the Nile, and extending on both sides of the river, nowhere burst in one view upon the sight.
Such was the report I made to Mr. Catherwood on my return, who, lying in his hammock, unwell and out of spirits, told me I was romancing. But early the next morning we were on the ground, and his comment was that the reality exceeded my description. The place of which I am now speaking was beyond all doubt once a large, populous, and highly civilized city, and the reader can nowhere find one word of it on any page of history. Who built it, why it was located on that spot, away from water, or any of those natural advantages which have determined the sites of cities whose histories are known, what led to its abandonment and destruction, no man can tell. The only name by which it is known is that of the hacienda on which it stands. In the oldest deed belonging to the Peon family, which goes back 140 years, the buildings are referred to in the boundaries of the estate as Las Casas de Piedra. This is the only ancient document or record in existence in which the place is mentioned at all, and there are no traditions except the wild superstitions of Indians in regard to particular buildings. The ruins were all exhumed within the last year, the trees had been cut down and burned, and the whole field of ruins was in view, enclosed by the woods and planted with corn. We passed a most interesting and laborious day, and at evening returned to the hacienda to mature our plans for a thorough exploration. But, unfortunately, during the night, Mr. Catherwood, I believe affected by the immensity of the work, had a violent attack of fever, which continued upon him in the morning, with a prospect of serious illness. It was Monday, and very early all the Indians of the hacienda, according to their obligation to the master, presented themselves to receive directions from the major domo for the day's work. In remaining about the house, I had an opportunity of learning somewhat of the hacienda discipline and the character of the Indians. The hacienda of Uxmal is 10 leagues or 30 miles square, but only a small portion is cultivated, and the rest is a mere roaming ground for cattle. The Indians are of two classes: vaqueros, or tenders of cattle and horses, who receive $12 per year, with 5 almudas of maize per week, and labradores, or laborers, who are also called luneros, from their obligation, in consideration of their drinking the water of the hacienda, to work for the master without pay on lunes or Monday. These last constitute the great body of the Indians, and beside their obligation to work on Monday, when they marry and have families, and of course need more water, they are obligated to clear, sow, and gather 20 mecates of maize for the master, each mecate being 24 square yards. When the bell of the church is struck 5 times, every Indian is obligated to go forthwith to the hacienda, and for a real a day, and a ration of 3 cents worth of maize, do whatever work the master or his delegate, the major domo, may direct. The authority of the master or his delegate over these is absolute. He settles all disputes between the Indians themselves, and punishes for offenses, acting both as judge and executioner. If the major domo punish an Indian unreasonably, the latter may complain to his master, and if the master refuse to give him redress, or himself punishes an Indian unreasonably, the latter may apply for his discharge. There is no obligation upon him to remain on the hacienda unless he is in debt to the master, but practically this binds him hand and foot. The Indians are all improvident, anticipate their earnings, never have 2 days' provisions in store, and never keep any accounts. A dishonest master may always bring them in debt, and generally they are really so. If able to pay off the debt,
the Indian is entitled to his immediate discharge; but if not, the master is obliged to give him a writing to the effect following: "Whatever senor wishes to receive the Indian named can take him, provided he pays me the debt he owes me." If the master refuses him this paper, the Indian may complain to the justitia. When he has obtained it, he goes round to the different haciendas until he finds a proprietor who is willing to purchase the debt, with a mortgage upon him until it is paid. The account is settled, and the master gives the Indian a writing of this purport: "The account of my former servant being adjusted, which is $20, and having paid me the said debt, I, his present master, give him this receipt." And with this he enters into the service of a new master. There is but little chance of his ever paying off the smallest debt. He will never work merely to clear off the encumbrance, considers all he can get on his body clear gain, and virtually from the time he receives his first dollar goes through life in bondage, varied only by an occasional change of masters. In general they are mild, amiable, and very docile, bear no malice, and when one of them is whipped and smarting under stripes, with tears in his eyes, he makes a bow to the major domo and says, "Buenos tardes, senor," good evening, sir. But they require to be dealt with sternly and kept at a distance, are uncertain, and completely the creatures of impulse, and one bad Indian or a bad mestizo may ruin a whole hacienda. They inherit all the indolence of their ancestors, are wedded to old usages, and unwilling to be taught anything new. Don Simon has attempted to introduce improvements in agriculture, but in vain. They cannot work except in their own old way. Don Simon brought out the common churn from the United States, and attempted to introduce the making of butter and cheese, but the Indians could not be taught the use of them, the churns were thrown aside, and hundreds of cows wander in the woods unmilked. The master is not obliged to maintain the Indian when sick, though, as he derives a profit from his labor, it is his interest to do so; and on broad grounds, as it is an object always to increase his labradores, it is his interest to treat them in such a manner as to acquire among the Indians a reputation as a good master. In the course of the morning I visited many of the huts of the Indians. They were built in an oblong form, of round poles set upright in the ground and thatched, and some appeared clean and comfortable. The men were all away at work, and all day there was a procession of women in white cotton dresses moving from the gate to the well and drawing water. It was pleasant to find that marriage was considered proper and expedient, conducing to good order and thrift certainly, and probably to individual happiness. Don Simon encouraged it. He did not like to have any single men on the estate, and made every young Indian of the right age take unto himself a wife. When, as often happened, the Indian in a deprecating tone said, "No tengo mujer," I have no woman, Don Simon looked through the hacienda and found one for him. On his last visit he made 4 matches, and the day before our arrival the Delmonico major domo had been to the nearest village to escort the couples and pay the padre for marrying them, the price being 13 shillings each. He was afraid to trust them with the money, for fear they would spend it and not get married. The old major domo was energetic in carrying out the views of his master on this important subject, and that day a delicate case was brought before him. A young Indian girl brought a complaint against a married woman for slander. She said that she was engaged to be married to a young man whom she loved, and who loved her, and the married woman had injured her fair fame
by reporting that she was already in an interesting situation. She had told the young man of it, said that all the women in the hacienda saw it, and taunted him with marrying such a girl, and now, she said, the young man would not have her. The married woman was supported by a crowd of witnesses, and it must be admitted that appearances were very much against the plaintiff. But the old major domo, without going into the merits at all, decided in her favor on broad grounds. Indignant at a marriage being prevented, he turned to the married woman and asked, what was it to her? What right had she to meddle? What if it was true? It was none of her business. Perhaps the young man knew it, and was party to it, and still intended to marry the girl, and they might have lived happily but for her busy tongue. And without more ado, he brought out a leather whip cut into long lashes, and with great vigor began applying it to the back of the indiscreet communicator of unwelcome tidings. He wound up with an angry homily upon busybodies, and then upon women generally, who, he said, made all the difficulties on the hacienda, and but for them the men would be quiet enough. The matrons of the hacienda stood aghast at this unexpected turn of things, and when the case was dismissed, all crowded around the victim and went away with her, giving such comfort as they could. The young girl went away alone. The hearts of her sex were steeled against her, in savage as in civilized life. Every woe a tear may claim, except an erring sister's shame. In the afternoon Mr. Catherwood's fever left him, but in a very low state. The hacienda was unhealthy at this season. The great troughs and tanks of water around the house were green, and with the regular afternoon rains induced fatal fevers. Mr. Catherwood's constitution was already severely shattered. Indeed, I became alarmed, and considered it indispensable for him to leave the hacienda, and, if possible, the country altogether. To carry out my other plans, we intended at all events to return. We made a calculation that, by setting out the next morning, we could reach the Spanish brig in time to embark for Havana, and in 10 minutes' consultation we determined to break up and go home. Immediately we communicated our purpose to the major domo, who ascended to the belfry of the church and called a coach, to be ready at 2 o'clock the next morning. Chapter 25. Ruins of Uxmal. A lofty building. Magnificent view from its doorway. Peculiar sculptured ornaments. Another building called by the Indians the House of the Dwarf. An Indian legend. The House of the Nuns. The House of Turtles. The House of Pigeons. The Guard House. Absence of water. The House of the Governor. Terraces. Wooden lintels. Details of the House of the Governor. Doorways. Corridors. A beam of wood inscribed with hieroglyphics. Sculptured stones, etc. In the meantime, I returned for one more view of the ruins. Mr. Waldeck's work on these ruins had appeared before we left this country. It was brought out in Paris in a large folio edition, with illustrations fancifully and beautifully colored, and contains the result of a year's residence at Merida and 8 days at Uxmal. At the time of his visit, the ruins were overgrown with trees, which within the last year had been cleared away, and the whole was laid bare and exposed to view. In attempting a description of these ruins, so vast a work rises up before me that I am at a loss where to begin. Arrested on the very threshold of our labors, I am unable to give any general plan, but fortunately the whole field was level, clear of trees, and in full sight at once. The first view stamped it indelibly upon my mind,
and Mr. Catherwood's single day was well employed. The first object that arrests the eye on emerging from the forest is the building represented on the right hand of the engraving opposite. Drawn off by mounds of ruins and piles of gigantic buildings, the eye returns again and again fastens upon this lofty structure. It was the first building I entered. From its front doorway I counted 16 elevations, with broken walls and mounds of stones, and vast magnificent edifices, which at that distance seemed untouched by time and defying ruin. I stood in the doorway when the sun went down, throwing from the buildings a prodigious breadth of shadow, darkening the terraces on which they stood, and presenting a scene strange enough for a work of enchantment. This building is 68 feet long. The elevation on which it stands is built up solid from the plain, entirely artificial. Its form is not pyramidal, but oblong and rounding, being 240 feet long at the base and 120 feet broad, and it is protected all around, to the very top, by a wall of square stones. Perhaps the highly ruined structures at Palenque, which we have called pyramidal, and which were so ruined that we could not make them out exactly, were originally of the same shape. On the east side of the structure is a broad range of stone steps between 8 and 9 inches high, and so steep that great care is necessary in ascending and descending. Of these we counted 101 in their places. 9 were wanting at the top, and perhaps 20 were covered with rubbish at the bottom. At the summit of the steps is a stone platform, 4 feet and a half wide, running along the rear of the building. There is no door in the center, but at each end a door opens into an apartment 18 feet long and 9 wide, and between the two is a third apartment of the same width and 34 feet long. The whole building is of stone. Inside, the walls are of polished smoothness. Outside, up to the height of the door, the stones are plain and square. Above this line there is a rich cornice or molding, and from this to the top of the building all the sides are covered with rich and elaborate sculptured ornaments, forming a sort of arabesque. The style and character of these ornaments were entirely different from those of any we had ever seen before, either in that country or in any other. They bore no resemblance whatever to those of Copan or Palenque, and were quite as unique and peculiar. The designs were strange and incomprehensible, very elaborate, sometimes grotesque, but often simple, tasteful, and beautiful. Among the intelligible subjects are squares and diamonds, with busts of human beings, heads of leopards, and compositions of leaves and flowers, and the ornaments known everywhere as grecs. The ornaments which succeed each other are all different. The whole form an extraordinary mass of richness and complexity, and the effect is both grand and curious. And the construction of these ornaments is not less peculiar and striking than the general effect. There were no tablets or single stones, each representing separately and by itself an entire subject, but every ornament or combination is made up of separate stones, on each of which part of the subject was carved, and which was then set in its place in the wall. Each stone by itself was an unmeaning fractional part, but placed by the side of others helped to make a whole, which without it would be incomplete. Perhaps it may with propriety be called a species of sculptured mosaic. From the front door of this extraordinary building, a pavement of hard cement, 22 feet long by 15 broad, leads to the roof of another building, seated lower down on the artificial structure, as shown in the engraving. There is no staircase or other visible communication between the two, but descending by a pile of rubbish along the side of the lower one, and groping around the corner, we entered a doorway in front 4 feet wide, and found inside a chamber 12 feet high, with corridors running the whole breadth, of which the front one was 7 feet 3 inches deep, and the other 3 feet 9 inches. The inner walls were of smooth and polished square stones, and there was no inner door or means of communication with any other place. Outside, the doorway was loaded with ornaments, and the whole exterior was the same as that of the building described above. The steps leading from the doorway to the foot of the structure were entirely destroyed. The Indians regard these ruins with superstitious reverence. They will not go near them at night, and they have the old story that immense treasure is hidden among them. Each of the buildings has its name given to it by the Indians. This is called the Casa de Enano, or House of the Dwarf, and it is consecrated by a wild legend, which, as I sat in the doorway, I received from the lips of an old Indian as follows. There was an old woman who lived in a hut on the very spot now occupied by the structure on which this building is perched, and opposite the Casa del Gobernador, which will be mentioned hereafter, and who went mourning that she had no children. In her distress, she one day took an egg, covered it with a cloth, and laid it away carefully in one corner of the hut. Every day she went to look at it, until one morning she found the egg hatched, and a criatura, or creature, or baby, born. The old woman was delighted, and called it her son, provided it with a nurse, took good care of it, so that in 1 year it walked and talked like a man, and then it stopped growing. The old woman was more delighted than ever, and said he would be a great lord or king. One day she told him to go to the house of the gobernador and challenge him to a trial of strength. The dwarf tried to beg off, but the old woman insisted, and he went. The guard admitted him, and he flung his challenge to the gobernador. The latter smiled and told him to lift a stone of 3 arrobas, or 75 pounds, at which the little fellow cried and returned to his mother, who sent him back to say that if the gobernador lifted it first, he would afterward. The gobernador lifted it, and the dwarf immediately did the same. The gobernador then tried him with other feats of strength, and the dwarf regularly did whatever was done by the gobernador. At length, indignant at being matched by a dwarf, the gobernador told him that unless he made a house in 1 night higher than any in the place, he would kill him. The poor dwarf again returned crying to his mother, who bade him not to be disheartened, and the next morning he awoke and found himself in this lofty building. The gobernador, seeing it from the door of his palace, was astonished, and sent for the dwarf, and told him to collect 2 bundles of cogollo, a wood of a very hard species, with one of which he, the gobernador, would beat the dwarf over the head, and afterward the dwarf should beat him with the other. The dwarf again returned, crying to his mother, but the latter told him not to be afraid, and put on the crown of his head a tortillita de trigo, a small thin cake of wheat flour. The trial was made in the presence of all the great men in the city. The gobernador broke the whole of his bundle over the dwarf's head without hurting the little fellow in the least. He then tried to avoid the trial on his own head, but he had given his word in the presence of his officers, and was obliged to submit. The second blow of the dwarf broke his skull in pieces, and all the spectators hailed the victor as their new gobernador. The old woman then died, but at the Indian village of Mani, 17 leagues distant, there is a deep well, from which opens a cave that leads underground an immense distance to Merida. In this cave, on the bank of a stream, under the shade of a large tree, sits an old woman with a serpent by her side, who sells water in small quantities, not for money, but only for a criatura or baby to give the serpent to eat, and this old woman is the mother of the dwarf. Such is the fanciful legend connected with this edifice, but it hardly seemed more strange than the structure to which it referred. The other building indicated in the plate is called by a name which may originally have had some reference to the Vestals who in Mexico were employed to keep burning the sacred fire, but I believe in the mouths of the Indians of Uxmal it has no reference whatever to history, tradition, or legend, but is derived entirely from Spanish associations. It is called Casa de las Monjas, or House of the Nuns, or the Convent. It is situated on an artificial elevation about 15 feet high. Its form is quadrangular, and on one side, according to my measurement, is 95 paces in length. It was not possible to pace all around it, from the masses of fallen stones which encumber it in some places, but it may be safely stated at 250 feet square. Like the house of the dwarf, it is built entirely of cut stone, and the whole exterior is filled with the same rich, elaborate, and incomprehensible sculptured ornaments. The principal entrance is by a large doorway into a beautiful patio or courtyard, grass grown, but clear of trees, and the whole of the inner facade is ornamented more richly and elaborately than the outside, and in a more perfect state of preservation. On one side the combination was in the form of diamonds, simple, chaste, and tasteful. At the head of the courtyard 2 gigantic serpents, with their heads broken and fallen, were winding from opposite directions along the whole facade. In front, and on a line with the door of the convent, is another building, on a lower foundation, of the same general character, called Casa de Tortugas, from sculptured turtles over the doorway. This building had in several places huge cracks, as if it had been shaken by an earthquake. It stands nearly in the center of the ruins, and the top commands a view all around of singular but wrecked magnificence. Beyond this, a little to the right, approached by passing over mounds of ruins, was another building, which at a great distance attracted our attention by its conspicuous ornaments. We reached it by ascending 2 high terraces. The main building was similar to the others, and along the top ran a high ornamental wall, from which it was called Casa de Palomas, or House of Pigeons, and at a distance it looked more like a row of pigeon houses than anything else. In front was a broad avenue with a line of ruins on each side, leading beyond the wall of the convent to a great mound of ruins, which probably had once been a building with which it was connected, and beyond this is a lofty building in the rear, to which this seemed but a vestibule or porter's lodge. Between the two was a large patio or courtyard, with corridors on each side, and the ground of the courtyard sounded hollow. In one place the surface was broken, and I descended into a large excavation, cemented, which had probably been intended as a granary. At the back of the courtyard, on a high broken terrace, which it was difficult to climb, was another edifice, more ruined than the others, but which, from the style of its remains and its commanding position, overlooking every other building except the house of the dwarf, and apparently having been connected with the distant mass of ruins in front, must have been one of the most important in the city, perhaps the principal temple. The Indians called it the cuartel or guardhouse.
it commanded a view of other ruins not contained in the enumeration of those seen from the house of the dwarf, and the whole presented a scene of barbaric magnificence, utterly confounding all previous notions in regard to the aboriginal inhabitants of this country, and calling up emotions which had not yet been wakened to the same extent by anything we had yet seen. There was one strange circumstance connected with these ruins. No water had ever been discovered, and there was not a single stream, fountain, or well known to the Indians nearer than the hacienda, a mile and a half distant. The sources which supplied this element of life had disappeared. The cisterns were broken, or the streams dried up. This, as we afterward learned from Don Simon, was an object of great interest to him, and made him particularly anxious for a thorough exploration of the ruins. He supposed that the face of the country had not changed, and that somewhere under the ground must exist great wells, cisterns, or reservoirs, which supplied the former inhabitants of the city with water. The discovery of these wells or reservoirs would in that region be like finding a fountain in the desert, or more poetically, like finding money. The supply of water would be boundless. Luneros without number might draw from it, and the old city be repeopled without any new expense for wells or tanks. While I was making the circuit of these ruins, Mr. Catherwood proceeded to the Casa del Gobernador, which title, according to the naming of the Indians, indicates the principal building of the old city, the residence of the governor or royal house. It is the grandest in position, the most stately in architecture and proportions, and the most perfect in preservation of all the structures remaining at Uxmal. The plate opposite represents the ground plan, with the 3 ranges of terraces on which it stands. The first terrace is 600 feet long and 5 feet high. It is walled with cut stone, and on the top is a platform 20 feet broad, from which rises another terrace 15 feet high. At the corners this terrace is supported by cut stones, having the faces rounded so as to give a better finish than with sharp angles. The great platform above is flat and clear of trees, but abounding in green stumps of the forest but lately cleared away, and now planted, or rather from its irregularity, sown with corn, which as yet rose barely a foot from the ground. At the southeast corner of this platform is a row of round pillars 18 inches in diameter and 3 or 4 feet high, extending about 100 feet along the platform, and these were the nearest approach to pillars or columns that we saw in all our exploration of the ruins of that country. In the middle of the terrace, along an avenue leading to a range of steps, was a broken round pillar, inclined and falling, with trees growing around it. It was part of our purpose to make an excavation in this platform, from the impression that underneath would be found a vault forming part of the immense reservoirs for supplying the city with water. In the center of the platform, at a distance of 205 feet from the border in front, is a range of stone steps more than 100 feet broad and 35 in number, ascending to a third terrace 15 feet above the last and 35 feet from the ground, about equal to the height of the city hall, which, being elevated on a naked plain, formed a most commanding position. The erection of these terraces alone was an immense work. On this third terrace, with its principal doorway facing the range of steps, stands the noble structure of the Casa del Gobernador. The facade measures 320 feet. Away from the region of dreadful rains and the rank growth of forest which smothers the ruins of Palenque, it stands with all its walls erect,
and almost as perfect as when deserted by its inhabitants. The whole building is of stone, plain up to the moulding that runs along the tops of the doorway, and above filled with the same rich, strange, and elaborate sculpture, among which is particularly conspicuous the ornament before referred to as la grecque. There is no rudeness or barbarity in the design or proportions. On the contrary, the whole wears an air of architectural symmetry and grandeur, and as the stranger ascends the steps and casts a bewildered eye along its open and desolate doors, it is hard to believe that he sees before him the work of a race in whose epitaph, as written by historians, they are called ignorant of art, and said to have perished in the rudeness of savage life. If it stood at this day on its grand artificial terrace in Hyde Park or the garden of the Tuileries, it would form a new order, I do not say equaling, but not unworthy to stand side by side with the remains of Egyptian, Grecian, and Roman art. End of section 28. Section 29 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatán, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. But there was one thing which seemed in strange want of conformity with all the rest. It was the first object that arrested my attention in the house of the dwarf, and which I had marked in every other building. I have mentioned that at Ocosingo we saw a wooden beam, and at Palenque the fragment of a wooden pole. At this place all the lintels had been of wood, and throughout the ruins most of them were still in their places over the doors. These lintels were heavy beams, 8 or 9 feet long, 18 or 20 inches wide, and 12 or 14 thick. The wood, like that at Ocosingo, was very hard, and rang under the blow of the machete. As our guide told us, it was of a species not found in the neighborhood, but came from the distant forests near the lake of Petén. Why wood was used in the construction of buildings, otherwise of solid stone, seemed unaccountable. But if our guide was correct in regard to the place of its growth, each beam must have been carried on the shoulders of 8 Indians with the necessary relief carriers, a distance of 300 miles. Consequently, it was rare, costly, and curious, and for that reason may have been considered ornamental. The position of these lintels was most trying, as they were obliged to support a solid mass of stone wall 14 or 16 feet high and 3 or 4 in thickness. Once perhaps they were strong as stone, but they showed that they were not as durable, and contained within them the seeds of destruction. Most, it is true, were in their places, sound, and harder than lignum vitae, but others were perforated by wormholes. Some were cracked in the middle, and the walls, settling upon them, were fast overcoming their remaining strength, and others had fallen down altogether. In fact, except in the house of the nuns, the greatest destruction was from the decay and breaking of these wooden beams. If the lintels had been of stone, the principal buildings of this desolate city would at this day be almost entire, or if the edifices had been still occupied under a master's eye, a decaying beam would have been replaced, and the buildings saved from ruin. In the moment of greatness and power, the builders never contemplated that the time would come when their city would be a desolation.
The Casa del Gobernador stands with its front to the east. In the centre, and opposite the range of steps leading up the terrace, are three principal doorways. The middle one is 8 feet 6 inches wide and 8 feet 10 inches high. The others are of the same height, but 2 feet less in width. The centre door opens into an apartment 60 feet long and 27 feet deep, which is divided into 2 corridors by a wall 3.5 feet thick, with a door of communication between, of the same size with the door of entrance. The plan is the same as that of the corridor in front of the palace at Palenque, except that here the corridor does not run the whole length of the building, and the back corridor has no door of egress. The floors are of smooth square stone, the walls of square blocks nicely laid and smoothly polished. The ceiling forms a triangular arch without the keystone, as at Palenque, but instead of the rough stones overlapping or being covered with stucco, the layers of stone are beveled as they rise and present an even and polished surface. Throughout, the laying and polishing of the stones are as perfect as under the rules of the best modern masonry. In this apartment we determined to take up our abode, once more in the palace of an unknown king, under a roof tight as when sheltering the heads of its former occupants. Different from ruins in the old world, where every fragment is exaggerated by some prating cicerone, in general, in this country, the reality exceeded our expectations. When we left Captain Fensley's brig, we did not expect to find occupation for more than 2 or 3 days, but a vast field of interesting labor was before us, and we entered upon it with advantages of experience, the protection and kind assistance of the proprietor, and within the reach of comforts not procurable at any other place. We were not buried in the forest, as at Palenque. In front of our door rose the lofty house of the dwarf, seeming almost to realize the Indian legend, and from every part of the terrace we looked over a field of ruins. From the centre apartment, the divisions on each wing corresponded exactly in size and finish, the details of which appear in the plan, and the same uniformity was preserved in the ornaments. Throughout, the roof was tight, the apartments were dry, and, to speak understandingly, a few $1,000 expended in repairs would have restored it and made it fit for the reoccupation of its royal owners. In the apartment marked A, the walls were coated with a very fine plaster of Paris, equal to the best seen on walls in this country. The rest were all of smooth polished stone. There were no paintings, stucco ornaments, sculptured tablets, or other decorations whatever. In the apartment marked B, we found what we regarded as a most interesting object. It was a beam of wood, about 10 feet long and very heavy, which had fallen from its place over the doorway, and for some purpose or other been hauled inside the chamber into a dark corner. On the face was a line of characters, carved or stamped, almost obliterated, but which we made out to be hieroglyphics, and so far as we could understand them, similar to those at Copán and Palenque. Several Indians were around us with an idle curiosity watching all our movements, and not wishing to call their attention to it, we left it with an Indian at the moment sitting upon it. Before we were out of the doorway we heard the ring of his machete from a blow which, on rising, he had struck at random, and which chipped off a long shaving within a few inches of the characters. It almost gave us a shivering fit, and we did not dare tell him to spare it, lest from ignorance, jealousy, or suspicion it should be the means of ensuring its destruction. I immediately determined to secure this mystical beam. Compelled to leave in haste on my arrival at Merida, Don Simon kindly promised to send it to me, together with a sculptured stone which formed one of the principal ornaments in all the buildings. This latter is now in my possession, but the former has never arrived. In the multitude of regrets connected with our abrupt departure from these ruins, I cannot help deploring the misfortune of not being assured of the safety of this beam. By what feeble light the pages of American history are written! There are at Uxmal no idols as at Copan, not a single stuccoed figure or carved tablet as at Palenque. Except this beam of hieroglyphics, though searching earnestly, we did not discover any one absolute point of resemblance, and the wanton machete of an Indian may destroy the only link that can connect them together. The ornament above referred to is introduced in one of the compartments of the plan. It is the face of a death's head, with wings expanded and rows of teeth projecting, in effect somewhat like the figure of a death's head on tombstones with us. It is 2 feet wide across the wings, and has a stone staple behind, about 2 feet long, by which it was fastened in the wall. It had been removed by Don Simon entire, with the intention of setting it up as an ornament on the front of his hacienda. It was our purpose to present full drawings of the exterior of this building, and in fact of all the others. The plate opposite represents one division, with its sculptured ornaments, or what I have called mosaic. As at Copan, Mr. Catherwood was obliged to make several attempts before he could comprehend the subject so as to copy the characters. The drawing was begun late in the afternoon, was unfinished when we left to return to the hacienda, and unfortunately Mr. C. was never able to resume it. It is presented in the state given by the last touches of the pencil on the spot, wanting many of the minute characters with which the subject was charged, and without any attempt to fill them in. The reader will see how utterly insufficient any verbal description must be, and he will be able to form from it some idea of the imposing exterior of the building. The exterior of every building in Uxmal was ornamented in the same elaborate manner. The part represented in the engraving embraces about 20 feet of the Casa del Gobernador. The whole exterior of this building presents a surface of 700 feet. The Casa de las Monjas is 2,000 feet, and the extent of sculptured surface exhibited by the other buildings I am not able to give. Complete drawings of the whole would form one of the most magnificent series ever offered to the public, and such it is yet our hope one day to be able to present. The reader will be able to form some idea of the time, skill, and labor required for making them, and more than this, to conceive the immense time, skill, and labor required for carving such a surface of stone, and the wealth, power, and cultivation of the people who could command such skill and labor for the mere decoration of their edifices. Probably all these ornaments have a symbolic meaning. Each stone is part of an allegory or fable, hidden from us, inscrutable under the light of the feeble torch we may burn before it, but which, if ever revealed, will show that the history of the world yet remains to be written. Chapter 26. Exploration finished. Who built these ruined cities? Opinion of Dupaix. These ruins bear no resemblance to the architecture of Greece and Rome. Nothing like them in Europe. Do not resemble the known works of Japan and China, neither those of Hindu. No excavations found. The pyramids of Egypt in their original state do not resemble what are called the pyramids of America. The temples of Egypt not like those of America. Sculpture not the same as that of Egypt. Probable antiquity of these ruins. Accounts of the Spanish historians. these cities probably built by the races inhabiting the country at the time of the Spanish conquest, these races not yet extinct. I have now finished the exploration of ruins. The reader is perhaps pleased that our labors were brought to an abrupt close. My publishers certainly are, but I assure him that I could have found it in my heart to be prolix beyond all bounds, and that in mercy I have been very brief. In fact, I have let slip the best chance that author ever had to make his reader remember him. I will make no mention of other ruins of which we heard at more remote places. I have no doubt a year may be passed with great interest in Yucatan. The field of American antiquities is barely opened, but for the present I have done. And here I would be willing to part, and leave the reader to wander alone and at will through the labyrinth of mystery which hangs over these ruined cities, but it would be craven to do so without turning for a moment to the important question, who were the people that built these cities? Since their discovery, a dark cloud has been thrown over them in two particulars. The first is in regard to the immense difficulty and danger, labor and expense of visiting and exploring them. It has been my object to clear away this cloud. It will appear from these pages that the accounts have been exaggerated, and as regards Palenque and Uxmal at least, the only places which have been brought before the public at all, there is neither difficulty in reaching nor danger in exploring them. The second is in regard to the age of the buildings. But here the cloud is darker and not so easily dispelled. I will not recapitulate the many speculations that have already been presented. The most irrational, perhaps, is that of Captain Dupaix, who gives to the ruins of Palenque an antediluvian origin, and unfortunately for him, he gives his reason, which is the accumulation of earth over the figures in the courtyard of the palace. His visit was 30 years before ours, and though he cleared away the earth, the accumulation was again probably quite as great when we were there. At all events, by his own showing, the figures were not entirely buried. I have a distinct recollection of the condition of those monuments, and have no scruple in saying that if entirely buried, one Irishman, with the national weapon that has done such service on our canals, would in 3 hours remove the whole of this antediluvian deposit. I shall not follow the learned commentaries upon this suggestion of Captain Dupaix, except to remark that much learning and research have been expended upon insufficient or incorrect data, or when a bias has been given by a statement of facts, and putting ourselves in the same category with those who have furnished this data, for the benefit of explorers and writers who may succeed us, I shall narrow down this question to a ground even yet sufficiently broad, that is, a comparison of these remains with those of the architecture and sculpture of other ages and people. I set out with the proposition that they are not Cyclopean, and do not resemble the works of Greek or Roman. There is nothing in Europe like them. We must look then to Asia and Africa. It has been supposed that at different periods of time vessels from Japan and China have been thrown upon the western coast of America. The civilization, cultivation, and science of those countries are known to date back from a very early antiquity. Of Japan, I believe some accounts and drawings have been published, but they are not within my reach. Of China, during the whole of her long history, the interior has been so completely shut against strangers that we know nothing of her ancient architecture. Perhaps, however, that time is close at hand. At present we know only that they have been a people not given to change, and if their ancient architecture is the same with their modern, it bears no resemblance whatever to these unknown ruins. The monuments of India have been made familiar to us. The remains of Hindu architecture exhibit immense excavations in the rock, either entirely artificial or made by enlarging natural caverns, supported in front by large columns cut out of the rock, with a dark and gloomy interior. Among all these American ruins there is not a single excavation. The surface of country, abounding in mountain sides, seems to invite it, but instead of being underground, the striking features of these ruins is that the buildings stand on lofty artificial elevations, and it can hardly be supposed that a people emigrating to a new country, with that strong natural impulse to perpetuate and retain under their eyes memorials of home, would have gone so directly counter to national and religious associations. In sculpture, too, the Hindus differ entirely. Their subjects are far more hideous, being in general representations of human beings being distorted, deformed, and unnatural, very often many-headed, or with 3 or 4 arms or legs thrown out from the same body. Lastly, we come to the Egyptians. The point of resemblance upon which the great stress has been laid is the pyramid. The pyramidal form is one which suggests itself to human intelligence in every country as the simplest and surest mode of erecting a high structure upon a solid foundation. It cannot be regarded as a ground for assigning a common origin to all people among whom structures of that character are found, unless the similarity is preserved in its most striking features. The pyramids of Egypt are peculiar and uniform, and were invariably erected for the same uses and purposes, so far as those uses and purposes are known. They are all square at the base, with steps rising and diminishing until they come to a point. The nearest approach to this is at Copan, but even at that place there is no entire pyramid standing alone and disconnected, nor one with 4 sides complete, but only 2 or at most 3 sides, and intended to form part of other structures. All the rest, without a single exception, were high elevations, with sides so broken that we could not make out their form, which perhaps were merely walled around, and had ranges of steps in front and rear, as at Uxmal, or terraces or raised platforms of earth, at most of 3 or 4 ranges, not of any precise form, but never square, and with small ranges of steps in the center. Besides, the pyramids of Egypt are known to have interior chambers, and whatever their other uses, to have been intended and used as sepulchres. These, on the contrary, are of solid earth and stone. No interior chambers have ever been discovered, and probably none exist. And the most radical difference of all is, the pyramids of Egypt are complete in themselves. The structures of this country were erected only to serve as the foundations of buildings. There is no pyramid in Egypt with a palace or temple upon it. There is no pyramidal structure in this country without, at least none from whose condition any judgment can be formed. But there is one further consideration which must be conclusive. The pyramids of Egypt, as I have considered them, and as they stand now, differ most materially from the original structures. Herodotus says that in his time the Great Pyramid was coated with stone, so as to present a smooth surface on all sides from the base to the top. The second pyramid of Giza, called the Pyramid of Cyphrenes, in its present condition, presents on the lower part ranges of steps, with an accumulation of angular stones at the base, which originally filled up the interstices between the steps, but have fallen down. In the upper part the intermediate layers are still in their places, and the sides present a smooth surface to the top. There is no doubt that originally every pyramid in Egypt was built with its sides perfectly smooth. The steps form no part of the plan. It is in this state only that they ought to be considered, and in this state any possible resemblance between them and what are called the Pyramids of America ceases. Next to the pyramids, the oldest remains of Egyptian architecture, such as the temple of Assambul in Nubia, like those of the Hindus, are excavations in the rock, from which it has been supposed that the Egyptians derived their style from that people. In later times they commenced erecting temples above ground, retaining the same features of gloomy grandeur, and remarkable for their vastness and the massiveness of the stone used in their construction. This does not seem to have been aimed at by the American builders. Among all these ruins we did not see a stone worthy of being laid on the walls of an Egyptian temple. The largest single blocks were the idols or obelisks, as they have been called, of Copán and Quirigua. But in Egypt stones large as these are raised to a height of 20 or 30 feet and laid in the walls, while the obelisks, which stand as ornaments at the doors, towering a single stone to the height of 90 feet, so overpower them by their grandeur that, if imitations, they are the feeblest ever attempted by aspiring men. Again, columns are a distinguishing feature of Egyptian architecture, grand and massive, and at this day towering above the sands, startling the wandering traveler in that mysterious country. There is not a temple on the Nile without them, and the reader will bear in mind that among the whole of these ruins not one column has been found. If this architecture had been derived from the Egyptian, so striking and important a feature would never have been thrown aside. The Dromus, Pronaos, and Adita, all equally characteristic of Egyptian temples, are also here entirely wanting. Next, as to sculpture, the idea of resemblance in this particular has been so often and so confidently expressed, and the drawings in these pages have so often given the same impression, that I almost hesitate to declare the total want of similarity. What the differences are I will not attempt to point out, but that the reader may have the whole subject before him at once, I have introduced a plate of Egyptian sculpture taken from Mr. Catherwood's portfolio. The subject on the right is from the side of the great monument at Thebes known as the Vocal Memnon, and has never before been engraved. The other is the top of the fallen obelisk at Karnak, and I think, by comparison with the engravings before presented, it will be found that there is no resemblance whatever. If there be any at all striking, it is only that the figures are in profile, and this is equally true of all good sculpture in bas-relief. There is, then, no resemblance in these remains to those of the Egyptians, and failing here, we look elsewhere in vain. They are different from the works of any other known people, of a new order, and entirely and absolutely anomalous. They stand alone. I invite to this subject the special attention of those familiar with the arts of other countries, for, unless I am wrong, we have a conclusion far more interesting and wonderful than that of connecting the builders of these cities with the Egyptians or any other people. It is the spectacle of a people skilled in architecture, sculpture, and drawing, and beyond doubt other more perishable arts, and possessing the cultivation and refinement attendant upon these, not derived from the Old World, but originating and growing up here, without models or masters, having a distinct, separate, independent existence, like the plants and fruits of the soil, indigenous. I shall not attempt to inquire into the origin of this people, from what country they came, or when, or how. I shall confine myself to their works and to the ruins. I am inclined to think that there are not sufficient grounds for the belief in the great antiquity that has been ascribed to these ruins, that they are not the works of people who have passed away and whose history has become unknown, but opposed, as is my idea to all previous speculations, that they were constructed by the races who occupied the country at the time of the invasion by the Spaniards, or of some not very distant progenitors. And this opinion is founded, first, upon the appearance and condition of the remains themselves. The climate and rank luxuriance of soil are most destructive to all perishable materials. For 6 months every year, exposed to the deluge of tropical rains, and with trees growing through the doorways of buildings and on the tops, it seems impossible that after a lapse of 2,000 or 3,000 years a single edifice could now be standing. The existence of wooden beams, and at Uxmal in a perfect state of preservation, confirms this opinion. The durability of wood will depend upon its quality and exposure. In Egypt, it is true, wood has been discovered sound and perfect, and certainly 3,000 years old, but even in that dry climate none has ever been found in a situation at all exposed. It occurs only in coffins in the tombs and mummy pits of Thebes, and in wooden cramps connecting two stones together, completely shut in and excluded from the air. Secondly, my opinion is founded upon historical accounts. Herrera, perhaps the most reliable of the Spanish historians, says of Yucatan, the whole country is divided into 18 districts, and in all of them were so many and such stately stone buildings that it was amazing, and the greatest wonder is that, having no use of any metal, they were able to raise such structures, which seemed to have been temples, for their houses were always of timber and thatched. In those edifices were carved the figures of naked men, with earrings after the Indian manner, idols of all sorts, lions, pots or jars, etc. And again, "After the parting of these lords, for the space of 20 years, there was such plenty through the country, and the people multiplied so much, that old men and the whole province looked like one town. And then they applied themselves to build more temples, which produced so great a number of them." Of the natives he says, "They flattened their heads and foreheads, their ears bored with rings in them. Their faces were generally good, and not very brown, but without beards, for they scorched them when young, that they might not grow. Their hair was long like women, and in tresses, with which they made a garland about the head, and a little tail hung behind. The prime men wore a roller, 8 fingers broad, round about them instead of breeches, and going several times round the waist, so that one end of it hung before and the other behind, with fine feather work, and had large square mantles knotted on their shoulders, and sandals or buskins made of deer skins." The reader almost sees here, in the flattened heads and costumes of the natives, a picture of the sculptured and stuccoed figures at Palenque, which, though a little beyond the present territorial borders of Yucatan, was perhaps once a part of that province. Section 29. Section 30 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Besides the glowing and familiar descriptions given by Cortez of the splendor exhibited in the buildings of Mexico, I have within my reach the authority of but one eyewitness. It is that of Bernal Diaz de Castillo, a follower and sharer in all the expeditions attending the conquest of Mexico. Beginning with the first expedition, he says, quote, "On approaching Yucatan, we perceived a large town at the distance of 2 leagues from the coast, which from its size it exceeded any town in Cuba. We named Grand Cairo. Upon the invitation of a chief who came off in a canoe, they went ashore, and set out to march to the town, but on their way were surprised by the natives, whom, however, they repulsed, killing 15. Quote, "Near the place of this ambuscade," he says, "were 3 buildings of lime and stone, wherein were idols of clay with diabolical countenances, etc. The buildings of lime and stone and the gold gave us a high idea of the country we had discovered." End quote. In 15 days' further sailing, they discovered from the ships a large town with an inlet, and went ashore for water. While filling their casks, they were accosted by 50 Indians, quotes, "dressed in cotton mantles, who, by signs, invited us to their town. Proceeding thither, they arrived at some large and very well constructed buildings of lime and stone, with figures of serpents and of idols painted upon the walls." End quote. In the second expedition, sailing along the coast, they passed a low island about 3 leagues from the main, where, on going ashore, they found, quote, 2 buildings of lime and stone well constructed, each with steps and an altar placed before certain hideous figures, the representations of the gods of these Indians. His third expedition was under Cortez, and in this his regard for truth and the reliance that may be placed upon him are happily shown in the struggle between deep religious feeling and belief in the evidence of his senses, which appears in his comment upon Gomara's account of their first battle. Quote, "In his account of this action, Gomara says that, previous to the arrival of the main body under Cortez, Francisco de Morla appeared in the field upon a gray dappled horse, and that it was one of the holy apostles, St. Peter or St. Iago, disguised under his person. I say that all our works and victories are guided by the hand of our Lord Jesus Christ, and that in this battle there were so many enemies to every one of us that they could have buried us under the dust they could have held in their hands, but that the great mercy of God aided us throughout. What Gomara asserts may be the case, and I, sinner as I am, was not permitted to see it. What I did see was Francisco de Morla riding in company with Cortez and the rest upon a chestnut horse. But altogether I, unworthy sinner that I am, was unfit to behold either of these apostles. Upward of 400 of us were present. Let their testimony be taken. Let inquiry also be made how it happened that, when the town was founded on that spot, it was not named after one or other of these holy apostles, and called St. Iago de la Victoria, or St. Pedro de la Victoria, as it was Santa Maria, and a church erected and dedicated to one of these holy saints. Very bad Christians were we indeed, according to the account of Gomara, who, when God sent us his apostles to fight at our head, did not every day after acknowledge and return thanks for so great a mercy." End quote. Setting out on their march to Mexico, they arrived at Zempoala, entering which he says, "We were surprised with the beauty of the buildings. Our advanced guard having gone to the great square, the buildings of which had been lately whitewashed and plastered, in which art these people are very expert, one of our horsemen was so struck with the splendor of their appearance in the sun that he came back in full speed to Cortez to tell him that the walls of the houses were of silver." Offended by the abominable custom of human sacrifice, Cortez determined to suppress by force their idolatrous worship and destroy their false gods. The chiefs ordered the people to arm in defense of their temple, but "when they saw that we were preparing to ascend the great flight of steps, they said they could not help themselves, and that they had hardly said this when 50 of us, going up for the purpose, threw down and broke in pieces the enormous idols which we found within the temple." Cortez then caused a number of Indian masons to be collected, with lime, which abounded in that place, and had the walls cleared of blood and new plastered. As they approached the territory of Mexico, he continues, "Appearances demonstrated that we had entered a new country, for the temples were very lofty, and together with the terraced dwellings and the houses of the cacique being plastered and whitewashed, appeared very well, and resembled some of our towns in Spain." Further on he says, "We arrived at a kind of fortification built of lime and stone, of so strong a nature that nothing but tools of iron could have any effect upon it. The people informed us that it was built by the Tlascalans, on whose territory it stood, as a defense against the incursions of the Mexicans." At Tehuacingo, after a sanguinary battle, in which the Indians drew off and left the field to them, who were too much fatigued to follow, he adds, "As soon as we found ourselves clear of them, we returned thanks to God for his mercy, and entered a strong and spacious temple. We dressed our wounds with the fat of Indians." Arrived at Cholula, Cortez immediately "sent some soldiers to a great temple hard by our quarters, with orders to bring, as quietly as they could, 2 priests. In this they succeeded. One of them was a person of rank and authority over all the temples of the city." Again, "within the high walls of the courts where we were quartered." And again, the city of Cholula, he says, much resembled Valladolid. It had at that time above 100 lofty white towers, which were the temples of their idols. The principal temple was higher than that of Mexico, and each of these buildings was placed in a spacious court. Approaching the city of Mexico, he gives way to a burst of enthusiasm. "We could compare it to nothing but the enchanted scenes we had read of in Amadis de Gaul, from the great towers and temples and other edifices of lime and stone, which seemed to rise up out of the water. "We were received by great lords of that country, relations of Montezuma, who conducted us to their lodgings there in palaces magnificently built of stone, the timber of which was cedar, with spacious courts and apartments furnished with canopies of the finest cotton. The whole was ornamented with works of art, painted and admirably plastered and whitened, and it was rendered more delightful by numbers of beautiful birds. The palace in which we were lodged was very light, airy, clean, and pleasant, the entry being through a great court." Montezuma, in his first interview with Cortez, says, "The Tlascalans have, I know, told you that I am like a god, and that all about me is gold and silver and precious stones. But you now see that I am mere flesh and blood, and that my houses are built like other houses, of lime and stone and timber." At the great square we were "astonished at the crowds of people and regularity which prevailed, and the vast quantity of merchandise. The entire square was enclosed in piazzas. From the square we proceeded to the great temple, but before we entered it we made a circuit through a number of large courts, the smallest of which appeared to me to contain more ground than the great square of Salamanca, with double enclosures built of lime and stone, and the courts paved with large white cut stones, or where not paved, they were plastered and polished. The ascent to the great temple was by 114 steps. From the platform on the summit of the temple, Montezuma, taking Cortez by the hand, pointed out to him the different parts of the city and its vicinity, all of which were commanded from that place. We observed also the temples and adoratories of the adjacent cities, built in the form of towers and fortresses, and others on the causeway, all whitewashed and wonderfully brilliant. The noise and bustle of the marketplace could be heard almost a league off, and those who had been at Rome and Constantinople said that for convenience, regularity, and population they had never seen the like. During the siege he speaks of being "quartered in a lofty temple, marching up the steps of the temple, some lofty temples which we now battered with our artillery, the lofty temples where Diego Velasquez and Salvatierra were posted, the breaches which they had made in the walls, cut stone taken from the buildings from the terraces." Arrived at the great temple, instantly above 4,000 Mexicans rushed up into it, who for some time prevented them from ascending. "Although the cavalry several times attempted to charge, the stone pavements of the courts of the temple were so smooth that the horses could not keep their feet and fell. Their numbers were such that we could not make any effectual impression or ascend the steps. At length we forced our way up. Here Cortez showed himself the man that he really was. What a desperate engagement we had then! Every man of us was covered with blood. They drove us down 6 and even 10 of the steps, while others who were in the corridors, or within side of the railings and concavities of the great temple, shot such clouds of arrows at us that we could not maintain our ground. Began our retreat, every man of us being wounded, and 46 of us left dead on the spot. I have often seen this engagement represented in the paintings of the natives, both of Mexico and Tlascala, and our ascent into the great temple. Again, he speaks of arriving at a village and taking up their quarters in a strong temple, assaulting them at their posts in the temples and large walled enclosures. At Texcoco we took up our quarters in some buildings which consisted of large halls and enclosed courts. Alvarado, the Olid, and some soldiers, whereof I was one, then ascended to the top of the great temple, which was very lofty, in order to notice what was going on in the neighborhood. We proceeded to another town called Terayuco, but which we named the town of the serpents, on account of the enormous figures of these animals, which we found in their temples, and which they worshipped as gods. Again, in this garden our whole force lodged for the night. I certainly never saw one of such magnificence, and Cortez and the treasurer Alderete, after they had walked through and examined it, declared that it was admirable, and equal to any they had ever seen in Castile. I and 10 more soldiers were posted as a guard upon a wall of lime and stone. When we arrived at our quarters at Jacuba, it rained heavily, and we remained under it for 2 hours in some large enclosed courts. The general, with his captains, the treasurer, our reverend father, and many others of us, mounted to the top of the temple, which commanded all the lake. We crossed the water up to our necks at the pass they had left open, and followed them until we came to a place where there were large temples and towers of idols. As Cortez now lodged at Coyoacan, in large buildings with white walls, very well adapted for scribbling on, there appeared every morning libels against him in prose and verse. I recollect the words of one only: "Que triste está el alma mía hasta que la parte vía." How anxious I am for a share of the plunder. When our party, for I went with Sandoval, arrived at Tustepeque, I took up my lodgings in the summit of a tower in a very high temple, partly for the fresh air, and to avoid the mosquitoes, which were very troublesome below, and partly to be near Sandoval's quarters. We pursued our route to the city of Chiapas, in the same province with Palenque, and a city it might be called from the regularity of its streets and houses. It contained not less than 4,000 families, not reckoning the population of the many dependent towns in its neighborhood. We found the whole force of Chiapas drawn up to receive us. Their troops were adorned with plumage. On our arrival, we found it too closely built to be occupied by us, and we therefore pitched our camp in the open field. In their temples we found idols of a horrid figure." Now it will be recollected that Bernal Diaz wrote to do justice to himself and others of the true conquerors, his companions in arms, whose fame had been obscured by other historians, not actors and eyewitnesses. All his references to buildings are incidental. He never expected to be cited as authority upon the antiquities of the country. The pettiest skirmish with the natives was nearer his heart than all the edifices of lime and stone which he saw, and it is precisely on that account that his testimony is the more valuable. It was written at a time when there were many living who could contradict him if incorrect or false. His true history never was impeached. On the contrary, while its style was considered rude and inelegant, its fidelity and truth have been acknowledged by all contemporaneous and subsequent historians. In my opinion, it is as true and reliable as any work of travels on the countries through which he fought his way. It gives the hurried and imperfect observations of an unlettered soldier, whose sword was seldom in its scabbard, surrounded by dangers, attacking, retreating, wounded, and flying, with his mind constantly occupied by matters of more pressing moment. The reader cannot fail to be struck with the general resemblance between the objects described by him and the scenes referred to in these pages. His account presents to my mind a vivid picture of the ruined cities which we visited, as they once stood, with buildings of lime and stone, painted and sculptured ornaments, and plastered, idols, courts, strong walls, and lofty temples with high ranges of steps. But if this is not sufficient, I have further and stronger support. After the siege of Mexico, on the re-entry of the Spaniards, a ruthless and indiscriminate destruction fell upon every building and monument in the city. No memorials of the arts of the Mexicans were left. But in the year 1790,
2 statues and a flat stone with sculptured characters relative to the Mexican calendar, were discovered and dug up from among the remains of the great teocalli in the plaza of the city of Mexico. The statues excited great interest among the Mexican Indians, and the priests, afraid of their relapsing into idolatry, and to destroy all memorials of their ancient rites, buried them in the court of the Franciscan convent. The calendar was fixed in a conspicuous place in the wall of the cathedral, where it now stands. In the center, and forming the principal subject of this calendar, is a face, published in Humboldt's work, which in one particular bears so strong a resemblance to that called the mask in the frontispiece of this volume, as to suggest the idea that they were intended for the same. There are palpable differences, but perhaps the expression of the eyes is changed and improved in the engraving published, and at all events, in both the peculiar and striking feature is that of the tongue hanging out of the mouth. The calendar is in bas-relief, and as I understand from a gentleman who has seen it, the sculpture is good. And lastly, among the hieroglyphical paintings which escaped destruction from monkish fanaticism are certain Mexican manuscripts now in the libraries of Dresden and Vienna. These have been published in Humboldt's work and in that of Lord Kingsborough, and on a careful examination we are strongly of the opinion that the characters are the same with those found on the monuments and tablets at Copan and Palenque. For the sake of comparison, I have introduced again the engraving of the top of the altar at Copan, and another from a hieroglyphical manuscript published in Humboldt's work. Differences, it is true, are manifest, but it must be borne in mind that in the former the characters are carved on stone, and in the latter written on paper made of the agave mexicana. Probably for this reason they want the same regularity and finish, but altogether the reader cannot fail to mark the strong similarity, and this similarity cannot be accidental. The inference is that the Aztecs or Mexicans at the time of the conquest had the same written language with the people of Copan and Palenque. I have thus very briefly, and without attempting to controvert the opinions and speculations of others, presented our own views upon the subject of these ruins. As yet we perhaps stand alone in these views, but I repeat my opinion that we are not warranted in going back to any ancient nation of the old world for the builders of these cities, that they are not the work of people who have passed away and whose history is lost, but that there are strong reasons to believe them the creations of the same races who inhabited the country at the time of the Spanish conquest, or some not very distant progenitors. And I would remark that we began our exploration without any theory to support. Our feelings were in favor of going back to a high and venerable antiquity. During the greater part of our journey we were groping in the dark, in doubt and uncertainty, and it was not until our arrival at the ruins of Uxmal that we formed our opinion of their comparatively modern date. Some are, beyond doubt, older than others. Some are known to have been inhabited at the time of the Spanish conquest, and others perhaps were really in ruins before. And there are points of difference which as yet cannot very readily be explained. But in regard to Uxmal at least, we believe that it was an existing and inhabited city at the time of the arrival of the Spaniards. Its desolation and ruin since are easily accounted for.
With the arrival of the Spaniards, the scepter of the Indians departed. In the city of Mexico every house was razed to the ground, and beyond doubt, throughout the country, every gathering place or stronghold was broken up, the communities scattered, their lofty temples thrown down, and their idols burned, the palaces of the caciques ruined, the caciques themselves made bondsmen, and by the same ruthless policy which from time immemorial has been pursued in a conquered country, all the mementos of their ancestors and lost independence were destroyed or made odious in their eyes. And without this, we have authentic accounts of great scourges which swept over and for a time depopulated and desolated the whole of Yucatan. It perhaps destroys much of the interest that hangs over these ruins to assign to them a modern date, but we live in an age whose spirit is to discard phantasms and arrive at truth, and the interest lost in one particular is supplied in another scarcely inferior, for the nearer we can bring the builders of these cities to our own times, the greater is our chance of knowing all. Throughout the country the convents are rich in manuscripts and documents written by the early fathers, caciques, and Indians, who very soon acquired the knowledge of Spanish and the art of writing. These have never been examined with the slightest reference to this subject, and I cannot help thinking that some precious memorial is now mouldering in the library of a neighboring convent, which would determine the history of some one of these ruined cities. Moreover, I cannot help believing that the tablets of hieroglyphics will yet be read. No strong curiosity has hitherto been directed to them. Vigor and acuteness of intellect, knowledge and learning have never been expended upon them. For centuries the hieroglyphics of Egypt were inscrutable, and though not perhaps in our day, I feel persuaded that a key surer than that of the Rosetta Stone will be discovered. And if only 3 centuries have elapsed since any one of these unknown cities was inhabited, the race of the inhabitants is not extinct. Their descendants are still in the land, scattered perhaps, and retired, like our own Indians, into wilderness which has never yet been penetrated by a white man, but not lost, living as their fathers did, erecting the same buildings of lime and stone, with ornaments of sculpture and plastered, large courts, and lofty towers with high ranges of steps, and still carving on tablets of stone the same mysterious hieroglyphics. And if, in consideration that I have not often indulged in speculative conjecture, the reader will allow one flight, I turn to that vast and unknown region, untraversed by a single road, wherein fancy pictures that mysterious city seen from the topmost range of the Cordilleras, of unconquered, unvisited, and unsought aboriginal inhabitants. In conclusion, I am at a loss to determine which would be the greatest enterprise, an attempt to reach this mysterious city, to decipher the tablets of hieroglyphics, or to wade through the accumulated manuscripts of 3 centuries in the libraries of the convents. End of section 30. Section 31 of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 27. Journey to Merida, Village of Mona, a Pond of Water, a Curiosity. Abula, Indian runners, Merida, departure, una cama, siege of Campeche, embarkation for Havana, incidents of the passage, 4th of July at sea, shark fishing, getting lost at sea, relieved by the Helen Maria, passage to New York, arrival, conclusion. But to return to ourselves. At 3, by the light of the moon, we left Uxmal by the most direct road for Merida, Mr. Catherwood in a coach, and I on horseback, charged with a letter from the junior major domo to his compatriot and friend, Delmonico's head chocolate maker. As I followed Mr. C. through the woods, borne on the shoulders of Indians, the stillness broken only by the shuffle of their feet, and under my great apprehensions for his health, it almost seemed as if I were following his bier. At the distance of 3 leagues we entered the village of Mona, where, though a fine village, having white people and mestizos among its inhabitants, travelers were more rare than in the interior of Central America. We were detained 2 hours at the Casa Real, waiting for a relief coach. At a short distance beyond, my guide led me out of the road to show me a pond of water, which in that country was a curiosity. It was surrounded by woods. Wild cattle were drinking on the borders, and started like deer at our approach. At the distance of 4 leagues we reached the village of Abula, with a plaza enclosed by a rough picket fence, a good Casa Real and fine old alcalde, who knew our servant as belonging to the Peon family. There was no intermediate village, and he undertook to provide us with relief Indians to carry the coach through to Merida, 27 miles. It was growing late, and I went on before with a horse for change, to reach Merida in time to make arrangements for a caleche the next day. Toward evening it rained hard. At dark I began to have apprehension of leaving Mr. Catherwood behind, sent the servant on to secure the caleche, and dismounted to wait. I was too dreadfully fatigued to ride back, and sat down in the road. By degrees I stretched myself on a smooth stone, with the bridle around my wrist, and after a dreamy debate whether my horse would tread on me or not, fell asleep. I was roused by a jerk which nearly tore my arm off, and saw, coming through the woods, Indian runners with blazing pine torches, lighting the way for the coach, which had an aspect so funereal that it almost made me shudder. Mr. C. had his difficulties. After carrying him about a league, the Indians stopped, laid him down, and after an animated conversation, took him up, went on, but in a little while laid him down again, and thrusting their heads under the cover of the coach, made him an eager and clamorous address, of which he did not understand 1 word. At length he picked up 2 pesos, or $2, and gathered that they wanted $2 more. As the alcalde had adjusted the account, he refused to pay, and after a noisy wrangle they quietly took him up on their shoulders and began trotting back with him to the village. This made him tractable, and he paid the money, threatening them as well as he could with vengeance. But the amusing part was that they were right. The alcalde had made a mistake in the calculation, and on a division and distribution on the road, by hard pounding and calculating, each one knowing what he ought to receive himself, they discovered that they had been paid $2 short. The price was 25 cents per man for the first, and 18 cents for every subsequent league, besides 50 cents for making the coach, so that with 4 men for relief it was $2 for the first league, and $1.50 for every subsequent one, and a calculation of the whole amount for 9 leagues was rather complicated. It was 1:30 when we reached Merida, and we had been up and on the road since 2 in the morning. Fortunately, with the easy movement of the coach, Mr. C. had suffered but little. I was tired beyond all measure, but I had what enabled me to endure any degree of fatigue, a good cot, and was soon asleep. The next morning we saw my friend Don Simon, who was preparing to go back and join us. I cannot sufficiently express my sense of the kindness we received from himself and his family, and only hope that I may have an opportunity at some future time of returning it in my own country. He promised, when we returned, to go down with us and assist us in a thorough exploration of the ruins. The Spanish vessel was to sail the next day. Toward evening, after a heavy rain, as the dark clouds were rolling away, and the setting sun was tinging them with a rich golden border, we left Merida. At 11 o'clock we reached Unacama, and stopped in the plaza 2 hours to feed the horses. While here, a party of soldiers arrived from the port, waving pine torches, having just returned victorious from the siege of Campeche. They were all young, ardent, well dressed, and in fine spirits, and full of praises of their general, who, they said, had remained at Sisal to attend a ball, and was coming on as soon as it was over. Resuming our journey, in an hour more we met a train of caleches, with officers in uniform. We stopped, congratulated the general upon his victory at Campeche, inquired for a United States sloop of war, which we had heard was there during the blockade, and with many interchanges of courtesy, but without seeing a feature of each other's faces, resumed our separate roads. An hour before daylight we reached Sisal. At 6 o'clock we embarked on board the Spanish brig Alexander for Havana, and at 8 we were under way. It was the 24th of June, and now, as we thought, all our troubles were ended. The morning was fine. We had 8 passengers, all Spanish, one of whom from the interior, when he came down to the shore and saw the brig in the offing, asked what animal it was. From my great regard to the captain, I will not speak of the brig or of its condition, particularly the cabin, except to say that it was Spanish. The wind was light. We breakfasted on deck, making the top of the companionway serve as a table under an awning. The captain told us we would be in Havana in a week. Our course lay along the coast of Yucatan towards Cape Catoche. On Sunday the 28th we had made, according to the brig's reckoning, about 150 miles, and were then becalmed. The sun was intensely hot, the sea of glassy stillness, and all day a school of sharks were swimming around the brig. From this time we had continued calms, and the sea was like a mirror, heated and reflecting its heat. On the 4th of July there was the same glassy stillness, with light clouds, but fixed and stationary. The captain said we were encantado, or enchanted, and really it almost seemed so. We had expected to celebrate this day by dining with the American consul in Havana, but our vessel lay like a log, and we were scorching, and already pinched for water. The bare thought of a 4th of July dinner meanwhile making Spanish ship cookery intolerable. We had read through all the books in the mate's library, consisting of some French novels translated into Spanish, and a history of awful shipwrecks. To break the monotony of the calm, we had hooks and lines out constantly for sharks. The sailors called them, like the alligators, enemigos de los cristianos, hoisted them on deck, cut out their hearts and entrails,
and then threw them overboard. We were already out 10 days, and growing short of provisions. We had 2 young sharks for dinner. Apart from the associations, they were not bad, quite equal to young alligators, and the captain told us that in Campeche they were regularly in the markets and eaten by all classes. In the afternoon they gathered around us fearfully. Everything that fell overboard was immediately snapped up, and the hat of a passenger, which fell from his head, had hardly touched the water before a huge fellow turned over on his side, opened his ugly mouth above the water, and swallowed it. Luckily the man was not under it. Toward evening we caught a leviathan, raised him 4 or 5 feet out of the water with the hook, and the sailors, leaning over, beat his brains with the capstan bars till he was motionless. Then, fastening a rope with a slip noose under his fins, with the ship's tackle they hoisted him on deck. He seemed to fill half the side of the vessel. The sailors opened his mouth and fastened the jaws apart with a marlinspike, turned him over on his back, ripped him open, and tore out his heart and entrails. They then chopped off about a foot of his tail and threw him overboard. What he did I will not mention, lest it should bring discredit upon other parts of these pages, which the reader is disposed to think may be true. But the last we saw of him, he seemed to be feeling for his tail. In the afternoon of the next day we crossed a strong current setting to northwest, which roared like breakers. Soundings before 120 fathoms. During the evening there was no bottom, and we supposed we must have passed Cape Catoche. On the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, there was the same dead calm, with a sea like glass and intense heat. We were scant of provisions and alarmed for entire failure of water. The captain was a noble Spaniard, who comforted the passengers by repeating every morning that we were enchanted, but for several days he had been uneasy and alarmed. He had no chronometer on board. He had been 30 years trading from Havana to different ports in the Gulf of Mexico, and had never used one. But out of soundings, among currents, with nothing but the log, he could not determine his longitude, and was afraid of getting into the Gulf Stream and being carried past Havana. Our chronometer had been 9 months in hard use, jolted over severe mountain roads, and, as we supposed, could not be relied upon. Mr. Catherwood made a calculation with an old French table of logarithms, which happened to be on board, but with results so different from the captain's reckoning that we supposed it could not be correct. At this time our best prospect was that of reaching Havana in the midst of the yellow fever season, sailing from there in the worst hurricane month, and a quarantine at Staten Island. On the 13th of July, everything on board was getting scarce, and with crew and passengers 20 in number, we broached our last cask of water. The heat was scorching, and the calm and stillness of the sea were fearful. All said we were enchanted, and the sailors added, half in earnest, that it was on account of the heretics. Sharks more numerous than ever, we could not look over the side of the vessel without seeing 3 or 4, as if waiting for prey. On the 14th the captain was alarmed. The log was thrown regularly, but could not give his position. Toward evening we saw an enormous monster, with a straight black head 10 feet out of water, moving directly toward us. The captain, looking at it from the rigging with a glass, said it was not a whale.
Another of the same kind appeared at the stern, and we were really nervous; but we were relieved by hearing them spout, and seeing a column of water thrown into the air. At dark they were lying huge and motionless on the surface of the water. On the 15th, to our great joy, a slight breeze sprang up in the morning, and the log gave 3 miles an hour. At 12 o'clock we took the latitude, which was 25 degrees 10 minutes, and found that in steering southward at the rate of 3 miles an hour by the log, we were 55 miles to the northward of the reckoning of the day before. The captain now believed that we were in the midst of the Gulf Stream, had been so perhaps 2 or 3 days, and were then 200 or 300 miles past Havana. Mr. Catherwood's chronometer gave 88 degrees longitude, but this was so far out of the way by our dead reckoning that, with our distrust of the chronometer, we all disregarded it, and the captain especially. We were then in a very bad position, short of provisions and water, and drifted past our port. The captain called aft passengers, sailors, cook, and cabin boy, spread the chart on the companionway, and pointed out our supposed position, saying that he wished to take the advice of all on board as to what was best to be done. The mate sat by with the logbook to take notes. All remained silent until the cook spoke, and said that the captain knew best. The sailors and passengers assented, for although we considered it all uncertain, and that we were completely lost, we believed that he knew better than anybody else. The captain pointed out the course of the Gulf Stream, said it would be impossible to turn back against it, and, having a light, favorable breeze, recommended that we should follow the stream and bear up for New Providence for a supply of provisions and water. All assented, and so we put about from the south and squared the yards for the northeast. At that moment we considered ourselves further from Havana than when we started. With most uncomfortable feelings we sat down to a scanty meal. Supposing that we were in the Gulf Stream and in the track of vessels, the captain sent a man aloft to look out for a sail, who very soon, to our great joy, reported a brig to leeward. We hoisted our flag and bore down upon her. As we approached, she answered our signal, and with a glass we recognized the American ensign. In an hour we were nearly within hailing distance. The captain could not speak English, and gave me the speaking trumpet, but fancying from his movements that our countryman did not like the Spanish colors, and afraid of some technical irregularity in my hail which would make us an object of suspicion, we begged him to lower the jolly boat. This was lying on the deck with her bottom upward and her seams opened by the sun. The water poured into her, and before we were 50 yards from the brig she was half full. We sat up on the gunwale, and 2 of the men had as much as they could do to keep her afloat, while we urged the others to pull. Sharks were playing around us, and for a few moments we wished to be back on board the old brig. A breeze seemed to strike the vessel, which for 2 or 3 minutes kept steadily on, but to our great relief she hove to and took us on board. Our Spanish colors and our irregular movement in attempting to board without hailing had excited suspicion, and the sailors said we were pirates, but the captain, a long, cool-headed down-easter, standing on the quarter with both his hands in his pockets, and seeing the sinking condition of our boat, said, "Them's no pirates." The brig was the Helen Maria of North Yarmouth, Sweetser master from Tabasco, and bound to New York. The The reader cannot imagine the satisfaction with which I greeted on the high seas a countryman bound for New York. My first question was whether he could take us on board, next for provisions and water for our friends, and then where we were. He showed us his observation for the day. We were about 400 miles from the spot we supposed. The current which sets up between Cape Catoche and Cape Antonio, the captain had taken for the Gulf Stream. If we had attended to Mr. C's chronometer, we should not have been far out of the way. As it was, we were perfectly lost, and if we had not met this vessel, I do not know what would have become of us. The captain was but 7 days from Tabasco, with a wind that had carried away one of his sails and had lost one of his men. He had no surplus of provisions, particularly with 2 additional passengers, but he sent on board what he could and a supply of water. We returned, told the captain, much to his surprise and astonishment, of his position, not more than 200 miles from Sisal, and bade all hands farewell. They were not sorry to get rid of us, for the absence of 2 mouths was an object, and though perhaps in their hearts they thought their bad luck was on account of the heretics, it was pleasant that, with all our vexations, parting thus on the wide ocean, we shook hands with captain, passengers, sailors, cook, and cabin boy, having no unkind feeling with anyone on board. How long they were out I do not know, but I heard that they arrived at Havana in wretched condition, having eaten up the last morsel on board. Our new vessel had a full cargo of logwood, the deck being loaded even with the quarter, and stowed so close that the cabin door was taken off, and the descent was over a water cask. But the change from the Spanish to the American vessel was a strange transition. The former had a captain, 2 mates, and 8 sailors. The latter 1 mate and 3 sailors, with plank over the deck load for sailors to run on, an enormous boom mainsail, and a tiller instead of a wheel, sweeping the whole quarter deck, and at times requiring 2 men to hold it. In the evening we had 2 or 3 hours of calm. We were used to it, but the captain was annoyed. He detested a calm. He had not had one since he left Tabasco. He could bear anything but a calm. In the evening the charm was broken by a squall. The captain hated to take in sail, held on till the last moment, and then, springing from the tiller, hauled on the ropes himself, and was back again at the rudder, all in a flash. Mr. C and I were so well pleased with the change that we were in no hurry, and noticing the shortness of hands and stumbling over logwood, we suggested to the captain that if he lost another man he would have difficulty in carrying his vessel into port, but he put this down at once by swearing that if he lost every hand on board, the mate and he could carry her in themselves, deck load and all. On the 31st of July we arrived at New York, being 10 months less 3 days since we sailed, and 9 without having received any intelligence whatever from our friends at home, deducting the time passed at sea, but 7 months and 24 days in the prosecution of our work. This, I am sure, must recommend us to every true American. And here, on the same spot from which we set out together, and with but little hope of ever journeying with him again, I bid the reader farewell. End of Section 31. End of Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 2, by John Lloyd Stephens.